He is Hun, wielder of the Black Star's dark power, a harbinger of doom, death incarnate, and the greatest necromancer to ever live, but they called him power-crazed. For his desire for power, he sought to destroy humanity, only to be slain by the world's 9 strongest heroes. They were known as the 9 Stars. But was that the real story? And why has Hun, who died 10 years ago, suddenly been reborn in someone else's body? Let's find out together. The world was thrown into chaos, not by shifting tectonic plates or erupting volcanoes, but by monsters. Now, the world is ruled by grotesque creatures. With nightmarish forms, they suddenly appeared all over the world, pushing humanity to the very brink of utter despair. Amidst the chaos, one young man stood defiantly. Even facing overwhelming demonic numbers, he remained perfectly calm. He even taunted them. Whoa, what a massive army. The source of these beasts is the Tower of Trials, a mysterious place that grants them their power. People call it the Demon Tower, or the Tower of God. The man stood there, staring ahead without a single trace of fear. To understand why, we must go back in time, to an old man who started it all. Climb to the top of the tower. Everything you have ever desired lies within it. Power, wealth, and fame. Climb to the top, and we will grant your every wish. You must overcome the trials we have prepared, but glory is never easily won. The massive tower was teeming with endless dangers, with a total of 999 floors. The entities ruling the tower are gods and demons, making it an incredibly treacherous place. Governments from across the globe tried to prevent people from approaching the tower, but for ambition and glory, they were willing to spill blood. Despite this, no one could stop the masses from entering the tower. True to their word, just as the gods and demons had declared, those who dared to obstruct others would be punished. It's been 5 years since the tower captured the world's attention. Back in the present, a savage grin spread across his face. He was thrilled by what was about to happen. Let humanity's first trial of the 600th floor begin. But a sudden crimson flash cut through the air. In the next instant, terrifying explosions erupted, plunging the entire area into a maelstrom of smoke and fire. Furious at the interference, he finally snapped and charged forward, shouting, "You dare stand in my way, 9 Stars?" A hooded woman, infuriated by his arrogant display, questioned him sharply. "What in the world do you think you're doing?" They were none other than the 9 Stars. Of the millions who entered the tower, 9 stood above all others. Using magic from the trials, their power was unmatched. The man beside her issued a grave warning. "Be careful, he's completely unstable right now." A demonic aura then exploded from the man's body. He raised his hand, ready to send his obstructors to an early grave. "How dare you? How dare you interfere with my noble cause? Don't think this will end with just your lives." His identity was then revealed. The star known as the Black Star, or the Star of Death. He wasn't a weapons master or a divine being. He was the man who had surpassed the 9 stars and claimed the title of the strongest. Hun, a twisted, demonic grin spread across his face as he commanded, "Awaken!" With his explosive temper, Hun used dark magic to raise the dead. The man who brings death. The very presence of death itself. His dark energy seeped into the corpses, animating them. The greatest necromancer controlled the skeletons, uttering infuriating words. Perfect timing. I was growing tired of peace, anyway, and of humanity. Hun's shameless, twisted smile remained. "All I require is more power. I will turn you all into my summons and become the strongest." The heroes couldn't stand his vile actions and spoke out. "We knew it. He betrayed humanity and sided with the demons." At the accusation, Hun just roared with laughter. Betrayal? How absurd. The Holy Knight, Cain Bon, opened his sacred tome, unleashing the light of justice to face him. So be it. 9 stars, defeat the traitor, Hun. The scene instantly descended into absolute chaos, as countless different attacks exploded across the battlefield. Though Hun had been manipulated by immense power, he had attacked the 9 stars. The heroes gathered their strength to purge this evil from the world, but even he couldn't take on everyone at once. As they gained the upper hand, he grew furious. How dare you? He alone could not face all 9 of them. The heroes charged toward him at blinding speed, weapons ready. Die, Hun. Face your punishment for betraying all of humanity. Facing his imminent doom, Hun's expression turned grim. A spear pierced straight through his body, the price for his foolish actions. Thoughtless. Hun, the traitor who lusted for power. He was wounded, coughing up blood. But did he truly deserve this fate? Then, a mind-blowing truth was revealed. That was merely the story told to the world. Hun never betrayed humanity. He was betrayed by the 9 stars. To be precise, he was betrayed by 8 of them. That truth was buried, and 10 years passed. Now, Hun's current home is an absolute mess. It's so filthy that even flies have gathered to swarm the room. He lay on a simple bed, with only the insects for company. Even after so many long years, Hun's grudge never faded. He muttered in his sleep, "I will return, 9 stars." Then he bolted upright, his eyes a ghostly white. He cursed endlessly, "You wretched bastards." The delirium passed, and he looked around. Huh? What is this? In his heart, he cheered. It worked. His expression did a complete 180, his face lighting up with joy. It really succeeded. His secret ability, Hun's ultimate skill, is soul transfer. It's an overpowered skill that allows him to cheat death. At the final moment, this skill lets him move his soul to another compatible body. So this was how Hun had managed to continue existing in this world. It seems it successfully found him a body with a similar constitution. It seems we're still in South Korea. Thinking about his situation, he couldn't forget their disgusting betrayal. Damn that wretched 9 stars. Hun never thought he'd be buried alive by them. He'd cleared the 600th floor by himself, only to be backstabbed after they offered help. The old memories played back like a haunting film. Hun recalled the bloody scene, his body pierced by their cold, sharp blades. Why did he just stand there watching? Then he asked, "Want to know why you were betrayed?" That man with platinum hair was the Holy Knight, Cain Bellin, and the woman beside him was the goddess Kenbon. Cain shamelessly said, "I'm sure he can't summon anything inside this holy circle." Damn it, she was just as vile, looking down on him. "Necromancer, you may be a one-man army, but alone, you're nothing against us, are you? There's a limit to one's strength." Hun could only gasp for air. "I was just trying to help you." But Cain just justified his evil deeds. "Don't take this personally, it's not that we dislike you." In the next second, a wicked smile spread across his face. A true villain's smile. I guess you could call this, pulling the weed out by its roots. Stabbed so painfully in the back, Hun roared out a question. "Cho Young-hun, that bastard is one of you, isn't he?" My friend, and the combat specialist of the 9 stars, Cho Young-hun. He decided not to join the 600th floor conquest. You didn't tell him because you were afraid he'd help me. Before these sick bastards, Hun felt utterly powerless, his spirit fading. A cruel fate had struck him. His dark purple eyes began to fade. Damn it, my vision is blurring. I've lost too much blood. Facing their overwhelming force, Hun stopped resisting, letting them decide his fate. Fine, I lose this time. I'll die for you. Though his body may perish, his will was indestructible. But don't think this is the end. I will return stronger, you damn traitors. Hun's vision blurred, and his eyes nearly closed. But before his final breath, one thought was seared into his mind. I will have my revenge. And then, a stroke of luck in his misfortune. Thankfully, his corpse transfer skill was still active. Now, Hun's face was twisted in a scowl, burning with that memory. His rage had reached its peak, promising a bloody confrontation. Just you wait. I won't even turn you into my summons. I'll torture and crush your very souls, so that you can never be reincarnated. Suddenly, as Hun's anger boiled, his phone buzzed with a notification. Good morning. Only now did he notice the phone's presence. A smartphone? He never expected the body he transferred into would have one. It was a pretty nice phone, too. Having been isolated from technology for so long, he eagerly picked it up to explore it. It's been a while, but this thing is pretty slick. But as he scrolled, his eyes widened in absolute shock. 2023. The number glared at him, making Hun's world spin. 2023. 10 years have passed? Time had flown by so fast he couldn't believe it. It feels like it just happened, but it's been 10 years? What kind of skill is this? Speaking of which, Hun now realized something just as important. Wait, skills? Can I use magic with this body? A couple of flies buzzed leisurely, unaware of the danger. You think you're tough, huh? Die! In an instant, he crushed one. Hun opened his hand. The fly was already sent to the next world. He took a deep breath, then focused with all his might to use magic. Awaken. Standing on the bed, nothing happened. Hun gloomily recalled search results about awakening. He waited for what felt like an eternity, but nothing changed. He was losing patience and shouted, "Awaken!" But his words were like the wind, having no effect. Hun felt helpless. Damn it, this body doesn't have a single drop of mana. He flung the curtains open, looking out the window. Does that mean he saw the impossibly tall tower? Hun felt sick to his stomach. I need to climb that tower without using any skills? In the next moment, he frantically grabbed the phone and started typing. Wait, if 10 years have passed, did they succeed in reaching the top of the tower? After typing, Hun scrolled at lightning speed, searching for an article. Finally, he found the post he was looking for. 9 stars. Choi Jung-hoon has reached the 800th floor, posted at 7:13 p.m. on April 12, 2023. Edited at 7:27 p.m. on April 12, 2023. Star Cho Jung-hoon has also reached the 300th floor. After reading it, he sneered in contempt. Huh? Those bastards. In 10 years, they only managed to climb 200 floors? But after thinking it over, Hun realized this was the perfect time. No, this is my chance. While they're enjoying their time climbing the tower, I can catch up and settle this score. After deciding his course of action, he immediately got dressed to leave. Hiding in the house wasn't an option. Hun decided to go out and get his body moving. Training outside the tower is useless. I have to go now. Even though this body was weak, thankfully his mind was still sharp. My body may be a newbie's, but I have the knowledge of the necromancer Hun. I'll use my knowledge to get stronger quickly. His heart was filled with hatred. Just you wait, 9 stars. I will have my revenge. True to his word, Hun was now at the tower's entrance in Seoul. He wore a black jacket, blending into the ant-like crowd of people. Among them, one guy was excited. If I can reach the top, I'll live in luxury. Seeing how weak he looked, another person retorted. Think you can make it? You'll probably die on the first floor. Hun looked up at the tower, a place filled with nothing but drama, the Tower of Trials, where everyone's hopes and stories began. Inside the tower, a long staircase led to a small room. In the center of that mysterious room, the lid of a coffin slowly creaked open, revealing a skeleton inside, a faint light glowing in its eye sockets. I have finally returned. Elsewhere, a forest was engulfed in flames and thick black smoke. In this desperate situation, someone's feet were seen running forward in a hurry. It was a soaked and frail-looking girl, running for her life while praying for her own survival. While a storm raged outside, in a cozy place, a young man casually flipped gold bars. Truly, a legendary tycoon. He then stacked a mountain of glittering gold in Hun's name. At that moment, on a desolate street, a lone white cat began to roam. I alone will make the world know my name. Elsewhere, a horned man stood, arms crossed, lost in thought. His expression was a placid mask, hiding his inner turmoil. At 1 p.m., the trial tower's entrance finally opened. The awaited moment arrived, and everyone surged forward. They gathered, a tide of bodies rushing ahead like moths to a flame. But Hun walked forward with utter calm. Now, let the revenge begin. His eyes gleamed, ready for the trials to come. The wooden doors swung open, revealing a blinding light within. 3 faint silhouettes could be seen stepping deep inside. Once their figures vanished, the doors slammed shut ominously. Inside, a glowing magic circle appeared, etched with strange symbols. And when Hun finally appeared, the system sent a message. Welcome, tower climber. His expression turned cold and resolute. He thought, it's been 15 years. A notification appeared. Welcome to the tutorial stage. The trial began, and he now faced a mysterious, straight path over a bottomless abyss. Seeing this pointless setup, Hun let out a weary sigh. Some tutorial this is. No place is harder than here. Staring down the endless path into the darkness, Hun already knew what his fate would be. A road full of traps that takes days to cross. They say that, besides the 10 main floors, this is the most ridiculous place of all. The objective appeared. Overcome all traps and reach the end. All damage taken will be healed upon reaching the goal or returning to the start. Good luck. Understanding his task, he prepared himself for what was next. First, I need to check this body's stats. Status window. All the information appeared. Name, Hun. Class and subclass, none. Constitution, mana type. Strength 1, HP 1. Agility, intelligence, and mana were all 1. His only special trait was gluttony. He felt discouraged at a glance. These stats are useless. But something felt off. So Hun reread 2 lines. Gluttony, mana type. He was completely baffled, not understanding why. Gluttony and mana type? He realized these traits seemed to appear out of nowhere. These aren't the stats I had before I died. Do souls have different aptitudes for traits? Hun wondered to himself. He laced his fingers and stretched satisfyingly. Cowards can turn back, but I'm going all in. I'll take everything I can from this tutorial. Hun crouched, then leaped into the air. Wasting no time, he burst forward, running as if his life depended on it. You have left the starting point. A magic arrow trap has been activated. A red light flashed ahead, signaling the start of his 80-second ordeal, but with his nimble and agile body, Hun dodged it easily. The moment the arrows are fired is the only instant they are visible. Seeing his old knowledge was still sharp, he smiled proudly, revealing his flawless white teeth. My knowledge is still perfectly intact, but that was just a warm-up. Now, dozens of glowing red lights appeared, marking the true start. Beads of sweat formed on Hun's face at the intensity of the challenge. Isn't this a bit much for the beginning? The red arrows fell like a meteor shower, following his every move. But surprise! The arrows didn't just attack from behind, they also rained down from the front. Faced with this sudden assault, his luck ran out. He was hit. Though 2 arrows pierced him, he refused to stop moving. Not yet. I have to keep going. Nothing in this world comes easy. Suddenly, the pitch-black sky filled with countless red arrows, which all shot down at once. And since Hun couldn't react in time, he took every single arrow. He looked like a human pincushion, utterly pathetic. But even so, Hun didn't care and just kept running for his life. No matter how much it hurts, I'll keep going. But as he said that, his vision began to blur. Then, his world faded to black as he slipped into unconsciousness. He was returned to the familiar long path, but with one difference. Fresh crimson blood now stained the ground from his recent struggle. But Hun, completely exhausted, collapsed as his wounds began to heal. You have returned to the starting point. All wounds have been restored. After experiencing that soul-crushing pain, Hun learned his lesson. First, I'll see how far I can go. He couldn't make the same mistake twice, but he also couldn't just run blindly ahead. Suddenly, he swiped a finger through the red blood on the floor. 2 traits that could make me the strongest tower climber on Earth. One of them was his own king-like ability to find a solution in any situation. Gluttony. This trait had a very interesting function. Gluttony lets me consume non-living things and make them my own. Hun could feel a powerful energy surging within him. My blood isn't a living creature. Its experience will become mine. Just then, a rather favorable notification popped up. Reward received. All stats +1, endurance experience. After reading it, Hun found this reward to be very appetizing. Perfect. My endurance experience has increased. Even without focusing on stats or gear, I can resist basic abnormal statuses. And so, Hun started again, getting hit over and over. It'll only take a week to clear this tutorial and become a powerful tower climber. However, the situation didn't look good as he was constantly brutalized. But I'll keep taking every arrow, again and again, to raise my stats through gluttony. Right now, Hun looked like a porcupine with countless arrows in his back, until he reached the max. Endurance experience. Hun wasn't pessimistic at all. He'd keep at it until he broke through. And his endurance experience rose with each attempt. Model. 1 month later, Hun stared ahead, panting. His hard work finally paid off as he broke through. The end. A system window appeared. Congratulations, you've completed the tutorial. Hun healed his wounds, savoring this success. That took a lot of time since I had to go outside. About a month, huh? But then, something else appeared, catching his eye. Hun's incredible skills didn't go unnoticed. Some gods and demons grew interested in his methods. Seeing them in every game left him speechless. You guys are here too? I've had enough of you. Hun exploded with rage, cursing them out. Again, you sick and twisted bastards. Little did he know, his every word was being broadcast. Another notification appeared. A god is angered by your profane language. Realizing they knew everything, Hun grew warier. Gods and demons, they watch us, looking for someone compatible. Those despicable, cruel beings. Different notifications appeared. A god is angered by your profane language. A demon is amused by your profane language. Hun knew he was just entertainment to them. None of them revealed their titles or true names. They were just trying to trick me into becoming their disciple. I don't need your attention for clearing the tutorial. Suddenly, the notification window blurred. It seemed a certain demon was smiling. It then turned a bloody crimson. The sovereign of myriad demons sends you a greeting. How have you been lately? Hun knew exactly who this was. Ha, it's you again, you damn stalker. Even across lifetimes, their fated connection couldn't be severed. In his past life, the sovereign of myriad demons was a pest, always trying to recruit him. Has he already recognized me? He was the one who helped me transfer my soul. Hun had to admit he was useful once in a while. Right. That soul transfer art you gave me was useful, stalker. Other messages continued to pop up. A demon is showing interest in you. A god is showing interest in you. Suddenly being the center of attention was annoying him. Hey, they're all watching me now because of you. The red notification quickly returned. The The sovereign of myriad demons is remorseful. But the other messages got nosy. A god asks about your relationship. A demon is comforting you. A god asks who you are. The furnace god wants a private word with you. The Monkey King has taken a liking to you. What the hell? The non-stop gossip was incredibly annoying. Will you all shut up? This is getting annoying. Hun finally shot back a blunt reply. Who do you think I'd possibly follow? If you want to watch silently, then shut up and watch. The red notification changed again. The sovereign of myriad demons is sulking. Hun smirked at that, bluntly telling him, if I chose to follow anyone, it definitely wouldn't be you. Don't get your hopes up. Distracted by them, he finally remembered the important part. Time to check the tutorial reward, I guess. He reached out, absorbing power from the pool of Siote. Then, the changes began to occur. Hun's body was upgraded to a superior form. You have acquired blood loss resistance. You have acquired pain resistance. You have acquired fainting resistance. You have acquired puncture resistance. You have acquired the tenacity ability. Things were going very smoothly and looked promising. This is great. Gathering mana is difficult now, but I have a mana-based constitution, so I can steadily increase my mana. But as always, a surprise notification appeared. Thanks to your growth progress, another trait has been unlocked. Hun stared at it intently. What the hell, what's happening? A new trait? But I already have gluttony. Looking closer, he saw a hidden slot in his traits list. The question mark trait. What? Suddenly, Hun had an epiphany. He understood everything. I see. The body's original owner already had this trait. The final unknown was revealed. Trait unlocked. Jack of all trades. He didn't quite understand the name. Jack of all trades? What's this? Seeing his confusion, the system quickly displayed an explanation. Jack of all trades is a talent that allows you to excel at everything. No matter the skill, proficiency is adjusted through training. In real combat, an extra adjustment will match your proficiency. After getting this insane new trait, he felt absolutely amazing. This is incredible. With this, that might finally be possible. A title he'd aimed for long ago, but could never obtain. Even after preparing for so long, the best at everything, the All-Master. The red notification window quickly popped up again. The sovereign of myriad demons is curious about your status window. Hun's jaw dropped in shock. What? A system window appeared before him. The sovereign of myriad demons is curious about your status window. He looked up, then coldly turned away. Forget it, and stop bothering me. Get lost. Then he chuckled softly. I'm off to the next floor. Follow me if you want. Hun stepped into the mysterious portal. The system asked again. The sovereign of myriad demons asks if he may follow, and is now behind you. A deadly look crossed Hun's face as he thought, the next floor must be the choice and training room. A system message appeared. You have entered the choice and training room. He stepped through the gate onto the next floor, his expression suddenly surprised. Welcome to the choice and training room. Various weapons surround you. You may select one weapon and a class that best suits you. Once you choose, destroy the floor beneath you. You will be teleported to the tower's first floor. Hun heard this and thought to himself, in my previous life, after discovering my mana constitution, I immediately chose to be a mage. His face darkened, and then Hun grabbed a weapon. This time, however, he held a bow. He looked at it and said, initialize training target. He thought to himself, Jack of all trades, huh? Let's give this a test. Just how impressive is this new trait? Targets instantly materialized before him. Hun raised his bow, his movements impossibly swift. With an icy gaze, he took aim. He loosed one shot, and 3 arrows flew true, striking 3 separate targets. They shattered on impact. Hun then commanded, more targets. This time, create ones that can actually attack me. A system window appeared. A warning flashed. You have not yet selected a class. Attacking targets are deemed too dangerous. Hun just grinned, a killer aura radiating from him. I don't care, he replied intensely. New targets were initialized. Robotic figures materialized, all advancing toward him. The settings have changed. Targets will now attack the player. In a flash, they charged at Hun with frenzied speed. Fast as the wind, Hun unleashed a volley of arrows at them. They found their marks instantly, staggering the advance. But the ones behind kept surging forward, trying to overwhelm him. Suddenly, a blur of motion sliced them in half. A sword was now in his hand. With a spear in the other, he roared, not enough! Bring out the strong ones! The target difficulty increased. A giant target was summoned. A massive giant appeared, dwarfing the others. The colossal foe looked down at him, preparing to strike. Hun descended, plunging the spear straight into its head, felling it instantly. His eyes blazed with power, wielding 2 weapons. With immense force, he destroyed the remaining targets. In a heartbeat, they were all gone. Then, new enemies appeared from behind. Hun sensed the change and frowned. A long-range assault. The targets unleashed a volley of attacks aimed right at him. He quickly took cover. The system warned him, these are this floor's most dangerous targets. They charged him in unison. Hun took off running. A wide grin spread across his face. Really? This is the strongest you've got? He dashed for a staff. Time to use my specialty. After grabbing the staff, he turned to face the enemies, his expression lethal. The targets launched another coordinated assault. Hun sneered. I'm faster. He unleashed the staff's power, channeling immense energy. Magic arrow! The spell shot from the staff and struck the targets, causing them to detonate. Hun smiled, looking at his palm. Incredible. So this is the power of the all-rounder trait? It feels like I've used these weapons for years. The system pinged. Achievement unlocked. Hun stared at the window. A new achievement. Almighty Master. Use one of every weapon type in the room of choice and training. The reward was the Almighty Master class, now unlocked. Attack stat plus 5,000. Hun stared in shock. Almighty Master? Is that the name of a class? The system prompted him. Choose Almighty Master as your class? Warning. Once you leave the room of choice and training, this class will become unavailable. Hun thought, no, not even for the Almighty Master class. Can I abandon my primary strength? I need a main class first. So, he spoke to the system, I want to select Almighty Master as my subclass. The system's response was instant. I cannot process that request. He yelled, what? Why not? The subclass slot only unlocks after floor 100. Conquering the 100th floor is required. Hun cursed inwardly. Damn it, I forgot. If I don't pick a class now, I can't leave this room. It's a waste, but I can use achievement points, right? He asked. To unlock the subclass slot, can I use achievement points? The system paused. How could a rookie know about that? A special currency earned only by completing achievements. These points allow a user to alter the system. Hun pressed on. Don't ask me how. I'll use 5,000 points to unlock the subclass slot. That's not impossible, is it? After a brief silence, the system responded. It is possible, however. Cost to unlock the subclass slot, 50 achievement points. You currently have 0. Insufficient funds. Hun just sighed. Huh, I guess. I have no other choice. Hey Ban, I need you to do something. He pointed into the void. Overlord of 10,000 demons. Ban, reveal yourself. And speak with me. Isn't there an achievement for a first conversation with a god? The system window reappeared. Achievement. Overlord of 10,000 demons. Converse with the great demon, Ban. Plus 200 achievement points. The Overlord appeared. How was that? Hun grimaced. Stop. Just please, don't ever do that again. The system prompted again. Use achievement points to set Almighty Master as a subclass? The Overlord muttered. I thought sticking my tongue out was a nice touch. Hun replied to the system. Yes, I accept. Congratulations. Class. None. Sub. Class. Almighty Master. You have set Almighty Master as your subclass. You will be teleported to the tower's first floor upon destroying the room of choice and training. Hun raised his staff, gathering immense power. Now then, shall we begin my revenge? He said with a grin. He slammed the staff into the ground. Lightning crashed down with overwhelming force. You will now be teleported to the first floor, arriving in Koron Forest. He was surrounded by woods. Night had fallen completely. Monsters began to stir, their eyes gleaming with aggression. A group of lost players were cornered by a pack of monsters. Damn, the first floor is this hard. How are we supposed to climb this tower? The beasts charged, their tongues lolling, thirsting for blood. One man's face went pale as he screamed. Suddenly, a strange light pierced the sky. Hun descended from above, looking. Thrilled. Oh, he glanced down below. Spotting a monster, he thought. My first prey. A fierce killing intent blazed in his eyes as he smiled. He strikes. Hun descends like the wind, crushing the monster's head into the ground. He stands between the humans and the beasts, making a declaration. A kobold. It's been a while. The other monsters grind their teeth, sweating in fear as they watch him. Hun just keeps smiling. Hey kobolds. His killing intent flares as he glares at the monsters. I'm going to devour every last one of you. I wonder what I'll get. Hun stands coolly before them, eyeing the two surviving goblins. The dark-haired man behind him is stunned, thinking, incredible, he took out a goblin in a single blow. He glances at the staff in Hun's hand, thinking, I thought he was a mage, but he defeated it with a kick. The one with the bowl-cut hairstyle speaks up, snapping him out of it. I don't know who he is, but let's fight together. If we cooperate. Hearing this, Hun's killing intent surges. Don't use the word we. The man is baffled. Huh? If you touch my prey, you die. Understand? He turns, his piercing gaze cutting right through them. They tremble before him as the bowl-cut man yelps. Ah! The two scramble away in a panic, yelling, Yes, we're leaving right now. Hun watches them go, his aura menacing. The moment they leave, the two goblins roar in fury. He turns back, his pupils glowing, a villainous smirk on his face. What, you want revenge? The two goblins immediately charge forward. The first one goes down with a painful thud, splattering everywhere. The one behind it freezes. Hun looks up, his purple eyes glowing, and asks with a sly grin, What are you doing? Not going to attack? The final goblin's face twists in terror as it immediately turns to flee. Seeing it run, Hun raises his staff. Think you can escape, sweetie? He unleashes a spell, and a beam of light pierces through the goblin. The last one falls. Just then, a system window appears. Welcome to the first floor. Hun glances at his loot with a bored expression. You're a little late. I'm already done fighting and have started looting. The system simply displays the mission. Complete the mission to proceed to the next floor. Mission description: defeat 10 goblins. Progress: 3 out of 10. Hun scoffs internally. This is a piece of cake. I could take down 100 right now. Ah, and once I complete this mission, I can try to get the Slayer title. He strokes his chin, lost in thought, as his mind begins to race. If you kill one type of monster 1,000 times, you earn the Slayer title for that creature. Back in the day, I ran around collecting all of them. He remembers his past self, then looks down at the goblin corpses. Now then, should I absorb this monster's power? With a sinister smile, Hun casts his gluttony magic. The goblin's power and soul begin to rise. He opens his mouth wide, looking ecstatic. He swallows. His eyes fly open, now blazing a brilliant crimson. In his mind he thinks, I see it. This goblin's memories. Its power is mine now. I can even understand its language. A pink aura envelops his body as both his eyes begin to glow. At that moment, the system status window appears. Name: Hun. Class: None. Sub: Class: All. Roundmaster. Attribute: Mana type. Strength: 21. Vitality: 19. Agility: 20. Intelligence: 25. Mana: 31. He stares at the system panel with a skeptical look. My stats jump this much? This is the level of a floor 10 climber. Wait. Class progression? Since I have the all-round master subclass, do I get bonus stats for every level up? Hun stares at the panel, deep in thought, when his eyes suddenly fly open. This memory! A goblin's memory flashes through his mind as it runs frantically into a cave. I have to hurry. His lordship is hungry. The goblin rushes to where captured humans are being held. It thinks in a panic, I have to prepare them quickly, or I'll be punished. A woman in the cell screams, My child, no! The goblin runs to another area, looking up at a figure above it. The preparations are complete, Goblin Lord. A huge goblin stands there, its face vicious, holding a staff topped with a skull. A grin spreads across Hun's face. A Goblin Lord. Perfect timing. A monster lord is the harbinger of a monster wave. I can get the Goblin Slayer title and farm tons of experience from this mission. He imagines a vast goblin army, controlled by their fearsome lord. Then, with a devilish look at the goblin corpses, he says, To face a monster wave, I need an army. Hun grins and uses his Arise magic. Power engulfs the corpses as 2 purple pillars of light erupt. When the light fades, they have become his skeleton soldiers. The system announces, Congratulations, you have completed your class change. Class change. Main class, Necromancer. He looks at the 2 skeletons kneeling before him. When you're an all-round master with memories of a past life, changing classes is a piece of cake. A smile plays on Hun's lips as he thinks, but I'm not satisfied with just this. Not while a hidden class still exists on this first floor. I must obtain it. Suddenly, a skeleton turns, breaking his train of thought. He looks at it. What is it? He turns to see a single goblin trembling on the ground, while 3 more behind it screech in fury. A smile spreads across his face as he commands his soldiers, All right, my skeletons. Destroy every goblin you see. At his command, the soldiers charge toward the four goblins. A loud crash echoes as more red splatters the ground. Hun casually tosses a mana stone in his hand. The system updates. Goblins defeated. 10 of 35. Still, toying with the mana stone, he says. The place I'm looking for should be right around here. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto something. Found it, he says. A lone cabin appears in the forest. With his bag slung over his shoulder, Hun pushes the door open. He scans the interior and thinks, thank goodness no hunter got here first. He steps inside, ordering his skeletons, you wait here. With a powerful stomp, he shatters the floorboards, revealing a hidden staircase leading down. This is it, the hidden class of the first floor. As he descends, he thinks, tossing a mana stone behind him with every step. As he tosses the stones, his mind races. A necromancer is an advanced class, a mage who uses souls. A lich. He reaches the bottom, still deep in thought, and there, before him, lies a single coffin. Hyun tossed the bag of spirit stones aside and strode to the coffin. He was still contemplating. The necromancer, the first hidden class, was sealed in this very casket. He reached out and shoved the heavy lid aside. A skeleton rose up from within. Hyun frowned, recognizing him instantly. It was Vulcan, the god of fire, a name taken from ancient Roman myths, known in Greek myth as Hephaestus, the god of fire and forge. He eyed the boy and asked slowly, "Are you my descendant?" Vulcan stared at Hun, asking, "You are my heir?" Hun's lips curled into a smirk, a dangerous glint in his eyes. "Long time no see, fire god." Vulcan fell silent for a moment, then smiled to hide his embarrassment. "You see me, and show no surprise at all? I went to all that trouble for a dramatic entrance. How awkward." Hearing this, Hun just smiled teasingly. Why would a necromancer be surprised by a walking skeleton? He then looked him dead in the eye. "Besides, I only came here after reading your diary. I'm long past the point of being amazed." Hun recalled the fire god's journal from his past life. The hidden item, Diary of the Fire God. Of course, I haven't read it in this life. He remembered in his past life, filled with regret after changing to a mage, he found that diary and returned to the first floor. Back then, he read it until he resolved to make the fire god his summon. He recalled, "But as a spirit master, I failed to summon him." Vulcan crossed his arms, a wry smile on his face, and nodded. "You've got a point. I'm starting to like you." Then he spread his arms, the air growing heavy as he spoke. "You're much better than that disrespectful fool from 10 years ago." It seemed he was trying to intimidate him. Hun tried to stay calm, but a shiver ran down his spine. He's taking this too far. Sweat beaded on his brow as he cursed. "This damn skeleton. Should I teach him a lesson?" After a moment's thought, he suppressed his anger. Not yet. He took deep breaths to cool his rising temper. "No," he thought, "I have to finish my class change first." With that, he told Vulcan, "I want to change my class right now." Vulcan pointed a finger upward and replied, "But you must reach the 10th floor first." He then began to lecture him like a teacher. A necromancer is a higher-ranked class than a necromancer. First, you need to change your class at the tower on the 10th floor. But before he could finish, Hun cut in. "I'm actually a necromancer already." He made a V sign with his fingers. "Look here," a status screen appeared before him. Class, Necromancer. Sub, Class, All, Powerful Master. Highest floor reached. 1. Vulcan's eyes shone like brilliant stars. His jaw dropped in shock. Or rather, his teeth clattered open as he yelled, "My God, you changed your class without even reaching the 10th floor?" This left Vulcan completely floored. He couldn't stop praising him. Excellent. Truly a rare talent. The first sentence lifted Hun to heaven, but the next slammed him down to hell. "I think you're far more brilliant than that last idiot." Seeing him get carried away, Hun brought him back to the main point. "Aren't you going to change my class?" If Hun hadn't mentioned it, Vulcan would have forgotten. He said sheepishly, "I got carried away talking." He hid his guilt behind a grin. Soon after, Vulcan prepared the ritual as Hun sat cross-legged. Vulcan stood, raising his hands in a V-shape towards the sky. A brilliant green light radiated from his palms, forming two beams that shot upwards. The green light spread, slowly gathering in front of Hun to form a white orb. Purple light then pulsed from the orb, making his entire body glow. "That's a necromancer, the fire god." Suddenly, he opened his eyes, remembering the past. Before the tower appeared, Vulcan was the strongest climber in the world. Even as the most powerful necromancer, he sought ways to become stronger and stronger, and he never stopped learning. A summon with only skin and bones is not enough. I need something more powerful. He believed that instead of 2 dark nights, he could summon something entirely different. Recalling an orb with eyes and a mouth, he surmised, That's it, a soul. He then knew exactly what he had to do next. I will call upon the spirits of the dead. That way I can create a summon far beyond what currently exists. And so, after a long time, he created the new Necromancer class. However, his frail body finally reached its limit, and with his death, the Necromancer class faced extinction. At that moment, he devised a plan. With no other choice, he used his final resort, applying the summoning command to himself. He hoped a future descendant would restore his honor. This was the true reason he appeared as a walking skeleton. Looking at Vulcan, Hun thought. To find a climber to follow in his footsteps, he became a half NPC. The orb on his chest shone brighter, and suddenly Vulcan let out a cry. Hun stood up, slowly absorbing the purple light from the sphere. Vulcan yelled at him, "You fool, you are now a necromancer." Then he instructed him, "Use this soul goblet to capture spirits, and finally, you will be able to call forth your summons." Hearing this, Hun let out a wicked grin. "Now we're talking. Thanks for everything." With the soul goblet in hand, he decided, "Then I'll start by capturing you." The fire god Vulcan was oblivious to Hun's scheme and spoke with enthusiasm. "I've prepared everything perfectly. There will be no failure this time. Congratulations, my descendant. Now, climb the tower and make my name famous. Let's go." Hun suddenly cut him off. "Ah, about that." He then pointed directly at Vulcan, saying, "You should go do it yourself." The fire god replied in shock. "Huh?" He thought he must have misheard. A sense of betrayal made him want to explode. He cursed him, "You son of a bitch. You broke the promise written in the diary." Hun said calmly, "Pushing your work onto others is a bad habit. I'll help you break it." Utterly terrified, Vulcan tried to stall. "Wait, why have you suddenly become so devious? This can't be." Hun used the soul goblet, the purple orb. He grinned menacingly. "Soul storage." Vulcan was pulled toward the soul goblet. He screamed in horror. "How dare you?" He continued to shout. "Do you really think you can capture me?" Those were his last words before he shattered into pieces and was sucked inside. Seeing the result, Hun smiled, satisfied. "I did it." Purple stones fell to the ground. Vulcan, in his skeletal form, was now bare. He spoke with defiance, humiliating. "To be taught a lesson by my own heir. I'll see you later, you dog." With that, he charged the soul goblet, but nothing happened. He slumped to the ground. A glowing purple circle appeared, and he finally understood. This was instantaneous magic. A familiar male voice echoed. "Feeling comfortable?" Hun explained from the outside. "A magic wall, a low-level spell. I made a special prison just for you." Wukan pounded the magic wall, screaming, "You think this can hold me? I can shatter low-level magic like this." He gave a wicked smile and said, "I never said this was the only thing." He pointed to the purple demon crystals on the stairs and the blue ones on the pillars. "There are more demon crystals here, and I've activated them." Hun didn't forget to explain, "You said you could break it easily, but that was before you were trapped." Knowing he was cornered, Wukan despaired. Who is he? How can a first-floor tower climber have such skills and strategies? Hearing his inner thoughts, the boy spoke. "I failed in my past life, but I finally caught you, fire god." Hearing his words, he was utterly stunned. A past life? Impossible. This was unbelievable. Hun lowered his hood and continued, "I was the second necromancer, and now I am the third." Wukan screamed helplessly. Hun raised his hand, using soul storage. Wukan was pulled in, roaring in despair. "No, don't." But his pleas went unheard. The soul goblet's pull was inescapable. Soon, only dark motes of dust floated in the air. Wukan collapsed to the ground. Hun told him, "Don't be mad, fire god. With you by my side, I can get whatever I want." In the pitch-black forest, he faced grotesquely shaped skeletons. Hun advanced without a shred of fear. Just then, the system window appeared with new information. "The sovereign of all demons is watching you. The Death Spectre is quite curious about your profession." This made Hun smirk. Gods and demons can't enter the profession change room. A look of pure arrogance spread across his face as he continued, "Even if you hadn't bothered me, I would have put on a show for you soon, so just wait." But they had no intention of attacking him. How awkward. Hun froze stiff. The skeletons tilted their heads, looking at the man before them, likely thinking, "I guess I don't need bone soldiers anymore." Hun casually waved his hand toward the sky. Instantly, a powerful stream of magic shot towards the enemies before him. In a merciless tone, he commanded, "Vanish!" He put his hands out, and a large purple orb appeared. Hun focused all his energy on it and awakened. Immediately, purple light flooded a vast stretch of the sky. Faces with different shapes and expressions began to emerge from the orb. They growled with menacing intent. In an instant, the goblins became floating purple shadows, but they just stood still. I guess they can't speak. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear, grabbing his attention. Cha Jin Hook, you bastard. When Hun turned, he realized the voice was all too familiar. It was Wukong. How dare you? He looked up after a dizzy spell, his eyes blazing with hatred toward him. How dare you use me, the fire god, as your soul soldier? But faced with his threatening rage, Hun wasn't scared at all. Instead, he smiled smugly. This is the first time I've seen you in this form. You must have been handsome when you were young. He was still so young, with an innocent face, yet somehow acted so insolently, successfully enraging Wukong. He roared, I won't let you get away with this, Cha Jin Hook, if you underestimate me, the #1 fire mage. But his bravado didn't last long, and his face froze. Wukong knelt, clutching his throat in agony under Hun's gaze. Don't overdo it. You're only alive because of my mana. If I stop supplying mana to you, you'll vanish instantly. Even in such a grim situation, he refused to swallow his pride. You think I'll obey you like a dog? Hun didn't back down, leaning in eye to eye with him, his voice full of challenge. Do you have another choice? His words made Wukong fall silent. What did you do to your own people when they didn't listen to you? You turned them into soul orbs and absorbed them. The more he spoke, the more smug Hun's expression became. Besides, I hope you haven't forgotten my special trait. His words now terrified Wukong. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Gluttony. He still has that skill? If I don't obey him, he'll devour me whole. And so, although unwilling, Wukong had no choice but to surrender. All right, what do you want to do now? Hun stood up straight, pointing in one direction. You can't feel that? He gestured toward the top of the hill. Under the bright moonlight, a majestic castle appeared. We're going to take down that bastard. Still maintaining his confident attitude, he smirked with a hidden meaning, the Goblin Lord. At the same time, at the majestic castle, 2 goblins stood guard on either side of the gate, watching diligently. Hun casually walked over from a distance, completely fearless as always, immediately drawing the attention of the 2 guards. They raised their weapons, taking a defensive stance and growling warnings. His eyes lit up, and that familiar, devilish smile appeared on his face once more. Hun once again brought out the orb to summon the goblins he had captured earlier. Instantly, under his control, they rushed forward to attack without hesitation. Just like that, the 2 guards were tackled to the ground. Soldiers on the high walls also noticed the intruder's presence and fiercely raised their weapons. They charged down from the high walls, but Hun showed no signs of fear, standing majestically. Goblins are no match for me. He bent down slightly to pick up the spear they had just thrown beside him. I won't sit back and do nothing in this life. With a savage, smug smile, Hun looked up. Take me to your lord, you scum. The ceiling above began to shake violently, and some rubble fell down. A giant was busy working on something. He paused for a moment, sensing something. An intruder. His eyes lit up, and he told the dwarf waiting behind him, Prepare the offering quickly. Meanwhile, on this side, Hun had successfully wreaked havoc in another area. Looking at the corpses scattered around, he said coldly, Hidden professions are pretty nice. Suddenly, Hun froze, his expression turning to surprise. This aura. Then he immediately smiled as if he had found what he was looking for. It's nearby. The Goblin Lord's room. Right at that moment, the system announced, the sovereign of all demons is supporting you with a light stick. But faced with this apparent loyalty, the boy just sighed in boredom. I don't need some hairy old man cheering me on. He casually put his hands in his pockets. I'm going to win no matter what. His longsword was plunged into the ground. Blood sprayed everywhere as the massive goblin's face darkened. More, I need more. He roared like a madman. It's not enough until they are satisfied. Glory to the vengeful specter. The other goblin finally returned, dragging something with it. The voice instantly caught the Lord's attention. Let go, let me go. Well now, is this the next offering? Held by 2 goblins was a young girl. It's her. With bright red eyes and sharp horns. A Dakabi. A vile laugh escaped his lips. He lifted her with one hand. What have we here? You'll be a much better sacrifice than those humans. But a moment later, he was suddenly ambushed. He instantly dropped her. The attack came from the heroic figure perched high on the wall. It's you, the intruder. Hyun gave a wide grin. Now, what do we have here? A sacrifice? A summoning? Violet flames erupted around him. It doesn't matter what you're planning, because you're going to fail. Seeing the intruder standing so arrogantly before him, the Goblin Lord was filled with rage. He ground his teeth, spitting out, You. You damn intruder. Hyun just gave him a sinister smile. You must be the Goblin Lord. You really look like the head scumbag here. Hearing that, the goblin's face flushed with anger as he let out a furious roar. I am Callum, the king of goblins. Show some respect, human. Hyun flashed a roguish grin, looking down on him from above. His attitude was utterly condescending. Just a first-floor boss. And you're this arrogant? Go on, try and scare me. Hayu watched from the side as he argued with the Goblin Lord. Kaloum. She was completely confused, thinking, I don't understand what's happening, but the Goblin Lord is distracted by that human. This is my chance. With the Goblin Lord and his minions focused on Hyun, nobody was watching her. She knew she had to seize this fleeting opportunity to escape from this place. She bolted, running as fast as she could past the stunned goblins. An old goblin saw her escape and shouted, You dare to run, offering. The Goblin Lord Kaloum turned to look at her. He began to channel his power. Vengeful specter, grant me your strength. Hyun's face suddenly turned serious when he heard those words. He used his power to create two objects with sharp points, like giant fangs, and launched them straight towards Hayu. Seeing the attack closing in, she became even more panicked, running frantically. But her speed was too much, and she lost her footing, tripping and falling flat on the ground. As she saw the two sharp fangs flying towards her, she desperately tried to push herself up. She told herself, No, I can't die in this place. When the two fangs were just inches away from her, Hyun leaped down from the floor above. With a single kick, he shattered the two sharp projectiles. The Goblin Lord stared in utter disbelief. His shocked voice rang out, What? He just kicked them away? Hyun just smirked triumphantly, looking at him with pure contempt. With her life saved, Hayu stammered out her thanks. Glancing back at her, Hyun said curtly, It was nothing. Now go. But then his eyes suddenly caught sight of the two small horns on her head. He quickly told her to wait and asked, Hold on. Those horns. Are you a Dokebi? His mind immediately raced. Dokebi were powerful creatures that lived on the 100th floor. There was no reason for one to be down on this floor, especially an individual who wasn't even an adult yet. Did something happen on the 100th floor? I should save her to get some information. The Goblin Lord Callum glared at the meddlesome boy with terrifying eyes. A murderous aura erupted from him, his voice seething with rage. How dare you interfere while I am making my offering to them? Before the fight between them could break out, Hyun warned Hayu, If you want to live, go hide somewhere. I'm not saving you again. Hearing his words, she simply replied, Okay. She scrambled to find a safe hiding place. Faced with Hyun's brazen and arrogant attitude, the Goblin Lord felt deeply insulted, and his mood grew even worse. In a fit of rage, he used his power to control the goblin corpses, making them stand up and shamble forward. His deep, angry voice rang out again. Let's see you try and block this attack. If the corpse is fresh, its power is doubled. After that, the goblin corpses began to glow with a strange red light. The moment he finished speaking, boom, the two bodies suddenly exploded. But Hyun had already appeared right in front of him. He smiled as if victory was already certain and didn't forget to taunt. Too slow. His speed was unbelievably fast and dangerous. Before the Goblin Lord could even clearly see his movements, Hyun slammed a fist into his face. As he struck, he added a verbal jab. Your mana control is pathetic. With no chance to resist, the goblin was sent flying several meters, crashing hard onto the ground. Though numb with pain, he still had time to think, how is this possible? How can a tower climber from the first floor be this strong? Seeing him writhing in agony, Hyun charged forward again. What's wrong? I was just getting started. Kaloum's eyes darkened as the fist grew closer and closer. Before the punch could connect with his face again, he suddenly screamed, Vengeful specter, take this. As his scream ended, the surface of the blood lake began to stir. Then, before Hyun's astonished eyes, the lake's surface surged up and shot towards him. It wrapped tightly around the arm that was about to punch the goblin. The lake of blood had formed a giant monster. Its arm gripped his right arm tightly, leaving him suspended in mid-air. Looking at this creature, he thought with some shock, Is that a blood golem? This guy can summon a high-level monster like this? Its hand squeezed his shoulder, and Hyun cried out in pain. Then, it ruthlessly slammed him down into the ground. Seeing Hyun being so brutally tormented, Kaloum laughed with immense satisfaction. Ha ha ha, how do you like that? Seeing him lying motionless on the destroyed ground from the impact, he gloated even more. You see? This is my strongest necromancy skill. Reacting to his words, Hyun muttered to himself, Necromancy? A dark purple power began to radiate from his body. His eyes snapped open, blazing with a murderous aura. His cold voice echoed, Do you have any idea who you're talking to? Let me show you what real necromancy is. At his command, the goblin corpses rose. Their eerie shrieks echoed without end. They immediately swarmed the blood golem. A blood-curdling shriek tore from the golem. The goblin corpses crawled inside it, causing its stomach to swell grotesquely. The golem's form erupted from within, pierced from every direction. The blood golem shattered into fragments, collapsing back to liquid. Witnessing this impossible sight, the goblin lord froze solid. His face twisted in shock as he stammered, "He destroyed my golem!" In an instant, Hyun advanced on him, his expression like ice. "Even for a lord," he stated, "a blood golem is beyond the power of a mere goblin. This was your doing, wasn't it, Necromancer?" A system window appeared. "The Necromancer has begun." The spectral figure simply nodded. Hyun shot the entity a look of annoyance. Every time his foe used the Necromancer, a message would pop up. "The Necromancer is curious about your class." His chilling voice spoke again. "Your curiosity about my power as a soul master, or led you to summon a blood golem while I fought your follower. But you're just a toy to me. Out of mana, aren't you? A forced summon is useless." His words struck their mark. The Lord flinched, then roared in desperation. "Impossible! My master will hunt you down. He'll avenge me if I die." Hyun commanded the corpses to swarm forward. Before the end, he added, "Good. Make sure he does. I have things to discuss with him." The corpses clung tightly to Kum. He struggled, screaming, "Release me! I am your king. Have you forgotten?" When his authority failed, he tried to use his old trick. Hyun watched the terror bloom on his face. Before finishing him, he spoke, his voice devoid of warmth. "This is the end for a wretch like you. This is what you get for challenging me. Don't complain." As he spoke, his eyes turned terrifying, his voice dropping to a sinister tone. "Above all, you will pay for daring to challenge my authority." A system notification appeared. The Necromancer laughs, stating his approval. As Hyun's hand clenched into a fist, the life of the Goblin Lord, Kum, was snuffed out. His body dangled in midair, blood dripping down in a horrific display. As Kum shrieked, Hyun slowly approached and asked, "Hey, are you dead yet?" A blue, spectral head suddenly burst from Kum's corpse. Before it could flee, Hyun snatched it from the air. "Hold on," he said. "Where do you think you're going?" Hyun held the soul between his hands like a ball, ignoring its desperate screams. A dangerous smile crept onto his face. "Sorry, but you still have a use." Holding Kum's soul aloft, he thought, "Create soul orb." It was a basic necromancer skill, allowing one to harvest souls and create consumables. Hyun raised Kum's soul high. With a wide, eager grin, he declared, "Well then, thanks for the meal." After consuming it, he let out a curious hum. Hyun's body was enveloped in a blue light. System windows flooded his vision. Strength +1, defense +1, intelligence +1. Still, Hyun scoffed. "Not as good as I'd hoped. These stats are meaningless once I clear the 50th floor." Suddenly, a new sound cut through the silence, catching his attention. It was the voice of a beautiful, short-haired girl. She spoke up. "Thank you for saving me." She then introduced herself. "My name is Hadu." Hyun replied, "Don't worry, I was only here for the Goblin Lord." Hadu quickly replied, "Still, thank you for saving me." A smirk played on Hyun's lips as he teased her. "And what would you do if I were one of the bad guys? I could just as easily kill or sell a Dakibi like you." At his words, Hadu's fragile demeanor vanished, replaced by pure fury. A potent killing intent radiated from her as she growled, "If you tried, I would dispose of you." Hyun just smiled, sighing. "Heh, a true Dakibi," he thought to himself. When it comes to repaying debts or getting revenge, they always follow through. Dropping the act, he asked seriously, "Now, answer a question for me. Why is someone who belongs on floor 1 all the way up here?" Hadu hesitated. "Well, someone attacked the Dakibi village on the 100th floor." Her words struck Hyun like lightning. He studied Hadu intently, his mind racing. Dakibi, incredibly powerful beings in this tower. Even the climbers wouldn't dare to provoke them. Stroking his chin, his face grew grim. "Don't tell me it was one of the 4 great lineages?" Images of the 4 powers flashed through his mind. He pondered. The brute strength of the giant clan, the magical essence of the dragons, the demonic mastery of the demon clan, and the purifying wings of the celestial clan. These 4 great lineages control this tower. Only one of them would dare to disregard the Dakibi so openly, or someone they're backing. The faces of 2 individuals came to his mind, Kainbon and Chenbalan. Or perhaps, the 9 stars. It could be someone connected to that guild. At the thought, he furiously gritted his teeth. Those bastards. His reaction startled Hadu, who asked cautiously, "Are you all right?" Hyun replied, "No, I'm leaving." Hadu pressed on. "Where are you going?" Instead of answering, Hyun retorted, "Do you plan on staying here, surrounded by this stench of blood?" Hadu was speechless, only managing a timid sound. Then, she puffed out her chest and declared with resolve, "If it's all right, I want to go with you." Hyun glanced at Hadu, considering. "A dokebi. She's young, but having her on the team isn't bad." He agreed but added a warning, "But I won't have time to babysit you." Overjoyed, Hadu clasped her hands together. "I can take care of myself," she promised. Hyun jabbed back. "You were just about to be killed by goblins." Provoked, Hadu's cheeks puffed out in anger. She stomped her foot and retorted, "That's only because my guard was down." Hyun sighed in defeat. "Fine, you can come with me." He then frowned at his own blood-soaked clothes, thinking, "I need a change of clothes. Walking around like this is a problem." Then his eyes caught a purple armor icon hovering over Kum's corpse. He wondered, an equipment drop. Here, outside the ruined mansion? Moments later, Hyun and Hadu emerged, with Hyun now wearing a brand new set of clothes looted from Kum. Suddenly, a purple magic circle materialized before them, making Hadu's eyes go wide. A strange creature poked its head through, causing her to yelp and duck behind Hyun. A man with a thick mustache appeared, reporting sternly, "It is done. The castle is clear of all goblins." Hyun smiled, satisfied. "All right. Good work, Vulcan." Still hiding, Hadu asked, "Who's that?" The spirit looked shocked, pointing to himself. "Who is this young lady? Don't tell me she can see me?" Hadu replied honestly, "Yes. Some Dakibi have a high affinity for spirits." Hyun glanced over at her, inwardly surprised. She was practically telling him she was a special individual. He stared at her small frame, wondering, should he use gluttony to absorb her power? No, not yet. It would be better to keep her and train her. Suddenly, a system window appeared. The quest, Monster Wave. Defeat the Monster Wave's Lord. Warning. Accepting will disable all safe zones on floor 1. Yes or no? Hun didn't panic. He just smirked with delight. "Bingo!" he cheered. But contrary to his excitement, Vu and Hadu peeked out. Vu was horrified. Vu cried out, "A monster wave?" Hadu asked, just as terrified. "Don't tell me you're going to accept?" He replied confidently, "If I don't, there's no way to kill the Overlord here." Blue screens continuously appeared in the air. One god, one demon. A god worried about his recklessness, but the red screen was the one that truly stood out. It read, "The sovereign of all demons believes this is too reckless." A final blue panel added, "The Spectre Demon will grant you a gift if your contribution rank is the highest." Hun eyed the panel with interest. Is he trying to call it even with this? The system voice confirmed. That is the Spectre Demon's message. Hun just replied, "Fine, I'll decide after I see the reward." Vu, who was floating nearby, questioned him doubtfully. "I can't trust you. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Hun shot back. "You just want me to die so you can be free." But he stated the harsh truth. "No. You're still my servant, even after I'm dead." Vu complained. "Stop joking, that's twisted." Hun then immediately pressed accept on the quest panel. A crimson warning flared to life. The monster wave has appeared. Someone has accepted the monster wave quest. Goblins will begin their assault on the village entrance. Shortly, all safe zones on floor 1 will be disabled. Inside the village safe zone, panic erupted. A scream tore through the crowd. "Damn it, what is this? A monster wave." Every single tower climber saw the notification. They were furious, cursing whoever was responsible. What kind of bastard accepted that? "Damn it, if that wave gets here, we're all dead." One of them yelled, "If you've finished your quests, get to the second floor now. Once the wave starts, you won't be able to leave." A desperate woman grabbed his arm, begging, "I still have 3 quests left. Help me." The man yelled angrily, "Let go." At that moment, strange lightning cracked the sky. Those small bolts tore open a massive rift in the air. A single monster crawled out, followed by thousands upon thousands more pouring forth. It was a tidal wave of flesh. The crowd screamed in absolute chaos. "It's too late. It's starting. There's so many of them, damn it." Suddenly, a powerful voice echoed, "Move." A pillar of light slammed down. Hun's voice was a threat. "If any of you touch a single one, I will slaughter you." The 3 of them stood defiantly before the monster horde. The horde rushed forward madly. The other climbers shouted from behind, trying to warn them. "Who are you people? It's dangerous. Don't you see the goblins?" A purple orb of magic formed in Hun's palm. He chanted, "Arise, my demon souls." They surged from the sphere, ready for battle. A climber saw this and stammered, A necromancer? But this is only the first floor. How can he have an A-rank class? Hun's demon souls crashed into the goblin horde. The sound of tearing flesh filled the air. Hadu glanced at Hun, timidly asking for permission. I can kill them too, right? He said. You'd better be quick. I doubt my soul soldiers will leave any for you. Hadu wasn't worried, replying with confidence. Don't worry, I have my own methods. Then, she activated her own mana, tearing a long rift in the air. Hun saw it and thought, a spatial pocket. Hadu pulled a massive sword from the void. Just then, a goblin used its allies as a springboard to attack. It shrieked as it lunged for Hadu. She drew her sword, and with a single strike, ended the monster's life. She cleanly sliced its body into two halves as blood sprayed everywhere. Hun mused, that sword, it's definitely no ordinary weapon. And a young Dakebi was able to control it so easily. He finally understood the goal of her village's invaders. They were likely after her. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts. Hey, you? An arrogant, black-haired man yelled, Who do you think you are? Trying to control this monster wave. Hun gave him a contemptuous look, asking back, And who are you? The man pointed to himself proudly. I'm Kim Sung-tae. Have you heard of the White Swallow Guild? Hun wondered. White Swallow? Kim Sung-tae was stunned. You don't know? It's the sub-guild of the Nine-Star Brothers' Holy Sanctuary Guild. Hearing that, rage instantly flared in Hun. His eyes widened, veins popping on his face as he snarled. What the hell did you just say? The Balon brothers? Kim Sung-tae still didn't sense the danger and boasted proudly. My older brother is in White Swallow, so we joined too. We've even reached the 10th floor. He didn't notice Hun's murderous aura and continued invitingly. I see you've got some pretty good skills. If you talk to my brother, I can let you. He was mid-sentence when one of Hun's soul soldiers appeared behind him. Hun bluntly refused. Sorry, but no thanks. The soul soldier's hand clamped down on Kim Sung-tae's neck. Then it lifted him high. Hun calmly took the sword from the man's hip. Perfect timing. I need some information about them. He pressed the blade to Kim Sung-tae's throat. He threatened, I'll see you after the wave ends. I have some questions for you. Kim Sung-tae's companions began to shout at Hun. Why are you getting in our way? When we're just fellow climbers? You're threatening people just because you're stronger? How could you? Hun replied with cold indifference. Why not? Isn't it obvious? He continued. You can't attack people, you can't kill people, you can't steal from people. Those are all the old rules. In the tower, strength is everything. Now get out of my way. The soul soldier then dragged Kim Sung-tae away before vanishing. Kim Sung-tae was dropped to the ground, clutching his throat and coughing. Hun spoke coldly. Listen carefully. You're lucky. I'm only sparing you for information. Instead of spewing nonsense and making me want to kill you, stay away from me. At that moment, Kim Sung-tae's two companions ran over, hesitantly calling, Sung-tae. They helped him up and asked, What are you going to do? You're not going to get revenge? Kim Sung-tae whispered a single word, Run. His friend in the orange hat asked in disbelief. What? Kim Sung-tae screamed in terror. I said run. We'll die if that bastard catches us again. On the other side of the field, goblins and soul soldiers fought fiercely. A monster suddenly shrieked, pointing up at the sky. High above, Hun and Vu were plummeting down towards them. Hun swung his blade. Wukong unleashed a sphere of magic. Two devastating blasts slammed the earth, sending monsters flying. Hun and Wukong landed right in the horde. Wukong muttered, Way too many. They stood back to back as Hun commanded, I'll take the front. You cover our six. The fire god Wukong teased, so bossy. Together, they raised their hands and chanted, Arise! A white skeleton with purple eye sockets climbed up, followed by countless more, grabbing at the monster's legs. A skeleton soldier bit a kobo's neck, making it shriek in pain. An army of soul and skeleton soldiers now surrounded them. Hun reminded him, Make every kill a skeleton soldier. Wukong shot back, Goes without saying. Hun stomped his foot. Then, he launched forward with a grin. Let's play. A purple light flared as Hun sliced through monsters like they were paper. A blade slashed through a monster. It was Hadu's attack. But the horde just kept rushing her. Gasping, she thought, There are too many. Suddenly, a monster lunged from behind. Its claws dug deep into her back. A wave of pain hit Hadu, and she let out a piercing scream. Her eyes narrowed as she thought, This pain is nothing, compared to watching my village burn to the ground. She remembered seeing her beloved home engulfed in flames, completely powerless to stop it. Compared to that agony, this wound was nothing. Snapping out of her trance, she struck back. Her movements were a blur. In an instant, she closed in on that monster. Suddenly, her legs gave out and she fell to her knees. Hadu laughed wearily. Heh, I've hit my limit. Seeing this, the monsters knew their chance had come. But then, a flash of light from behind sent the monsters flying. She was completely stunned, thinking, whoa, that's impressive. He's just a climber from floor 1. How can one person be this strong? While Hadu stared, Hun fearlessly took on the horde, his eyes blazing with killing intent. Pushed past her limit, she gasped for air, using her sword just to prop herself up. Hadu spoke with urgency to herself. I have to follow him and climb the tower. It's the only way I can avenge my village. As she struggled up, a monster with a death wish charged from behind. Before it reached her, its head flew off. Hadu instinctively covered her head. Just then, Wukong approached, power crackling in his hands. His presence was overwhelming. Are you all right, child? She looked up. Mister? Her body trembled, but she gripped her sword tightly to stand. Hadu said defiantly, I can do it myself. He watched her, thinking, this young woman is truly resilient. What could she have been through? Noticing his stare, she asked, why did you help me? Wukong simply replied, what? As soon as she was on her feet, Hadu pressed on. When I fled from floor 100, no one helped me. I was just happy if people didn't harm me. Suddenly, Hadu's eyes turned cold. Are you helping me because you want something? Hearing this, he just turned away and said, I don't know. Faced with his vague answer, she could only stare blankly after him and say, right. That's when he finally got serious. A spirit warrior must always obey their master's command. That is all. Hearing this, she asked nervously, so? Wukong continued, Hun. This was his order. He ordered me to make sure you don't die, and that you achieve your goal. Now, I'm off. If I slack off, he'll scold me for it. She sat in silence, watching his back grow distant, processing everything he had just said. Hadu gripped her sword, thinking, Hun, in this entire tower, you're the only one who's helped me. I will definitely repay this debt. Then, she began to channel her power. An eerie, demonic mask materialized in her hand. Hadu raised the mask to her face. As she put it on, ice-cold eyes appeared. Her strength surged back as a sinister aura enveloped her. She had become a demon. Sensing the immense power, Wukong glanced back. That kid. Elsewhere, Hun saw her transformation and exclaimed in shock. That's... The monsters froze, staring up at the masked woman. Her murderous eyes glared down at them. Her shadowy form flickered across the ground. The monsters could only grit their teeth and roar. Suddenly, she was behind one of them. With a single sword, Hadu danced through the enemy ranks. In a flash, she had single-handedly wiped out the entire horde. Afterward, she stood still, savoring the atmosphere she'd created. Suddenly sensing something, Hadu glanced aside. She'd spotted her prey and shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Hun could only watch from the sidelines, stunned by her incredible power. His blood-stained sword in hand, he thought, I knew it. The ones who attacked her village were after Hadu and that sword. I'd better keep this a secret. If she finds out her village was attacked because of her, as he was thinking, a system message appeared. 1 minute until the wave ends. Seeing this, the three of them, Hun, Hadu, and Wukong, leapt into battle. Then, a loud shout echoed out, Hun, the monster wave gate is shrinking. Hearing that, he grinned wickedly. That must be the last one. He shoved a monster aside and hurled his sword. The blade pierced straight through the unlucky creature. As the monster died, a portal appeared. It swirled, absorbing everything from the battle before vanishing. When things returned to normal, the system announced, Wave complete. Congratulations, you have successfully stopped the wave. He grinned brightly. Of course. Wukong, sweating beside him, said, You truly are a monster, my lord. Hadu's eyes were glazed over. It's finally over. As she spoke, she began to collapse. But before she fell, a hand firmly gripped her shoulder. He held her steady. Are you okay? That's not a skill you should use when you're exhausted. Hadu flushed, embarrassed. Ah, thank you. Then, a system window appeared before them. Wave conquered. Rewards have been given to the top 3 contributors. Seeing this, he said excitedly, Perfect. Time to cash in. Another notification appeared. Wave complete. Defeat bonus, plus 2,500 points. Goblin Slayer reward. All stats plus 5. 500 bonus points. Hun stroked his chin, studying the screen. All stats increased by 5, huh? It doesn't seem like much, but the bonus points will also be added to my stats. A wicked grin spread across his face. If I use Almighty Master and Gluttony to learn skills, this number will skyrocket. This will be interesting. The notification board appeared again. You are the top contributor. First place. Hun. Next. Second place. Ha-do. She held the cube excitedly. In third place, the fire god. He pointed at himself asking, Me? Why me? Hun held out his hand and said, You too? Perfect. Hand it over. The old god hesitated, but agreed. It's not like he could make a soul weapon with it. Suddenly, their attention was drawn by a sound. Ha-do held out her cube to him. Please take mine as well. Think of it as a symbol of our future together. Hun narrowed his eyes at her. Yours too? He replied, Sorry, but I've been betrayed before. Letting you tag along doesn't mean I trust you. He leaned in close, his voice full of menace. And the second place reward is too valuable for me to accept without suspicion. Her eyes widened as she broke into a cold sweat. I don't want to be betrayed again. Prove that I can trust you. Otherwise, you can't follow me anymore. Ha-do fell silent, deep in thought. Then she closed her eyes to focus. The cube floated, glowing with a brilliant pink light. Vulcan asked Hun, Is that a... A moment later, she offered him the cube and a mask. She said, Take this as well. You can have my Dokebi mask. Suddenly, Vulcan cried out, trying to stop her. You want to give a Dokebi mask to an outsider? That's impossible. He gritted his teeth as Ha-do handed the mask to the young man. The Dokebi mask is essentially a Dokebi's life force. They only give it to their true love when proposing marriage. Hun picked up the mask, asking, Why are you giving this to me? She spoke clearly. To thank you for saving my life twice, and to prove I won't betray you. But Hun still didn't trust her. This mask is worth far more than that. I feel you have another motive. Without looking up, she uttered one word. Revenge. Hun questioned it. Revenge? Ha-do recalled her village engulfed in flames. I won't go into detail, but my home was burned to the ground. I searched for survivors but found no one. She continued, I might be the last remaining Dokebi. She held the cube before him with both hands. Her voice trembled. And for that, I must avenge my race. So please, I'm begging you, let me climb the tower with you. Hun repeated, Revenge. He looked at the woman bowing before him and thought, She's just like me. He reached out his hand. You will die if you dare betray me. She seemed surprised by his decision. He held up the mask. I don't care about this thing, so don't think I'll spare you because of it. Overcome with joy, she couldn't hold back her tears as she looked at him. Okay, I look forward to traveling with you, Oppa. He flinched when she called him Oppa. He tossed the 3 cubes into the air. Whatever. Call me what you want. The 3 cubes suddenly began to glow. Each cube transformed into an item. The mana ring, plus 5 mana, reduces mana consumption by 10%. Next, the mana earring, plus 5 mana, reduces mana consumption by 15%. And finally, the mana necklace, also plus 5 mana, reducing consumption by a whole 20%. Vulcan whistled, now those are good items. Ha-do was confused. Huh? Are they really that good? It's only mana. He watched Hun equip the items and explained, They're perfect for a necromancer who needs mana to maintain an army. He can increase the quality and quantity of his summons by 45%. Hun looked up and asked, Hey, how long are you going to stay quiet? He yelled at the system window. You think I forgot your promise to reward me? Immediately, a message appeared. The ghost judge tells you to go play somewhere else. Later, in a town, the 3 of them were in a guest room. Vulcan spoke up. This town is completely empty. Hun guessed. They probably evacuated to the 2nd floor or the forest to avoid the monster wave. He turned back to the notification window. Had enough? Spit out my reward. It replied. The ghost judge says not to rush him. Suddenly, a pink light shot down, striking the table before him. It was a ring shaped like a skull. He wondered, a ring? He picked it up, smiling. My luck is pretty good today. Now let's see. But as he inspected it, his expression turned to shock. Wait, this is... Vulcan slammed the table impatiently. What is it, you punk? Ha-do also jumped up. What's wrong, Oppa? Looking at the ring on his finger, he answered, This ring has demonic power. The old god was horrified. Demonic power? For real? Hun, the Ring of Darkness has an unknown rank. Wearing it allows the use of demonic power, though limited. Demonic power is increased by 10, and it can be upgraded with titles or items. Demonic power, the essence of demons, an energy source considered a higher tier of mana. They pictured a shackled, demonized man. Normally, to obtain demonic power, one must become a slave to a demon. You only get a tiny bit of it, but the difference between a little and none is immense. He stared at the ring on his hand. At that moment, his status window appeared. Name, Hun. Class, Necromancer. Subclass, Almighty Master. His constitution, mana, and strength were at 26. HP was 24. His agility was 25. Mana was 51. Defense was 21, and his demonic power was now 10. A blue notification popped up. The Ghost Judge wants to form a contract with you. Satisfied, Hun raised a hand. All right, you're forgiven. This item is quite good, Vulcan grinned. It seems you're finally ready to climb the tower. Hadu cheered, that's amazing, Appa. Lost in discussion, they missed another red notification appearing. The window trembled. The Lord of 10,000 Ghosts is dying of jealousy. Messages began to flash. The Lord of 10,000 Ghosts is angry. The Lord of 10,000 Ghosts wants to form a contract with you. The Lord of 10,000 Ghosts is waving his hands. Hun just looked at the screen and said, no reward, no deal. If you want a contract, bring me a gift. Vulcan asked, are you trying to play games with a demon? You must be insane. The messages continued. The Lord of 10,000 Ghosts is helpless. The Lord of 10,000 Ghosts is searching his closet, his drawers, under his bed. Hun sighed, tired. That's enough. The window glitched. The Lord of 10,000 Ghosts is thinking. Suddenly, an idea sparked. The Lord of 10,000 Ghosts says he will create a quest. Hun's eyes shot open. Huh? A quest? Are you serious? In a place with a classic aesthetic, Hun, Vulcan, and Hadu all turned to look in one direction. A dark purple light began to emanate from Vulcan. The system window announced, the Lord of 10,000 Ghosts says he will create a quest. The old god whipped his head around, a thrilled expression on his face. A quest from a demon. Awesome. At the same time, Hun spoke up. I'm surprised, too. A moment later, he crossed his arms and sighed. All right, fine. I'll accept your offer. But just then, the Lord of 10,000 Ghosts seemed to disagree. It grumbled. That wasn't my intention. Hun heard it but closed his eyes, ignoring it. Whatever, if you don't like it, forget it. The Lord of 10,000 Ghosts grew sad and quickly shook his head. It's too late to change the decision now. As it spoke, a shocking notification filled the system window. The quest of Bone. The Lord of 10,000 Ghosts, Bone, has given you a quest. Requirement: become famous throughout the tower before reaching the 100th floor. The penalty for failure is death. Begin training as a follower of Bon. Your reward? Bone will grant any formula you desire. The contract price is a simple handshake. Hun froze completely stiff at the offer. He thought, any formula I want. With a demon's formula, nothing is impossible. But glancing at the penalty for failure, the terms were dangerously harsh. If I fail, I'll become his apostle, but with great risk comes great reward. He thought, even so, I can't let this chance slip away. This could be Hun's one shot to ascend. He reached out his hand, a smug grin on his face. All right, Bon, I accept your quest. He touched the system panel. It wasn't a real handshake, but the symbolic act was enough. The system chimed, the overlord of myriad demons smiles as he shakes your hand. Whispers filled the room as a door creaked open. Hadu's worried voice cut through the silence. What are you doing? Are you going to the second floor? Hun wasn't that foolish. He immediately denied it. No. That bastard Kim Sung-tae. We're going to catch him and squeeze him for information. He shoved his hands in his pockets, his tone absolute. That's why I, the fire god, need you to capture him. Hearing his name, Vulcan instantly appeared. His voice was filled with doubt. Huh? You know where he is? An image materialized, showing Kim Sung-tae in a dark forest through a magic lens. Hun answered the unspoken question. I had a spirit tail him. He may be far, but I'm sure he's still on the first floor. That's how he was visible through the spirit's lens. Vulcan was stunned, his expression a mix of awe and admiration. That's incredible. You have to teach me that trick. I'm off. With that, he vanished, leaving only a flicker of purple flame. Hun then turned silently to Hadu. Why don't we have a little chat? She seemed startled by the sudden request but agreed. Yes. He then held up the demon mask. This mask. I want you to tell me everything about it. They began a slow walk through the forest as Hadu explained the mask's origins. He listened in thoughtful silence as she spoke. Finally, she concluded. In short, this mask allows the user to wield the power of a dokebi. He lifted the mystical mask, asking casually, though he knew the answer. Aren't a dokebi's powers seduction and the supernatural? She quickly affirmed, that's right, but everyone uses those powers differently. Hadu gave him a sincere, gentle smile. For me, I can use supernatural strength and also clairvoyance to see the future. He repeated the word back to her. His tone was slightly dismissive. Clairvoyance? Unlucky. If you could actually use that power, it would have been helpful in battle. Hearing his words, Hadu wasn't offended. Instead, she tilted her head and peeked at him with a curious expression. The gesture was unbelievably cute. But the clueless Hun didn't notice. Asking coldly, "Why are you looking at me like that?" She gave a slight, forced smile. "It's nothing. I just think you're a little strange." The memory of her past surfaced. The outsiders tried everything to force us to use this power. They all begged the elders for a glimpse into their future. At the time, she could only stand back, worrying for her comrades while being paralyzed by her own fear. She explained to Hun that most of them feared the future and did everything they could to escape their own destiny. Hun just scoffed at the story. He found the entire idea completely absurd. He huffed dismissively. "Why would anyone need to run from it? If something is in your way, you just have to smash it." Her sweet voice calmly replied, "It's a good thing then. I think my ability will be a perfect match for you." He stared at her back, utterly confused. What the hell is she talking about? Hadu turned around, smiling brightly as she patiently explained. "My ability is battlefield clairvoyance, a power made specifically for combat. See? It's useful, right?" The moment she finished, Hun lunged forward and pulled her into a hug, shocking her speechless. "Where am I? Who am I?" he exclaimed suddenly. "Perfect!" Hadu's face flushed crimson, her mouth wide open in disbelief. This was all happening too fast. He grinned triumphantly, his face alight with pure joy as he praised her from the depths of his soul. "I'm so glad it's you. No, you're the absolute best." He held her close, but his thoughts were far from romantic. He schemed, sword star, bow star, great thief, spear god. When it's time to fight the 9 stars, my chances of winning will be much higher. Pushing that aside, Hadu felt like she was about to melt in his arms. Her body went limp as she was lost in the moment. Blushing furiously, she let out a small, flustered sound. On this romantic winter night, he held her close and thanked her profusely. But the moment was shattered by a system notification popping up. "The overlord of myriad demons has taken a picture. The 9-tailed fox has licked its lips." He instantly released her as they stared at each other in awkward silence. Hun broke the silence first. He glared at the sky, yelling at the system, "Bon, you damn stalker, get the hell out of here." The overlord of myriad demons got the message and vanished. Once it was gone, Hun shyly scratched his head and stammered an apology. "I'm sorry, I was just..." Before he could finish his sentence, Hadu quickly interjected, "No, I'm glad I could be of help." Hun raised the mask in his hand, his gaze firm. "In any case, I will put this mask to good use. I'll help you get your revenge." Hadu's eyes shone with a new fire. "Thank you again. I hope luck will be on our side." Meanwhile, at another location, a hand clamped over Kim Sung-tae's mouth, shoving him into a corner as his eyes widened in sheer terror. The attacker's voice echoed, Now, don't struggle." For what felt like an eternity, Kim Sung-jin revealed everything he knew. By the time the full moon hung high in the sky, his story was over. Terrified, he tried to flee. "So, I'll be going now." Seeing his use was over, Hoon dismissed him. "All right, get lost." Vulcan glared at his pathetic, retreating back, clearly unsatisfied. "You're just letting him go?" Hoon simply replied, "I'm going to crush his guild anyway. But what about the Holy Nation's other guilds? Countless smaller ones work with them. Between floors 10 and 200, there are countless minor guilds." As they left, Hoon said grimly, "If we want to wipe them all out..." Vulcan finished his thought. "It's going to take forever." Just then, Hoon proposed a new theory. "However, what if this works in our favor?" Confused, Hyul asked, "Are you talking about Bond's quest?" Hoon patiently replied, "Yes, if we can. Destroy Bond's brothers' guilds. We'll get our chance to complete the quest." As he spoke, a triumphant smirk spread across his face. "So, shall we proceed to floor 2? In the safe zone on the 2nd floor, Vulcan asked casually, "Are you telling me those people stopped the monster wave?" Hoon confirmed, "Yep. And there were only 2 of them." Vulcan looked shocked. "What?" "I heard there were 3 people. They stood watching the scene unfold." Hyul said, "Look over there." Hoon calmly replied, "Oh, here they come." The group across from them broke into a cold sweat, their faces paling as they stammered, What?" Before them stood the man in that haunting mask. His heroic stance was absolutely overwhelming. Their leader immediately barraged him with questions. "You? Are you the one who stopped the monster wave? Do you have a guild? Just tell us your name." At those words, Hoon paused. He suddenly remembered his quest. to become famous throughout the tower before reaching the 100th floor. However, he knew he couldn't reveal his real name, Hoon, just yet. He answered the man's question in a cold, clear voice. "My name is Demon Mask." Vulcan's head snapped around at the name. A young man from the crowd pushed forward, yelling, "Huh? What did you say?" This hothead was already rushing forward. "Hey, hold on. You need to explain yourself." Another man held him back. "Wait. If a hooded guy like that is being so cautious about his identity, he's obviously overthinking it. What if he's a criminal who came to the Tower of Trials to hide? I've heard a lot of people come here to escape their past." Seeing them whispering, Hoon thought to himself, "Hiding your face is common in the tower. They're only interested because of the news about the wave and this mask." Realizing things were getting boring, Hoon decided it was time to leave. He turned to Vulcan. "Let's go. The fire god has plenty of work to do." He agreed instantly. "Understood." The moment he spoke, a blinding light erupted where they stood. Seeing them about to vanish, the men called out, "Stop! Wait!" But in a flash, they had already teleported away, leaving the other group standing there completely stunned. "He's gone." Meanwhile, the three of them had warped to a forest, ready to face their next trial. As expected, a notification panel appeared before them. A welcome message and a new quest popped up. "Welcome to the 2nd floor. Complete the following quest to advance. Defeat goblins. Defeat goblin warriors." After grasping the new mission, Hoon thought it was a piece of cake. It didn't seem challenging at all. A task this easy was beneath him, and he couldn't be bothered to lift a finger, so he pawned it off on Vulcan. "Therefore, Fire God, you handle this." "Are you serious?" Vulcan began sweating bullets, suddenly tense. "Don't tell me you want me to capture them alive for you." Cleverly, Hoon sent him off to handle his own private business. "If you can, grab Hyul's share too. I need to test my demonic energy. If you want to see, you'd better hurry back." Feeling like a glorified errand boy, Vulcan reluctantly accepted the mission. "You damn punk. You better not use up all that demonic energy before I return." Hyul felt uneasy watching Hoon's unconventional methods. "Is it really okay to handle the quest this way?" He replied calmly. "If you don't like it, feel free to do it yourself. I'm not forcing you." Left alone in the dark forest, Hoon clenched his fist, entering a state of deep concentration. Faced with a new challenge, he was thrilled. "This is interesting. To think I can use demonic energy like this." Wasting no time, Hoon summoned a torrent of dark magic, eager to test its true power. One of the 4 great demonic essences materialized before him. In an instant, an aura of dark, flame-like energy appeared. Staring at this incredible power, Hoon froze for a moment. "So, this is demonic energy." As he stood mesmerized by the power, Hyul suddenly screamed, "Look out! There's a goblin in those bushes." And there it was, a grotesque creature, drooling with hunger. With a ferocious shriek, it charged straight for Hoon like a starved beast. Far from scared, Hoon saw this as the perfect opportunity. "Perfect. Why don't I test this out on you?" A test subject had delivered itself right to him. He immediately directed the flow of dark magic. Demonic contact. But somehow, the goblin dodged the attack with impossible agility. Hyul stood there completely stunned. It dodged. Yet Hoon remained calm, for this was a very peculiar type of attack. "No, this attack doesn't need to make direct contact." And just as he said, the goblin's shoulder suddenly ripped open, leaving the creature confused about what happened. In the blink of an eye, its entire left arm was obliterated, much to its own shock. Hyul was just as confused. "What just happened?" Hoon calmly explained. "Demonic energy is a corrupting force. Those unworthy of it simply cannot withstand its power." The goblin was eliminated in an instant, though not cleanly, as fragments of it remained. This is what happens even if it just grazes them. But that was only the beginning. Now came the main event, the most important part. In Hoon's hands, 2 different auras swirled, ready to be merged. If I infuse this demonic energy into a soul weapon, a much stronger one should form. Without hesitation, he put his theory into practice. The 2 energies violently collided. It formed a bolt of black lightning. But things didn't go as Hoon expected. Damn it, the soul disintegrated. I guess it couldn't handle the demonic energy either. He decided to make an adjustment and try to form a new soul weapon. "I need to lower the demonic energy's density from a 10 down to a 1. The next moment, a new soul weapon was born from that perfect combination. "Perfect, it's complete." After watching Hoon struggle for a moment, Hyul spoke. "You did it. That looked pretty difficult." But wanting to look cool, he just shrugged. "I was actually surprised by how easy it was." Such was Hoon's divine level of understanding. Besides demons, No one can wield pure magic. No one even knows how to use it. Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind him. Made from magic? Vulan had returned with a swarm of goblins. Amazing. A perfect fusion. A soul soldier imbued with magic. Call it a magic soul soldier. Hun considered the name. A magic soul soldier? Not bad. Vulan leaned in to inspect it. It's perfect. So, will you become my student? But the more he thought about it, the more tedious it seemed. So, I have to infuse every captured soul with magic? That's too difficult mid-battle. His mind was still filled with so many questions. Wait a minute, do I have to summon them myself? At that thought, Hun suddenly bowed his head, acknowledging Vulan's skill. Fire God, you're far more adept at summoning than I am. Your battlefield placement is also incredible. Vulan puffed his chest out at the compliment. So you finally learned to respect your teacher. But just then, Vulan froze solid. He saw a magical aura enveloping him. As it invaded his body, he roared in agony. Hun, what in the world are you doing? With a crazed look, he asked an insane question. If I infuse your soul with magic, will your summons also become magic soul soldiers? Oh, and since your soul is stronger than a goblin's, I'll use every bit of my magic. Unable to resist, Vulan could only glare with pure rage. The next moment, the magic intensified, engulfing Vulan completely. He could only scream out one name. Hun! Hadu worried he might go too far and kill Vulan, but Osbian calmed her. Don't worry. The first spirit master won't die from this. Holy crap. After being thoroughly humiliated, Vulan seethed with rage. If I get through this, I will grind your bones and have you for breakfast. But Hun had never backed down from a fight. By all means, try. If you're strong enough to challenge me, I'd welcome it. At the center was a massive vortex of black and purple energy. A brilliant white light glowed from within. After the process, the masterpiece was complete. A truly perfect soul soldier. Hun looked up, admiring his creation. You are my greatest magic soul soldier, Fire God. Vulan stood like a soulless, empty husk. But then, to everyone's shock, the old man spoke calmly. You've made a grave mistake. Just then, countless goblins appeared from behind Vulan. By summoning something stronger than yourself, you've made a summoner's greatest mistake. He snatched the mask from Hadu's hands. You're angry? Good. With that, he placed it on his face. So this was Hun's true intention. No matter, I needed a worthy opponent anyway. Hun, I will humor you. I will show you the demon soul soldiers I can summon. Vulan then summoned a swarm of wriggling demons. I've tolerated you long enough. He commanded his soldiers to end Hun's life. Attack. The demon soul warriors charged. But Hun simply stared forward, unmoving. Hadu only needed a single glance to understand his plan. He's using the mask's power. Suddenly, to Hun, the demons froze in place. Through the mask, these creatures moved as slow as snails. These demon soul soldiers are so sluggish. Looking at Vulan, Hun saw he was moving even slower than a turtle. No. Are they slow? Or am I just fast? So this is how Hadu perceives the world. With this power, he already had the upper hand. A second later, he shot forward like a flash of lightning. To him, Vulan was still in slow motion. Vulan saw him coming at light speed, his face contorted in panic. He raised his fist, ready to strike. I may look like this now, but they once called me the god of death. In a flash, Hun's fist connected perfectly with Vulan's face. The devastating impact was powerful enough to shake the heavens. Vulan staggered, then collapsed to the ground. Hun removed the mask, a satisfied smirk on his face. Calm down and obey me, soul soldier. Vulan was defeated in an instant. He crashed down, sending debris flying. Hadu cried out, Old man. After the beatdown, Hun casually remarked, Don't worry, his soul won't break from a simple punch. Hearing that, Vulan shot back. That's for normal people. A punch like that still hurts like hell, you know. Hadu, who had been observing quietly, was curious. Hun, was that the power of the mask? This fight seemed much easier for you. It felt like everything slowed down around me. I felt like the greatest martial artist alive. Hadu hesitated, then began to reveal a mind-blowing truth. I believe that's only a fraction of the mask's true power, which means you're finally able to wield it. The mask was already incredible. Hun was stunned. Only a fraction of its power? His curiosity piqued. He pressed her for answers. If that's just a fraction, what is the mask's real purpose? Seeing his intense interest, Hadu began to explain. I told you it grants battlefield clairvoyance, didn't I? It doesn't just make enemies seem slower, it allows you to predict their future movements. Hun grabbed her shoulders, his eyes wide with disbelief. Impossible, how could I possibly do something like that? She gave him a frustratingly simple answer. If you're asking me how, I just do it. Hun was left completely speechless. She just does it? Looking at Hadu, he remembered she was no ordinary person. Right. She was a prodigy, a genius, even among the other Zokabith. Teaching him would be nearly impossible. Suddenly, Hadu broke his train of thought. Do you feel dizzy at all? He wondered aloud. No, why do you ask? She began to explain. When an untrained Sorkabith uses their special abilities, they usually get severe headaches. What? That happens to me too. I can't use my powers all the time. Hadu's next words then landed with critical damage. I was worried you couldn't activate the mask's skill. Hearing this, Hun shot back. You just love to twist the knife, don't you? Realizing her verbal misstep, Hadu laughed nervously to cover. Ah, that's not what I meant. I'm sure you won't be using that mask anytime soon. Suddenly, his mood shifted as he fell deep into thought. I couldn't have predicted this. It felt like everything was going as planned, but I got overconfident with my new power on the second floor. Touched by her concern, Hun patted her head. I think I'm fine now. Thank you. She blushed, replying, It's nothing. But while they were having a moment, Vukan was sulking all alone in a corner. He felt a profound sense of self-pity. I'm the strongest spirit. How did I end up in this situation? With sorrowful eyes, he glanced over at Hadu. Noticing Vukan seemed troubled, she slowly approached. He looked as if he'd seen the sun itself, grabbing Hadu in an emotional hug. Hadu, thank you. Unlike that jerk, you make me feel so much better. However, she completely ignored him and simply pointed ahead. Hadu eyed the goblins and said, It seems we need you to farm some more cores. A dark aura flared around Hun as he threatened Vukan with an ice-cold voice. We need one more. He'd better hurry, before I turn him into a soul orb and absorb it. To Hadu, he looked just like a devil. Why are you being so cruel to him? Facing this miserable fate at Hun's hands, Vukan's eyes started to well up with tears. Why is this happening to me? Just then, a system window appeared. Quest complete. Goblins defeated, 10 out of 10. Goblin fighters defeated, 10 out of 10. And just like that, they kept clearing each floor's trials. They conquered floor 3, and soon after, floor 4. Hadu proved she was no damsel, fighting fiercely by their side. A confident smile played on her lips, a testament to her genius-level power. At last, they advanced to the 5th floor. The soldiers in the forest were gossiping amongst themselves. Hey, you hear the news? About that guy who calls himself the Demon Face? It's been 3 days since he arrived. I heard he can control all the goblins, and the difficulty is about to spike. From floor 5 on, goblins with deadly poison needles will appear. The scene shifts to Hun. With his palm pressed to the ground, he entered a state of deep focus as a blinding light radiated from his hand. However, he wasn't alone out there. A single goblin was lurking in the branches above him. It held some kind of blowgun, a clear sign of trouble. And as expected, it blew a sharp projectile right at him. The strange dart shot straight for Hun, but it never had a chance to connect. In a flash, Hadu's blade sliced it out of the air. Picking a fight with Hun was a fatal mistake. You dare attack Hun? The goblin's face turned pale with fear, realizing its grave error. You asked for it. Die. A soul soldier now hovered over the goblin's head. Vukan then unleashed his magic, creating a massive explosion that sent it to the afterlife. The soul soldier thrust its hand forward, lunging at the enemy. Impressed by her decisive action, Vukan praised her. Well done, Hadu, she replied bashfully. It was attacking him. But a moment later, she added with terrifying intensity, I should have torn it in half. He was stunned to hear such words from her. Suddenly feeling a strange sense of unease, Vukan paused for a moment. Wait a second. Something isn't right here. What the hell? He suddenly recalled Hadu's eerie, Joker-like smile from before, that terrifying grin. What was that? Vukan cautiously reached out to her. Hadu, are you all right? Startled, Hadu stammered. I'm fine. Inside, she was shocked. What's happening? Why was I smiling like that? But Hun just walked past them. Took you long enough. My preparations are complete. Still reeling from her strange mood, Hadu was surprised by his announcement. He smirked with confidence and declared, Tonight, a monster wave is coming. Both of them stared, jaws agape. A monster wave? On floor 4, the night before, their campfire burned brightly. The 3 of them sat around the flames. Hun began to explain. From the 5th floor onward, we'll face goblins instead of imps. Are you going to hunt the Goblin Lord again? Hadu repeated the question, her voice filled with concern. You're going to hunt the Lord? Vukan answered with a worried look. It's impossible. We don't even know when it appears. Hun spoke cautiously. I'm not going to hunt the Goblin Lord. There's no need for that. A confident smirk played on his lips. I know how to create a wave myself. Vukan and Hadu were stunned, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Create your own wave? After a moment, Vukan asked. If that was possible, wouldn't everyone in the tower know? He answered honestly. I just happened to stumble upon it. He then recounted what he had discovered on the boundary of the 4th floor. As I was climbing the tower, a fissure appeared. That's when I found it. Hun explained with absolute confidence. Every floor has a central spawn point for monsters. If you find that spot and infuse it with mana, the monsters will swarm out in a wave. The realization dawned on Vukan. You must have been secretly using this method. Hun shook his head. No, this is my first time. Monsters from floor 300 and up are on a different level. Not even the 4 great ones could face a monster wave head-on up there. Hearing this, Vukan sat up straight, his expression serious. When you needed it, you couldn't use it. Hun nodded. Exactly. But now, things are different. We'll trigger wave after wave to level up as fast as possible. The scene shifts to a bustling, well-lit street on a lower floor. The bright lights illuminated the path, leaving no room for shadows. Suddenly, a lone figure stopped in their tracks. A low rumble began to build. What was that? An earthquake? But we're inside the tower. A man with blonde hair spotted something strange and yelled, Look, over there. In front of them, a massive wave of energy was erupting. A monster wave. On the 1st floor, from the swirling energy, hordes of goblins began to pour out. It's a goblin swarm. They charged forward like ravenous beasts. The adventurers immediately turned and fled in terror. No way. A real monster wave? But this is the starter village. We got no warning. The goblins charged, spitting out strange poison needles. People scattered in chaos, dodging as they fled. Some were hit instantly. Look out! One of the needles struck a man in the back. The blonde-haired man rushed over, panicked. Are you okay? Get up! The man struggled to reply. I can't move. The blonde man's eyes widened in horror. It's goblin paralysis poison. He'll be trapped like that for a while. Seeing the goblins closing in, he cried out, Damn it! They're right on top of us. Is this the end? Tears streamed down his face as he screamed in despair. I haven't even reached the 10th floor. To die in a place like this. But just then, a hand wearing a skull ring pulsed with a strange energy. That power erupted violently. A calm voice then cut through the chaos. Get the poisoned man to safety. The man looked up, stunned. Who? Who are you? The mysterious figure's face was revealed. Demon Face. A man with a demonic visage and 2 short horns. His eyes held a strange, piercing glint. Seeing Demon Face appear, everyone felt a wave of relief. Demon Face is here. He's an expert. We're saved. But this was actually Hun in disguise. Yeah, I saved you all. Now praise me. Demon Face casually raised a hand and flicked his wrist. A dark wave of power erupted, blasting the goblins away in an instant. Their wretched screams echoed through the air. Rise and fight, my demon soul soldiers. The summoned spirits appeared and ripped the goblins to shreds. Just then, Vukan appeared out of nowhere. He roared, You bastard! I was the one who made them. Why are you taking all the credit? Hun looked like he wanted to punch the guy's lights out. Just shut up and make more soldiers. As they argued, a massive explosion erupted right in front of them. Looking closer, they saw the soul soldiers writhing in magical flames. The soul soldiers, they're burning? Behind the blue flames, a pair of sharp eyes appeared. This time, it was a goblin priest, a higher-class monster. Vu's jaw dropped. It's attacking our soul soldiers. Hun, as Demon Face, shot back. I'm not blind. If we don't take it out, we can't farm points. From a high rooftop, a lone figure watched, calmly observing the brutal chaos unfolding below. Then, the girl leaped down, rushing forward at blinding speed. It was Hadu, closing the distance in an instant. A look of pure excitement crossed her face. She landed and slashed, cutting down monsters with ease. Nearby, Vukan clenched his fists. A dark aura flared around him as he glanced aside. The person beside him was gone. Power erupted from his mouth, revealing sharp teeth. It was his ultimate skill, gluttony. A flame that could even burn souls. It was a godsend to get this skill from a goblin. I'll put this to good use, he thought mid-fight. Unleashing his ultimate, he swung his arm wide. Power exploded, filling the entire area. The goblins were sent flying. Soul fire. He glanced at Hadu, impressed. Good job, Hadu. Keep it up. But he had no idea. Hadu didn't answer. A sinister smile just played on her lips. Hun noticed the strange look and called out, "Hadu?" The sword in her hand began to glow with an immense power. It grew larger, forming a swirling vortex of energy. Hun instinctively raised an arm to shield his eyes. Her sword is glowing. I knew it wasn't normal, but what is this? His eyes widened as he saw a completely different Hadu. Her innocent expression was gone, replaced by the cold face of a villain. Hun was in utter shock. Her only reply was a twisted, charming smile. Without a word, she swung her sword in a massive arc. He gritted his teeth in terror. The slash left a long, glowing red gash on a nearby building. Just like that, the entire row of buildings was sliced cleanly in half. The goblins all looked up, their eyes glowing a ferocious red. With a terrible groan, the severed buildings crashed to the ground. Smoke billowed from the clean-cut surfaces. The cuts glowed like fresh lava. Hun fell to his knees in disbelief. She destroyed the entire village in an instant. What in the world is that sword? Hadu held it and let out a laugh full of twisted pleasure, savoring the destruction she'd caused. Hadu swung her arm again, her lips curling into a smirk. This wasn't a normal smile, but the grin of a vile demon. Her eyes flashed with a sinister light. A strange, unsettling sound escaped her lips. She slashed directly at Hun, who barely dodged aside. The blow only grazed his shoulder, but it was enough to make him cry out in pain. The energy blast created an explosion right behind him. Realizing how dire things were, Hun ripped off his mask. He screamed desperately, "It's me! Hun! Don't you recognize me?" Her only response was a lightning-fast lunge. His words had no effect. As her blade came crashing down, he barely blocked it with his own weapon. Hun gritted his teeth, struggling to withstand the ferocious assault. "Wait, she's too strong." A blinding flash of light erupted from the impact, and the explosion rocked the entire area, sending debris flying. Vukan stumbled through the smoke, calling out, "Hun? Hadu?" Hearing the familiar voice, Hun pushed himself up from the rubble. "Hey, you bastard, are you alive? What about Hadu?" Hearing that, Hun paused, suspicious. "Is that voice Hua Thun?" The voice continued. "Sounds like you're okay. So, what about Hadu?" Hun replied through his thoughts. "Sorry. I just got sent flying by her sword." Looking ahead, a familiar silhouette emerged from the smoke. It was none other than Hadu, her eyes dark as she slowly walked toward them. Seeing Hadu's triumphant smile, he continued, "The way she is now, it feels like I'm facing the last elite warrior of the Dokibi clan." The voice asked, "And the monster wave?" Hun replied, "Most of them are wiped out. You handle what's left." He grabbed his weapon, sliding his mask back into place. Time to deal with Hadu. With that thought, Hun bolted forward in a straight line. He charged toward the figure standing tall before him. A glint of light flashed in his eyes. This was his ultimate skill, Battle Eye, altering his vision. Everything blurred, focusing only on the human target and the sword Hadu held in his hand. His instincts, honed over 599 floors, were screaming, "That sword is dangerous. It'll tear me apart." Raising his weapon, he remembered, "In the tower, there are no friends or foes. So much for forever. Your unlucky fate ends now. Sorry." Hun charged forward, all hesitation gone. But as the blade neared her face, Hadu flashed a taunting smile. That smile broke his focus once again. Hun struggled to regain his composure. "Damn it, why am I hesitating?" She caught his blade barehanded, effortlessly. This sight stunned Hun completely. In his heart, he already knew what was happening. "Don't tell me." One of Hadu's eyes had completely transformed, her smile mocking him. Was this Hadu's ring? Before he could react, Hadu swung her arm. The blow sent him flying, her laughter echoing around them. Hun slammed into the ground but quickly regained his footing. Something was being summoned from his hand. It was an awakening. A terrifying power that made even Hadu gasp in shock. Hands, or rather, skeletal hands, erupted from the ground. A massive horde, leaving her utterly horrified. Fearsome skeletons rose up, swarming forward, some crawling, others with jaws agape. Behind them, Hun's awakening had begun. After the goblin wave, he declared, his eyes filled with resolve. "Rise, my fossilized goblin warriors. Stop Hadu." At his command, the fossilized warriors surged, grabbing at Hadu's ankles. The scene was unbelievably grotesque. Suddenly, her crimson eyes flashed open. With a single swing, she sent them flying. Hun could only watch in terror. I couldn't even see her blade. Is she using the battle eye? Facing this new Hadu, he was out of ideas. She's too strong. How can I win? Before he could move, an explosion from Hadu sent him flying again. he managed to leap onto a nearby building. He steadied himself, watching the building before him collapse. Hun was now panicked, wary, and on high alert. Observing Hadu's state, he noticed something strange. Is she tired? Looking closer, he saw blood dripping from her eye. Something's not right, Hun thought again. Is this the cooldown she mentioned? If so, this is my chance. I just have to stop her from using the battle eye. He crouched, ready to spring. Hadu flew towards him, just as he smashed through a window, dropping below. Hadu landed with a frustrated grunt, glaring down at him. Hun, now on solid ground, gestured tauntingly. What's wrong? Aren't you coming? As he predicted, Hadu dove straight down, her sword aimed right at him. Hun's plan was in motion. As she descended, two monsters with horns appeared, stunning Hadu completely. Goblin zombies. The beasts blew their horns louder and harder. Hun smirked. Not even a Dakabi can escape the goblin's paralysis poison. Without your battle eye, how will you dodge this? Hadu's eyes widened, her face a mask of pure terror. She gritted her teeth and screamed. In her eyes, everything slowed down. Her expression twisted with rage as she swung her sword, on her hand. The two poison darts and the two goblin zombies were sliced in half. Seeing this, Hun's face soured as he clicked his tongue. After dealing with the goblins, Hadu charged. She swung her sword down, but he dodged to the side just in time. After landing, Hadu leaped again, lunging at him, her blade aimed straight for his heart. As it neared, she let out a wild laugh. Her face was a mask of insanity. Suddenly, an attack came from behind, giving Hadu no time to defend. A poison dart struck her. She froze in stunned disbelief. Her eyes widened, staring at the dart in her side as she gasped, "Ugh!" A grin spread across his face as he proudly explained. Without your battlefield clairvoyance on cooldown, this would have been impossible. From the broken window behind him, another goblin zombie appeared. Hadu's body began to tremble as Hun continued, staring at the hole in his cloak. The plan was to shoot you with a poison dart through me, from your blind spot. The paralysis poison took effect, making her body sway and spin. Then, she began to fall. Her armor and hair faded away, returning her to normal. He reached out, catching her as she collapsed into his arms. He let out a sigh of relief. Whew, that was a close one. He gently laid her down before checking his own hand. He felt a creeping suspicion. I'm losing feeling in my hand. The poison is spreading. Ah. He glared at the goblin zombie. Hey you, give me that. When the zombie didn't understand, he pointed to the two darts on the ground. The poison darts. The goblin zombie handed them over. He immediately used Devour. A system message appeared. You have absorbed paralysis poison resistance. With the poison neutralized, he turned back. He looked down coldly at the unconscious girl. Hadu, your power is a real pain. As he spoke, she slept, completely exhausted. Hadu's spirit was now in another space with her sword. She looked around, confused. Where is my sword? Suddenly, a hand grabbed the sword. So, you're the master this time? The master of this dragon cleaver? The figure asked, floating above her. He gave her a wicked grin. What? You're just a kid. She stared back in confusion. Who are you? A Dakabi? He answered, half right, half wrong. Hearing that, her confusion only grew as she asked, what does that mean? In an instant, the blade was at her neck. He was now behind her, a sinister smile on his face. Kid, let me give you a warning. He continued, next time you draw me unprepared, I will devour you. Hearing his words, she snapped awake in the real world. Vulcan, walking behind, noticed. That bastard looks like she's awake. Hun, carrying her on his back, glanced over his shoulder. Oh, you're awake, she asked dazedly. Where are we? He immediately replied. Model, the village on the 6th floor. We just arrived from the 5th. Realization hit her, her face flushing bright red. Why are you carrying me? She asked. His expression was helpless. You don't remember anything? That's a shame. Back in their room, he finally said. I'll explain. Looking at Hadu on the bed, he began. We'll check our gear on this floor, then head straight to the 10th. The tower has a city every 10 floors, but you must beat a boss to enter. As he spoke, the tower's layout flashed in his mind. Hadu simply replied, I know. The great orc warrior Vu Kan added, in terms of power, it's a monster-class boss. Hearing this, Hadu said, then let's recover quickly. Before she could finish, he cut her off. He and Vu Kan stood apart. Crossing his arms, he looked at her gravely and said, from now on, you'll be on your own. She panicked and shouted, What? What do you mean, Oroboni? Are you abandoning me? He calmly replied, No, Don't you remember the wave on the 5th floor? Yes. My memory of it is hazy, she answered, her face falling. An image flashed in his mind. Her, possessed by the sword spirit. Your blade is a demon sword, with skills rivaling the arrogant sword. It grants immense power by eroding the user's mind. You lost control, and you attacked me. At this, Hadu's eyes widened in shock. He walked over, sitting on the edge of the bed. If you keep depending on that unstable power, you'll fail before we reach floor 100. So, here's your assignment. Reach the 10th floor on your own, without the sword's power. Her face grew grim. He wants me to get stronger, not depend on this unstable power. Her resolve solidified. She looked at him with determination. All right. I will become strong enough to be a worthy comrade. He smiled at her response. Good. The scene changed, and the three now stood on the street. Wearing his cloak, she smiled. Thank you for the cloak, Oriboni. He replied. No need to advertise that you're a Dakibi while you're alone. Don't rush, he continued. I have things to handle on the 10th floor, so I'll be there for a while. Vukan sighed beside them. It's a shame. Her gaze was determined. I'll catch up to you soon. He looked at her softly, thinking, all right, I'll wait, no matter how long it takes. With that, they parted ways to begin their new journeys. A few days later, on the 9th floor, the ground was littered with the corpses of orcs. A terrified orc cried out. He knelt before it, unimpressed. All that size, and you're no different than a goblin. Now, get lost, he said. Behind his mask, his eyes flared like headlights as he dashed forward, landing a concussive kick to the orc's head. The orc was sent flying, crashing with a loud thud. Vukan slowly floated down beside him. It seems you're getting the hang of this. He looked over. Don't forget to extract the souls. We need more orcs for the undead army. Vukan responded. Creating monster waves on my own has become a habit. He glanced back. What? Are you complaining? No, I'm actually enjoying this, Vukan replied. Then his face grew disappointed. Still, I can't believe how cold you're being. You haven't mentioned Hadu a single time. At this, his face hardened. What are you talking about? If I thought she would fail, I wouldn't have made her my ally. She's strong, and she's determined to get her revenge. He spoke with pride, a brief warmth in his purple eyes. His expression instantly shifted as he pointed to the system screen. Now focus on bringing me more orcs. Creating monster waves yourself isn't enough. I still need more. Vukan erupted in anger. Unbelievable. Have you no respect for your elders? Don't you have parents? He yelled. The younger man's face was impassive. Correct. I don't. So what? Vukan was stunned. What? He crossed his arms, eyes closed in recollection. I grew up in an orphanage. Cha Jung-hoon was from the same one. Hearing this, the old orc grew pensive. Oh. He placed a hand on his shoulder, his face pained and his eyes wet with tears. It's okay. Now I understand what you've been through. Seeing this, he recoiled. What is with that face? They started bickering again. Even if you are a total jerk, this is just my usual behavior. Come here and let me give you a hug. Get lost. I hate being pitied. A system notification appeared. Achievement. Orc massacre completed. 2 figures were then teleported to the 10th floor's trial chamber. A system message appeared. Welcome to the 10th floor. You must defeat the boss monster to enter the central area of the 10th floor. Failure will result in a forced return to the 9th floor. Walking around, Vukan spotted something. Huh? What is this? I've never seen something like this before. He followed his gaze. It looks like a record of the fastest completion times. Vukan asked doubtfully. All of them are around 1 minute. He smirked teasingly. It seems your name isn't up there. Vukan grew angry and shouted. Neither is yours. Most of these records are from the 4 great races. They're born with unbelievable skills. He then looked at Vukan with a serious expression. Then how about this? Why don't we break the record right now? Ha ha ha, I like the sound of that. Vukan replied cheerfully. A system message appeared. The trial is being prepared. He looked at the system panel. So, do we have time to prepare? A notification appeared, and a countdown began. After 1 minute, defeat the boss. Seeing the message, he said, looks like that's doable. He casually stretched his arms while explaining the strategy. Use your demon soul soldiers to immobilize it the moment it spawns. Vukan calmly replied, Got it, I'm ready, let's begin, shall we? As he finished, Vukan summoned his demon soul soldiers. The main character knelt with a grin, a magic circle glowing beneath him. A long, dazzling white spear materialized behind his back. His expression hardened. Then a grin spread across his face as he thought, I'll show you the power of an all-powerful master. Elemental enchantment. At his command, raw elements swirled around the spear. He began stacking enchantments one after another. Piercing, sharpening, unbreakable, and death. A wicked grin crossed his face as he thought. And for good measure, I'll add this. Demonic power enchantment. The spear turned a sinister shade of black and purple, enveloped in demonic magic. Everything was now ready to end this boss. A system window appeared. The trial will begin shortly. The countdown started. 3, 2, 1. A look of pure excitement crossed his face. But unlike him, Vulcan looked incredibly nervous. The system declared, Trial start. The great orc warrior has been summoned. A massive figure teleported in with a deafening crash, shattering the ground. A single, glaring eye emerged from the dust as the boss's form was revealed. With the dust settled, it raised a massive axe, ready to strike him down. Vulcan immediately commanded his spirits. Spirit soldiers, advance. From his soul chalice, he summoned spectral chains that shot towards the boss. They shackled its legs as more spirits manifested around it. Seeing his opening, he declared with a grin, Fire! The enchanted spear shot forward. The boss raised its hand to block the incoming attack. But it was completely useless. In a single flash, its hand and head were severed. The massive body staggered for a moment, then collapsed. The system timer screeched to a halt. A new window appeared. Record shattered. You have broken the fastest clear time for the 10th floor trial. Time, 0.96 seconds. Would you like to register a name? A smile spread across his face. Just register it as Ma Dian. The system immediately updated. 10th floor conquest record has been refreshed. New high score, 0.96 seconds. Climber, Ma Dian. In a tavern on the 8th floor, the announcement stunned every climber. Look, the 10th floor record. It's less than a second. The entire tavern erupted into chaos. Murmurs spread through the crowd. Ma Dian. Could that be the same Ma Dian who slaughtered the monster wave? In the back, Hadu saw the announcement as well. She raised her glass, her expression firm with resolve. I'll have to work even harder now. Oroboni. Meanwhile, Vulcan was roaring with laughter, boasting proudly, Haha! I can't believe we actually broke the record set by the 4 Imperial clans. He threw an arm over the main character's shoulder and continued. Not even the greatest spirit masters have ever done this, disciple. Seeing him so ecstatic, he could only reply helplessly. Does that mean we're the only ones to ever do this? They both headed towards the gate. Let's go. We've got work to do on the 10th floor. Vulcan heard him and quickly agreed. All right, we need to hurry and wait for Hadu. A new system notification appeared. You have arrived on the 10th floor. Achievement. Reached the 10th floor. All stats +5. The auction house is now unlocked. A system animation showed a gold coin being flipped and caught by a hand. Somewhere else in the tower, a man sat at his desk, staring at the system announcement. He rested his chin on his hand, a strange, sinister smile forming on his lips. Ma Dian, you say? The 10th floor is the first major city climbers encounter, and it also holds the only gate that leads back to Earth. Because of this, climbers who've given up their ascent were granted commercial rights, building the largest city within the tower's first 100 floors. Hun and Vulcan strolled through the streets, a mysterious black bag slung over Hun's shoulder. Looking at his system window, he said, I'll sell our remaining items and buy some potions. Vulcan, meanwhile, was gazing around in awe at the bustling city. He remarked, They're lifting the auction ban, but this city's economy is already booming. Hun seemed preoccupied, replying after a moment. Once he finished registering for the auction, he finally said, Some people just live ordinary lives here. You can't buy everything you need at the auction house. They walked past a stall where a vendor was loudly advertising his food. Godly goods here. At another stall filled with unique weapons, the owner gave a friendly smile. Gentlemen, care to buy a weapon from the God League workshop? The streets were filled with stalls, and they all had one thing in common. Everyone mentioned the God League. Even an inn-greeter kept her pitch short. Rest your heads at the God League Inn. Vulcan was completely baffled, hesitantly asking Hun, What the hell is this God League? Hun replied, Ah, that's right, you wouldn't know. Hun calmly explained. The God League is a company. They're the leading corporation in this tower, established just a few years ago. Vulcan pressed, But what is it? Hun answered, It's the name of a man. God League is the single wealthiest person in this entire tower. No one knows his real name, and his fortune is unimaginable. They say almost everything traded in the tower has passed through his hands at some point. Vulcan asked, But didn't you say we had business here? Hun smirked. I'm looking for a sponsor. Vulcan was stunned. A sponsor? Who? Hun replied with a mysterious air. You're looking right at it. He pointed up at the massive sign hanging above them, and he said, every one of those logos belongs to our sponsor. Vulcan was absolutely floored, stammering in disbelief. You mean, he's going to be our sponsor? Vulcan was completely speechless. Hun didn't hide it any longer, declaring with a confident smile, that's right, God League is going to be our sponsor. A receptionist greeted them with a perfect, practiced smile. Welcome to the God League Company, she continued. Anything with monetary value can be bought and sold here. Weapons, items, potions, even information. Everything is for sale at the God League. The receptionist said, please take a number and wait to be called. But when Hun looked down at the ticket, his expression soured. The number 18. Seeing it, Vulcan started to snicker. Now that's a fitting number for you. In Korean, the number 18 sounds dangerously close to a curse word. A voice called out, now serving number 18. A handsome, red-haired clerk smiled warmly. My name is An, from counter 3. What can I do for you today? Hun lifted the heavy-looking black bag onto the counter. I'm here to buy something. Han replied professionally, of course. And may I have your name, sir? He held up a familiar mask. No. Faced with the gruesome demon mask, his voice turned chillingly deep. He asked slowly, will this suffice? An looked absolutely terrified. The clerk stammered. That mask. It radiates demonic energy. A dangerous glint appeared in Hun's eyes. You don't think I carry this around for no reason, do you? An just mumbled. Right. Hun then prompted, count the gold first. As the bag was opened, a brilliant light exploded from within, spilling out from a mountain of gold coins. Stepping out of the cramped black pouch, Hyun entered a vast space. He had a total of 3,000 gold coins, all earned from the waves. Han broke out in a sweat, asking what he wanted to buy. After a pause, Hyun declared, with all this gold, I want a meeting with God League. An panicked as if he'd heard something earth-shattering. With Sir God League, he stammered. In his mind, An thought, is this guy insane? Is it true he's a thug from outside the tower? Hyun replied nonchalantly, is there a problem? You said everything here can be bought and sold. Han answered awkwardly, well, about that. He struggled for words. I'm truly sorry, but this transaction is impossible. Hyun questioned, and why's that? An bowed his head. 2 reasons. First, Sir God League is extremely busy. Hyun cut in. Second, Han replied slowly. This may be a bit rude, he continued bluntly, but the amount you're offering is too little. 3,000 gold is a lot, but it's nothing compared to the value of Sir God League's time. Hearing this, Hyun thought to himself, I guess it really is impossible. He stroked his chin, deep in thought. Han looked apologetic. I'm sorry, but please. Then, Hyun cut him off. How much to meet with the manager here? Vulcan, who had been listening to the whole exchange, finally spoke up. He didn't hold back his scorn. You bastard. You're a real piece of work. Vulcan continued, asking a regular employee to meet the company president. What did Han ever do to you? Hyun just smiled brightly. So, do you have another way for me to meet God League? If so, I'll gladly take your insults. Arriving at a door, he asked, is this the place? He knocked politely. Ma Deern is here. A voice from within echoed, enter. A man sat majestically on a chair inside. I am Conroy, he introduced himself, the 10th floor branch manager for God League. A pleasure to meet you, super rookie, Conroy asked. You wish to meet Sir God League? Hyun replied, that's right, but it seems he isn't here. Conroy closed his eyes. I'm afraid, with the amount you offered. Before he could finish, Hyun held out his hand. Then how about this? He spoke with arrogant confidence. First, call him here. He'll definitely become our sponsor, the moment we meet. Conroy scoffed. You're betting on your own arrogance. He stood up, walking toward Hyun. I've heard a lot about you, but it's unpleasant hearing you speak of him so casually. Meanwhile, Hyun's hands were clasped behind his back, his fingertips silently weaving a thin thread of power. Once done, he coolly slid his hands into his pockets. Suddenly, 2 massive purple hands appeared behind him, their black nails wrapped in violet threads. Conroy spoke. With my characteristic, Majin, I control anyone caught in my strings. Apologies, but you must leave. Hyun smirked back, clenching his fist. Then I'll bet on your arrogance too, he declared, swinging his arm. Is this still not enough? Conroy was stunned, his jaw dropping in disbelief. He just nullified my skill, he thought. It even works on a rank 180 climber? How? In an instant, He regained his composure. Purple energy, like a flickering flame, danced on his hand. Conroy said, "All right, then how about this?" After speaking, he clasped his hands together. The space around them suddenly warped. The two reappeared in a different dimension. Conroy spoke. "This must be your first time seeing this. This is the mental world." Hyun cut in, an infinite realm made by separating soul and mind from the body. Conroy's face froze. How does a 10th floor climber know of this? He continued, "Then you must know that the laws of reality don't apply here. This is a dimension where you fight using experience and spiritual power." He became ferocious, his body engulfed in immense power, his eyes turning pure black. "If you defeat me in battle, I will arrange a meeting with Sir Godleague." Hyun was no less imposing, unleashing his own power. A bloody battle was about to begin. He gave a dangerous smile. "Experience and spiritual power, you say? Then you're no match for me." Conroy watched him with a cryptic smile. "All right. How about this?" He clapped his hands, and the space began to shift. Moments later, Hyun and Conroy stood on water, facing each other in silence. Conroy broke the silence first. "I'm sure this is your first time seeing this place, isn't it?" "This is." Before he could sound smug, Hyun spoke first. "The mental world." Without pausing, Hyun continued. "An infinite world created by separating the soul from the body. Cut off." Conroy was visibly hesitant. How does a 10th floor rookie know about the mental world? Finally collecting himself, his expression darkened. He continued the topic. "Then you must know that natural laws don't exist here. This is where you fight with experience and spiritual power." After speaking, Conroy activated his power, purple lightning spreading everywhere. "If you defeat me in this fight, I will help you meet Sir Godleague." When he finished, thin purple threads wrapped around Hyun's body, immobilizing him. Despite being bound, Hyun remained perfectly calm. He stated a simple truth: experience and spiritual power? Then you're no match for me. Seeing Hyun's complete lack of fear, Conroy asked again, his tone serious. "You still don't get it, do you? Your characteristic." As Hyun spoke, he jerked his arm sharply, snapping the threads and breaking free. Hyun landed lightly, taking a battle stance. "It's useless against me." Watching Hyun grin brightly at him, Conroy began to question his entire existence. "How does a 10th floor rookie know my characteristic?" Conroy backed away, horrified as Hyun appeared before him. "His mental strength is at least at the 100th floor level." "No, it's over the 200th floor." Though terrified inside, Conroy maintained a confident facade. "All right, I admit you are my equal." As he spoke, the water churned violently. This turn of events made Hyun panic slightly. From below, a figure slowly began to rise. From one puppet, 3, then 4 more began to surface. The appearance of these puppets sent Hyun into a panic, unable to believe his eyes. In moments, Hyun was swarmed by a legion of puppets. Behind them, the puppeteer silently raised his hands, commanding his army. As he fell silent, a strange purple light flared from the puppeteer's forehead. He stood among his legion, a sinister smile twisting his lips. "In the spirit realm, experience is power. These puppets are born from my experience." At his command, the puppets began to advance. To surpass floor 100, I made them grow stronger with my mana. The puppet horde slowly closed in. As Hun cautiously scanned the area, his opponent gloated. "These puppets are as strong as climbers from the 50th floor." With that, he let out a crazed laugh. "Your fate was sealed the moment you entered my mental world." After his long-winded speech, he finally gave the order to attack. The puppets surged forward as one. A single puppet aimed a punch straight at him. As its fist closed in, Hun's eyes widened in utter shock. Then, the entire horde piled on top of him. One after another, they relentlessly pressed down. The puppet master simply crossed his arms. "It's over." Seeing no further movement, he turned to leave. "Don't worry, injuries in here aren't real." But fate had other plans. The moment he turned his back, a massive explosion erupted from behind. The blast froze him in his tracks. He whipped his head around in disbelief. What was that? Magic? After the explosion, the water's surface turned jet black. A monster slowly began to rise from the depths. It was a skeleton, wielding a massive trident. The water churned violently around the new arrival. The puppet master was terrified by this creature's presence. A necromancer? The boss of floor 100 is here? The blackened water spread even wider. This isn't as easy as I thought. His puppets began sinking into the abyss. He watched in a blind panic. "My puppets!" Hun, who was thought to be crushed, slowly rose from the water. In his jet-black cloak, he radiated absolute confidence, even inside this mental realm. So, it seems raising the dead takes a bit of time. The water roiled violently as the puppet master backed away in terror. The sight made Hun scoff. An army of puppets? His gaze was as sharp as daggers. You've clearly never witnessed a true army. This is your chance to see one. This is a real army. From the dark water, a fully armed legion of skeletons emerged. With his own undead forces, Hun feared no one. He then declared, "Your fate was sealed the moment you entered this mental world." The sight of the legion forced the puppet master to retreat. Those pathetic puppets are the very reason for your defeat. As he identified the creatures in the army, despair washed over him. A lich, a Dullahan. I don't even recognize the others. Don't tell me they're all bosses from floor 100 and up? The thought alone plunged him into despair. Just who is this guy? His thoughts turned into a desperate shout at Hun. Who are you? But his question went unanswered as the undead army charged forward. He could only watch in terror as countless weapons were aimed at his face. A blood-curdling scream echoed. Then he was back in reality, gasping for air. Slumped on the floor, the puppet master was still in utter shock. How am I back? I never closed the mental world. Kneeling, he gritted his teeth in defeat. Impossible. He can control my mental world? Hun slowly walked toward him and commanded, "Stop your whining and get up." He looked down, his face a mask of menace. "Have you already forgotten the wager we made?" Seeing the man's dazed expression, Hun repeated his demand. "You will help me meet Glick." He then handed him a letter. Staring at the letter, he was completely bewildered. Just this letter? Yes, give it to Glick. Despite Hun's confidence, the man still hesitated. "I know I lost, but if he doesn't respond to this, my hands are tied." Faced with this reluctance, Hun declared with absolute certainty, "Don't worry, he will definitely respond." With that assurance, the man bowed respectfully. "I'll contact you when I receive a reply." His goal achieved, Hun simply turned and left. The two men behind them bowed deeply. "Travel safely, sir." On an empty street, Vukan asked, "The sun is setting. Should we go rest for the night?" Hun heard this and laughed. "What are you talking about? We're heading to our next destination." These words left Vukan utterly confused. "Huh? We have somewhere else to be?" Hun just turned and gave him a cryptic smile. Wouldn't just sitting around waiting for Glick be boring? He then made a suggestion to kill some time. "Why don't we fulfill our duties as guild members?" Meanwhile, at the White Goose Guild headquarters, a girl in the first-floor lobby spoke up out of boredom. "Hey, what floor have you reached?" The girl beside her answered quickly. "Floor 57. At her answer, the first girl sighed. "You said you'd buy new gear after hitting this month's goal." In response to the complaint, she replied calmly, "Let's finish eating, then we'll keep climbing." Her words made the blonde girl sit bolt upright. "But I don't get why we have to sit here." Her frustration grew. What kind of moron would barge into the main gate of a Holy Nation guild? Just then, the door burst open. The two women instantly straightened up. "Welcome to White Goose. How can I help you?" Hun simply repeated the question. "What do I need?" He looked up, scratching his head with a goofy grin. "Climbing the tower is tough. I want to join a guild." With no one around, the two vented their frustrations. What kind of damn fool would smash their way into the main gate of a guild allied with the Holy Nation? No sooner had she spoken than Hun burst through the door. Seeing him, they snapped back into their professional roles. "Welcome to White Goose. What brings you here today?" Hun looked down, pondering the question himself. "Why am I here?" A moment later, he looked up with a sheepish grin. "Conquering the tower is just so difficult. So, I was hoping to join a guild." Hearing that, the two women breathed a collective sigh of relief. "Oh, he just wants to join. You really gave us a scare." But then they both paused. Wait a minute. As they looked at Hun's innocent smile, a devious plan began to form. If we're the ones to recruit a new member for the guild, then the person who refers him will gain a huge amount of influence. At that thought, they stepped forward with bright smiles. "Ah, please come in. Do you have a sponsor? Did someone direct you to us?" Bombarded with questions, Hun answered awkwardly, "No, not yet. I just came here because this guild looked pretty large." His answer made the two women share a sly grin. Perfect. He's a clueless rookie who doesn't know a thing. Finally, one of them regained her professional composure. She asked him seriously, "Would you be able to demonstrate some of your skills for us?" Hun paused to consider the question. "My skills, you ask?" An idea came to him. "Could I borrow a coin?" The request was strange, but the woman complied. "A coin? Will this one do?" Taking the coin, Hun held it up with a mysterious smile. "All right, with this coin." Then, with almost no effort, he bent it completely in half. The two women couldn't believe their eyes. No way. He did that with his bare hands? That's incredible. Seeing their shocked expressions, Hun thoughtfully added, and I can also perform a few basic spells. At those words, the two girls were stunned. Spells? Hun simply held out his hand, summoning a ring of fire as he confirmed, yes, magic. I can perform a basic spell, like this. Seeing the tiny flame, the two women calmed down. Well, you certainly have many hidden talents. After a moment, the girls turned away to whisper, this is incredible. His current skills aren't what's important, not if we can get him on our side. He could even become a symbol for us. As she spoke, the blonde shot him an evaluating glance. Besides, he's actually quite handsome. Hearing this, shocked the dark-haired girl. What? Is he your type? But the two women weren't the only ones. With a plan. Hun had his own agenda. If I can just buy a little more time. Just then, the girls stopped talking, staring at the door in terror. What was that? What is that sound? A man burst through the door in a panic. Hey, something terrible has happened, he announced. A demon spirit is on a rampage. It's out there right now, destroying the village. He wasn't finished. Everyone who has cleared the 50th floor or higher has been summoned. Get out there and help, now. At this, the blonde girl groaned. At such a critical moment. Though reluctant, the two women had to leave. Before vanishing, she called out, wait right there for us. We'll handle this quickly and be right back. And with that, they disappeared, leaving Hun alone in the room. Finally, by himself, Hun drew the curtains. Now then. He summoned his familiar mask, wondering if he should once again become the demon mask. The answer came instantly as he put it on. Outside, the citizens were scattering in complete chaos. Get away from the shopping district. Hurry, it's dangerous. Items are destroyed the moment they get near it. Two figures at the scene backed away cautiously. They stared at the person before them. Our attacks have no effect on it. And there, Vucha stood before them, looking fearsome. I resent you all. The two girls stood there, judging him. He's certainly a strange one. Feeling their stares, Vucha gritted his teeth in humiliation. Yeah, I know. I haven't had to act like this in a decade. At the thought, Vucha's hatred deepened. That bastard Hun. He's the one who made the first spirit master suffer this shame. I will never forgive you. Meanwhile, Hun launched a vicious kick into a soldier's stomach. The force of the blow sent the man flying backward. He slammed hard into the wall, shattering the stone. Hun stared at the unconscious man. It's not here, so I wonder where they're keeping it. The loud commotion attracted attention. Someone threw the door open to complain. It's too damn loud. What in the world is going on in there? But the scene made him freeze, shocked into silence. He stammered at the masked man. Who are you? How did you get in here? Before he could say more, Hun's hand was at his throat. He dragged the man inside as he walked in. The contents of the room made him pause in admiration. Oh, so many books in here. Could it be here? Thinking, Hun turned to the captive to interrogate him. I'm looking for something. Your guild is affiliated with the Holy Kingdom, correct? He then continued with his demands. I want a list of the other guilds and their exact locations. The goal was obviously to find and destroy them, but even under threat, the soldier was still defiant. You think you'll be safe after making enemies of the 9 stars? Hun was completely unfazed by the threat. Thank you for your concern, but are you really in a position to worry about others? As he spoke, Hun tightened his grip. The soldier's face quickly began to turn purple. If you don't give me the information now, you might just lose your life here. At last, the soldier's trembling hand pointed in a certain direction. His voice, now, also began to tremble. Over there, on the desk. Getting what he needed, Hun said softly. Thank you for not wasting my time. Then he tossed the man's body to the ground and slowly walked to the desk. He placed a hand on the papers, and as he read, a murderous aura filled his eyes. Reading each name, Hun grew enraged. The P, siblings. So these are their lackeys. After reading, he summoned a flame to burn the paper. Just you wait, Ken and Carmen. Every last one of you will kneel at my feet. He let the ashes fall to the ground and left. I will destroy you all, slowly. From that one burning page, the entire room was engulfed in fire. He walked on, leaving the room to burn to the ground. In another chamber, Glick sat silently in the flickering candlelight as he picked up the letter. He gave it a quick look. A report from the 10th floor branch. A puppet? Just then, a letter fell from the air, and this movement caught Glick's attention. He picked it up, confused. A letter? Is there a reason to send this separately from the main report? As Glick finished, the room fell into a terrifying silence. The more he read, the more horrified Glick became. Demon mask. When he finished the letter, he angrily crushed the paper. How could you possibly know about this? Investigators were questioning witnesses. Near the scene of the massive fire, people were still being rescued. This is breaking news. We suspect arson, but we don't know the culprit. All witnesses at the scene have perished. At the White Swan Guild, Guildmaster Holly was gathering information. That reserve rookie is highly suspicious. He asked, what did he look like? And what was he wearing? The two female witnesses tried to recall. He was a male with a slender build, the blonde said, a handsome man with a high nose bridge, but the woman with black hair disagreed. An ugly man with a large nose. The two stared at each other, confused, and said in unison, what? The blonde girl startled as she tried to remember his face. Wait, my memory is jumbled. Something is being hidden. Impossible, they realized in shock. Was it illusion magic? Hun calmly gazed out his window as Vucha appeared. From out of nowhere, I have returned, Hun said coolly. You did well, fire god. He gave a wicked smile, taunting him. People are buzzing about a certain, terrifying spirit that appeared. Vuka scowled. Are you making fun of me? He asked. So what about you? Did you succeed without getting caught? Hun was smug. Of course, it was only low-level magic, but it was effective for this situation. Everyone who met me will remember me with a slight difference in appearance. Vuka grew worried. Then why did you return empty-handed? What about the intel on the other guilds? Hun tapped his head. It's all in here. Vuka was exasperated. Fine, you're the best. As they argued, the doorbell rang. Vuka became alert. Did you order room service? Hun tensed up. Of course not. He touched the doorknob, his mask already on. I'll count to 3, then open the door. Fire god, you capture them. Hun counted. 1, 2, 3 seconds in, Vuk unleashed black chains toward the door, instantly capturing the intruder. The man collapsed. Jin Hyun's eyes narrowed. He recognized him. You're the one from Glick's shop. The poor servant introduced himself from the floor. Yes, I'm Hyon. No, wait. Esteemed customer, he said. Sir Papes sent me. Jin Hyun was then guided to another room. Sir Glick had reached the 10th floor branch, where soldiers stood waiting. Jin Hyun asked Hyon, you look confused. What is it? Where's Glick? A voice echoed. I don't know how you learned what was in that letter. Glick emerged from behind his soldiers. But I must commend your arrogance and the guts you have to show your face. He stepped forward, radiating killing intent. But that knowledge comes at a steep price. People like you cannot exist in this tower. Jin Hyun smirked behind his mask. Long time no see, Glick. Glick turned and ordered, bring him to my room. I don't care if he's barely breathing. The soldiers roared. Yes, Sir Glick. Haeon flinched in terror. Jin Hyun prepared for battle. So, you want to fight? Their leader ordered. Formation, prepare for battle. He'll attack to break through. Follow me. But the loudest mouth draws the most attention. Jin Hyun's fist caved in his armor. Are you stupid enough to announce your strategy to me? The shattered armor revealed a foolish, bald old man. A soldier stared in shock. See, Captain? With a glance, Jin Hyun swiftly took them all down. Next target, Glick. Jin Hyun leaped, ready to cleave him in two. You're next, Glick. With a glance from his foe, a massive wave of gold coins surged forward. Jin Hyon froze. The power of gold? He struggled to defend. The immense destructive force sent him flying. He had to admit it. Glick's ability to manipulate gold with mana was impressive. Jin Hyun faced the relentless golden tide. He deflected it with his shield. Is that all you've got, Glick? Glick extended a hand. Of course not. Countless coins erupted into sharp pillars. I'll gather all the gold in this branch into a tidal wave. If this hits you, even you will perish. A massive impact followed, sending gold coins scattering like rain. Glick relaxed. That's the end of him. Suddenly, a spear point was at his throat. Not yet. Jin Hyun stood unscathed. In a battle of speed, I am the only winner. Haeon screamed. Lord Glick. Glick calmly pushed the spear aside. Do you think that scares me? If I wanted you dead, you would be. Jin Hyun stated firmly. No, you can't kill me. Glick's eyes widened. You haven't heard where my intel came from. And they want me alive. Jin Hyun offered. I'll tell you my source. Tense, Glick replied. Follow me. They entered a luxurious private room. Glick locked the door. Quite a magnificent room, Jin Hyun noted. Money is great, isn't it? Glick then unleashed his power, encasing the entire room in gold. Golden spikes from Glick's ability aimed at Jin Hyun. "My power of gold," he warned, "has sealed us off from the outside world. Not even a god or a demon can get in here." Glick raged. "Now, tell me," he demanded. "Who told you I was the master of the auction house?" The auction, a massive system where players freely trade items inside the tower. But this system didn't just appear naturally in the tower. It was created by a single person, and that person is me, Glick. He grew tense. If this truth got out, the Glick company would collapse. He gritted his teeth. "Tell me," Glick screamed. "Which bastard told you I was the auction's master?" Jin Hyun laughed. "I was just kidding. Nobody told me anything." Glick channeled his power, forming a massive golden axe. "Then I guess you won't mind losing an arm and a leg." Glick swung the weapon wildly. Jin Hyun calmly watched the attack approach. Vu can stop the massive axe with a single hand. Glick's eyes flew open in shock. Staring at the figure, he realized in horror, a soul weapon? Glick couldn't believe it. Only a necromancer could command a soul weapon. "Don't tell me." Jin Hyun removed his mask. "Finally figured it out?" That detestable smile. "It's time to pay your debts, creditor William." Glick was stunned. "You're alive?" Hun, from the 600th floor raid. The 9 stars betrayal. Ban's gift. Glick processed everything. Resurrection? Vukan was surprised. "Oh, so their history runs that deep." Glick finally spoke. "I still can't believe you're really Hun." His opponent didn't deny it. "Of course you can't." "I was shocked at first, too." Glick asked. "So, what is your objective?" He stated his demand plainly. "I need to use some of the Glick company's resources. We can arrange this through a sponsorship contract between us." Glick observed. "You speak as if the Glick company is your own." Jin Hyun's reply was simple. "In essence, isn't it? This is a story about the past." He continued. "For someone with no talent for business, who do you think sold you all those items from the tower's upper floors?" Jin Hyun declared, "I was a key contributor to Glick's foundation, and I am also the Glick company's largest shareholder." Glick mused. "This arrogance. It's like I'm talking to Hun in the flesh." Jin Hyun just shrugged. "That's because you are." Glick smiled, ready to negotiate. "Even if you are Hun, if you want a contract, you have to offer something in return." Jin Hyun was prepared. "After all, who taught Glick business? How about information?" he offered. "All the intel I've ever gathered, compiled and decoded." Glick tossed a few gold coins, his eyes gleaming with cunning. "Very well, I'll price it after I've heard it," Jin Hyun began. "If the 9 stars tried to kill me, that means a mastermind was pulling the strings. Those bastards all have massive egos, so they'd never cooperate. The only power strong enough to command them would be one of the tower's 4 kings." Glick shouted in shock. "Wait, you're talking about the 4 kings?" Jin Hyun guided his thoughts. "Just think about it. They want to protect their race's supremacy over all others. If another species climbs to the tower's higher floors, their own power and influence would plummet. That leads to a problem. It gives them 2 choices. Either climb to the tower's peak themselves, or eliminate anyone who could climb higher than they can." Glick had surmised the deal. Those who joined the plan would be made the rulers of a floor. "What?" Jin Hyun confirmed. "Exactly." Glick couldn't believe it was so simple. "But is that all you figured out? You were a victim, after all." Jin Hyun then pressed, "The Oni village on floor 100. Remember?" His expression said it all. Glick replied, "I know the only survivor." Jin Hyun revealed, "Her name is Hazu, a young Oni." Glick was stunned. "A young Oni?" As they spoke elsewhere, a demon's head went flying. "What a move!" The small girl, half the demon's size, had taken its head. Hazu panted. Still, not enough. She recalled her failure, fueling her will to win. A system window appeared. "You have exceeded the time limit for the 10th floor trial. Raid failed. You will be teleported to the 9th floor safe zone." Hazu gripped her sword, resolute, to see Oriboni again. "I must get stronger." The sword spirit floated nearby, taunting her. "Why the long face? All you have to do is use me," it sneered. "You want to see him that badly, right? With my power, that orc warrior would be a piece of cake." Hazu stood firm. "No. My brother wouldn't use the dragon-slaying sword's power." She remembered her reason. "I made a promise to Oriboni." Hazu raised her sword. "I'll get stronger myself, so be quiet unless you're helping." Back with Jin Hyun, he continued. "Strange, isn't it? In that huge battle, the Oni clan sent just 1 child and a sword." Glick realized, "You mean the real targets were the child and the sword?" Jin Hyun confirmed, "Precisely. To kill one Oni girl, they wiped out an entire race. In other words, Jin Hyun said, they're choosing their targets with care. Glick was speechless. Impossible. This could shake the very foundations of the tower. But if he was right, everything made a terrifying amount of sense. Jin Hyun stood, startling Glick. And to answer your question, my goal is revenge, he declared. I will destroy every last one of them, leaving none alive. Not the 9 stars, nor supporters of the 4 great clans, Jin Hyun added, and the ones from the clans who slaughtered your family. Glick was thrown back to his childhood, standing frozen in the pouring rain. A small boy, watching his family lie cold and still on the ground. The room's golden walls seemed to crumble. Glick remained still, but his heart was a battlefield. A notification popped up. The Lord of 10,000 Demons asks what you discussed. The 9-tailed fox asks if you're into men. Jin Hyun whispered through gritted teeth. Don't ruin the atmosphere, you absolute morons. Glick decided. Fine, I'll buy your information. Seeing the deal was set, Jin Hyun praised. An excellent choice. Glick's golden eyes gleamed with resolve, but Glick added a condition. Prove you're really him, right now. Jin Hyun rolled his eyes with a sigh. Have a little faith, will you? Must you do this? Glick wouldn't yield. I'm a merchant. Trust is a commodity. He stated, I can't make a deal based on faith alone. Jin Hyun was out of options. He had to agree. This is a pain. He glanced over. Do you have a way to verify me? A handshake will work, right? A notification appeared. The Lord of 10,000 Demons roared. Who verifies identity with a handshake? Boss says to shake 3 times, then he'll think about it. Infuriated, Jin Hyun held out his hand. Fine, 3 shakes. The message appeared before Glick. The Lord of 10,000 Demons says he is the one you are thinking of. Stop doubting. I stake my honor on it. With that guarantee, Glick sighed in relief. A smile curved his lips. Then I suppose I can't refuse. Glick extended his hand to Jin Hyun. I will trust you. It's good to see you again. Demon face. Jin Hyun reached out his own hand in return. They stood face to face. One day, we'll surely use our real names, Glick said, their hands gripping tightly. Oh wait, no, they shook hands in friendship. Jin Hyun spoke first. Then I'll state my request. Glick replied magnanimously. Of course. Anything money can buy, I can acquire for you. Jin Hyun's expression turned sinister. His shirt blew up, revealing toned abs. I need every usable weapon in this tower, and lots of ammo. Hearing this insane request, Glick frowned. You're a necromancer. What for? He asked. Are you starting a war on the 10th floor? Jin Hyun just grinned. Ever heard of an all-rounder master? As he spoke, he opened his status window. The information appeared. Name, Jin Hyun. Class, necromancer. Sub, class, all-rounder master. Glick couldn't believe his eyes. An all-rounder master? That's an actual class? Jin Hyun boasted smugly. Just like the name says, it boosts all my stats. Even weapons I've never touched feel like I've used them for years. Hearing this, Glick's mind raced. If that was true, Jin Hyun was stronger than before. He was still weak now, but his potential was limitless. Then my job is to maximize his potential. Decided, Glick turned and yelled, Puppet, are you out there? The man peeked in, responding respectfully. Yes, sir. Are you finished? Glick immediately commanded. Buy every single weapon on the 10th floor for me. Use another company's name to be discreet. Also, he pulled out a golden card, ordering a VIP package with absolute authority. After some time, the two stood waiting like statues. The puppet finally returned. My apologies for the wait. I've bought every item you requested. In his hands was a single coat. This left Jin Hyun confused. This is everything? It's just a cloak. I needed more than just weapons. The puppet offered the robe, its voice laced with mystery. Not at all. Everything you need is already stored within. A confused Jin Hyun asked Glick. Stored? He smirked. This robe is the outlaw's garment. It is linked to a subdimension. It can hold countless inanimate objects, just like a vast warehouse. Its temperature, size, and color are also user customizable. The cloak is also protected by a magic enchantment. If you put an accessory inside, the effect transfers to your gear. It is an extremely rare item in this tower. Take good care of it. Hearing the warning, Jin Hyun joked. You're the one who should be careful. I might just go on a spending spree. The scene changes. Heavy footsteps emerge from a portal. Kim Sung-tae gasped for breath, telling his companions, We're still alive. I thought we were all goners. A man in blue spoke up. Because we took the challenge as a group, none of us gained any achievements. Luckily, we survived thanks to Sung-tae's support gear. The last man on the ground lifted his head, but we're broke before even reaching the 10th floor. How can we keep climbing the tower? Sung Tae turned back. Don't worry. The White Goose Guild has someone on the 10th floor. We can continue if we meet him, and get even more money. But Sung Tae couldn't forget that face from the first floor, the one who became a superhuman trainee, known as Demon Face. He dared to threaten and humiliate me. I will make him pay. As his rage grew, he grinned. All right, let's go. Time for some bloody revenge. But upon returning, the three of them stood aghast. Their building had been burned to the ground. Sung Tae stammered. What happened here? The sky grew dark. The other guild members had evacuated to the 30th floor, and he'd lost contact with his connection. What's the plan, Sung Tae? The man in blue looked at him. We have no skills and no money. The one in orange added. We can't reach the 30th floor like this. When Sung Tae was silent, they pressed him. Hey, say something. We trusted you. Kim Sung Tae. Their constant nagging only frustrated him more. Without his famous guild, he was absolutely nothing. Hey, Kim Sung Tae. I asked what your plan is. He was filled with resentment but couldn't speak his mind, only cursing them under his breath. Shut up, you useless bastards. Without me, you trash wouldn't have passed the 10th floor. Should I just ditch these fools? Suddenly, his eyes darted aside. A soft cry from a small white fox caught their attention. One of them asked, What is that? A fox? The little fox struggled forward, trembling. As it approached Kim Sung Tae, he waved it away. If you're hungry, we have no food. Get lost. The small fox stubbornly licked his shoe. He sneered without pity. Disgusting. Scram, you idiot. With that, Sung Tae stood up. He kicked the fox hard, sending it flying with a whimper. The small creature slammed into the ground, crying out in pain. But Sung Tae wasn't done. He spat out venomous words. You came at the perfect time. I needed something to vent on. He advanced again, brutally stomping on the fox. He cursed. Damn it, why me? Why is everything so hard? My life is a complete failure. The little fox beneath his foot was now exhausted. It was too weak to resist. Sung Tae's curses grew fiercer, his stomps harder. Surrounded by idiots. My luck is rotten. A light suddenly appeared in the dark alley. A sharp blade pierced through Sung Tae's foot, severing it. He froze for a moment, watching blood gush like a fountain. From the alley, a figure emerged, radiating killing intent. Why don't you stop? Kick it again, and that wound won't heal. The pain finally hit Sung Tae as he screamed, My leg, who are you? The fox lay unconscious. The figure replied disdainfully, Me? Are you talking to me? I'm about to become the master of the fox you were crushing. And that person was none other than Jin Hun. On the street, a floating Vukan asked, Where to now? Jin Hun calmly walked on. We still have one final destination. We're going to the Class Change Tower to obtain spiritual power. Vukan asked, confused. Why? Aren't you already a spirit master? From under his mask, Jin Hun shot him a sharp glance. But my class change is like a bug. It's like a mage with past life memories who hasn't yet mastered all his mana. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. I see. I hadn't considered that. Jin Hun moved on. First, let's rest using the guild's money. Suddenly, Vukan's status window appeared. The nine-tailed fox has sensed something. At the same time, Jin Hun's status window updated. The Lord of all Ghosts directs your gaze that way. Jin Hun glanced toward a narrow alley. He mentally asked, What are you doing, nine-tailed fox? The status window frantically updated. The nine-tailed fox requests your assistance. It says its child is in danger. This led to the earlier scene. The flash of light was Jin Hun's sword. That beast, Sung Tae's filthy foot, was severed as if it were pork. Kim Sung Tae froze, his brain unable to process what had just happened. He stared blankly at the blood spraying like a fountain. From the shadows, Jin Hun's voice dripped with killing intent. Why don't you stop that? If you continue, it'll just take longer for the wound to heal. The pain finally registered, and Sung Tae screamed like a stuck pig. He cursed, Damn it, my leg. Who are you? On the ground, the little fox lay weakly. Jin Hun sneered. Me? Are you talking to me? I'm the one who will become the master of the fox you're trampling. Jin Hun looked at the small fox, thinking, I can't believe I'm seeing the child of the nine-tailed fox. A legendary creature in a place like this. And another quest, too. The status window then displayed a mission. Please save that child. Disciple of the neutral god and the nine-tailed fox. After rescuing it, take good care of it. Reward. Fox's item, increased affinity with the nine-tailed fox. First reward given upon successful rescue. Second item granted once the subject has recovered. Jin Hun saw the quest and thought, What an unexpected gift. Sung Tae stared in shock at the man who cut off his foot. He would never forget that mask. That mask. The demon face? How pathetic that Jin Hun couldn't even remember. He wondered aloud, have we met before? Humiliated, Kim Sung Tae's face twisted in a snarl. Is this how you dare provoke me? Seize him. At his command, two henchmen ambushed from behind. Jin Hun's ice-cold gaze flickered toward the two grunts. Then, he vanished right before their very eyes. The man in blue stared in shock. The freckled man gritted his teeth. Where did he go? In a flash, before all three of them, Jin Hun landed softly, the little fox in his arms. He turned, his voice as grim as the king of hell. You stepped on it, not knowing its worth? Those may be the last words you ever speak. Kim Sung Tae leaned on his sword, trembling with rage. Arrogantly, he sneered. And why should we know anything about it? I'll just cut. Jin Hun wasn't in a hurry. Opening his status window, he asked the nine-tailed fox, what should I do with these wretches? As expected, the system replied, the nine-tailed fox says to kill them. Fearless, Kim Sung Tae's men closed in, surrounding him. This sealed his only escape route. Jin Hun leaned over, holding something, and called out, hey, grab the item to your left. While he was still stunned, Jin Hun kindly tossed the man's own severed leg over. Sung Tae's eyes blazed with fury. Did he just throw my own leg at me? But Jin Hun didn't just throw it. He weaponized it. The severed limb began to crack apart. Holding the small fox, Jin Hun declared, corpse explosion. He looked down at the tiny creature. So, you're the child of the nine-tailed fox? The cub yelped joyfully in response. The two then brought the little fox home. The immediate problem was what to do with it. Staring at the small fox, one of them asked, so what now? First, it needs a name. We can't just keep calling it the nine-tailed fox's child. Jin Hun thought with a serious expression, if we shorten Little Fox, does that make it Licks? Hearing this, the little fox froze on the spot. Vu Can couldn't hold back. I think that cub is going to maul you when it gets bigger. The status window chimed in perfectly. The nine-tailed fox is nodding vigorously. Jin Hun shot back. Got a better idea? Vu Can boasted. Witness my naming sense, honed over countless years. With the meaning shining brightly, Ho for fox and Rang for radiant. We'll call it Harang. After hearing the name, Jin Hun fell completely silent. Annoyed, Vu Can yelled, if you don't like it, just say something. That's when Jin Hun spoke up. An idea. Since it's a two-tailed fox, let's just call it Miho. That's best, right? Vu Can smirked, and you think that picky cub will accept that name? But as expected, Vu Can was immediately proven wrong. The little fox adored its new name. Jin Hun grinned. See, it likes it. Defeated, Vu Can just cleared his throat. A notification appeared in the status window. Side quest. Complete. You have successfully rescued Miho, child of the nine-tailed fox. The reward has been granted. A small orb of light materialized above Miho's head. It held a fox seal and flew towards a stunned Jin Hun. This was a fox mask. When worn, you can use the abilities of the Fox clan. The mask's power also grows with the owner's own base strength. Jin Hun held the mask, examining it closely. It looked like an Oni mask. If this holds Fox clan abilities, there must be several, but charm is the best of them all. There's no better skill for incapacitating an enemy. Just then, a new message from the nine-tailed fox appeared. It said the quest was still ongoing. The nine-tailed fox reminds you to strengthen the cub's vitality. Seeing the update, Jin Hun couldn't help but ask, vitality? So what do I have to do? Quest Part 2. To restore Miho's power, you must feed it 999 fresh livers. The reward is increased affinity with the nine-tailed fox. Vu Can muttered, 999 livers. Jin Hun's face twitched, and fresh, meaning I have to hunt them myself, right? But then his eyes fell on the mask on the table. Well, considering this mask's value, I guess it's a fair trade. He shot a friendly smile toward the nine-tailed fox. Gaining your favor has its perks, right? I'm looking forward to it. The nine-tailed fox was terrified of this madman and immediately looked away. The nine-tailed fox said, your current priority is the quest. Vu Can quickly made to leave. All right, since that's settled, I'm heading out on patrol. As he watched him go, Jin Hun added a reminder. At sunrise, we're heading to the class change tower. If you think you'll be late, just meet us there. And with that, Vu Can vanished right through the ceiling. Following Vu Can on patrol, he gazed down below, thinking, just as I thought. It's so different from when I last climbed the tower. Suddenly, a dangerous aura stunned him. Vu Can hurriedly tracked it to its source. This feeling. Impossible. On a deserted street below, A figure radiated that same dangerous aura. It was a dragon. Those horns and that immense mana were unmistakable. It was a dragon. The being exhaled, his lips moving. I want to kill all dragons. Vukan saw it, his pupils shrinking in absolute disbelief. Kill all dragons? The dragon race was notoriously narcissistic, a trait they considered love for their kin. They were the proudest of the 4 divine clans. That's why the saying goes, no one leaves a dragon's lair alive. Damn it, are the dragons already on the 10th floor? Henchik sighed, his eyes full of hatred. I want to kill them all. Vukan couldn't believe his ears. Kill all dragons? He knew them to be a self-loving race. Their deep familial bonds were legendary. They held the most pride among the 4 kingly clans. For a dragon to say such a thing meant he wouldn't spare a single one of his own brethren. Vukan broke into a cold sweat. Witnessing this, he could only curse to himself. Damn it, the dragons are about to reach the 10th floor. Henchik's presence had caused a stir among the people. They had no idea what he was doing. That dragon guy is there again. He's been there for days, just muttering nonsense. From above, Vukan listened in on the gossip. He was surprised. For days? Then why haven't the other dragons made a move? But why? Just then, Henchik seemed to sense his presence. His eyes scanned the area. In that instant, Vukan flinched, startled by the sudden attention. Never mind. Did he sense my mana? Henchik crossed his arms, looking up with a sneer. Oh, it's you. The useless ghost who just lurks around acting strangely. Vukan's eyes flashed with rage. What? Useless ghost? Radiating, killing intent, he approached the dragon, warning, you clearly have no idea who you're talking to. In that case, I have a pretty good idea of your strength. Young dragon. Those last 2 words struck a nerve. Henchik ground his teeth, speechless with rage. But he quickly recovered, his voice laced with menace. You dare call me a dragon? Do you have a death wish? On the outskirts of the 10th floor, Jinhun headed toward the class change tower alone. He wondered, that fire god bastard isn't back? Why isn't he responding? Shaking it off, he pushed the door open and shouted, Is anyone here? Just then, a man appeared and greeted him, offering an introduction. I'm Ken, the climber currently managing the class change tower. Jinhun looked around and bluntly remarked, This place is completely dead, huh? Ken happily explained that awakeners with mana over 10 were a rarity. The area was practically empty. Hun cut straight to the point. Can I use the summoner's room? Ken replied cheerfully, Of course, sir. But for verification, he produced a massive crystal orb. Please channel all of your mana into this crystal. Hun glanced at the orb to confirm. So, I just pour my mana into it? That's right. Just transfer it slowly. Ken guided. Hun placed his hand on the orb, and a torrent of power surged into the crystal. Ken gritted his teeth, struggling to handle the pressure. Impossible. How can a climber from the 1st floor possess this much mana? The crystal orb began to crack under the strain. It suddenly shattered from Hun's incredible power, blasting Ken backwards. He struggled up, stammering. The orb. It's broken. Hun's show of force was enough. He coldly asked from a position of power, Where's the necromancer's room? Meanwhile, Vukan and Henrik were locked in a fierce, undecided battle. Henrik landed a blow, sending him flying. Vukan felt his disadvantage, sweating. This isn't good. Without Hun, both my mana and my soul are limited. Henrik let out a triumphant laugh, taunting. How long will you hide in the shadows? Come out and fight me properly. Amid the tension, a bystander added fuel to the fire. Hey, look at his horns. There's no doubt about it, he's a dragon. Hearing this, Henrik's blood boiled. A killing aura erupted as he roared. Shut your mouth. Who are you calling a dragon? The gossips fled in terror, yelling, Run! Vukan was confused. The man was clearly a dragon, yet he raged at the word, as if his soul and body were completely separate. But could that even be possible? A thought struck him, and he remembered Hun. A bold theory formed. Could it be? The thought excited Vukan immensely. Filled with a researcher's thrill, his excitement surged. He confidently drew his weapon, preparing himself for battle. Henrik watched, confused. A weapon made from a soul? Vukan taunted. Let's see what's really hiding inside that body of yours. He immediately unleashed a necrotic ray at Henrik, but he nimbly dodged the attack. He let out a condescending laugh. So you're not just a useless ghost after all. Vukan seethed, a dark aura flaring. Spirit power. A magic that consumes souls, a power even that bastard can't use. I am Vukan, the strongest necromancer. You will regret starting this fight. But Henrik simply ignored the threat. He even smirked. This isn't a blind date. What's with the self-introduction? After their exchange, He finally drew his sword, getting serious. Shifting to offense, he brought his sword down with immense power. He spoke coldly. I am Henrik, the Dragon Slayer. Remember it. That's the name of the man who will send you to your grave. Vukan blocked with all his might, stunned. A Dragon Slayer? He was shocked and afraid. That title is only given to those who've successfully conquered a dragon. Damn it, why would such a powerful soul enter a dragon's body? Vukan cursed his foolishness as dread washed over him. Damn it, I underestimated him because he looked so young. But if a Dragon Slayer's soul from the 7,800th floor is in that body, then even with Hun, our victory is not guaranteed. Vukan's heart pounded as he considered this. So that means? But he held his ground. Henrik scoffed. You think I'll fall for that again? But Vukan unleashed a new skill, Soul Shackles, freezing Henrik for 5 seconds in spectral chains. Enraged, he countered with 1,000 heavenly cuts. The smaller phantom claws were easily destroyed, but the real threat was coming. Then, a colossal claw appeared, blocking out the light. As the shadow fell on him, Henrik's face turned pale with horror. Vukan roared, Titanic Soul Shackles. The terrified girl in his arms screamed. He held her close, whispering, Don't worry, it'll be okay. As he knew, spirit power was the very essence of a necromancer. Necromancers can use souls instead of mana. The thought chilled him. The quickest way to awaken spirit power is in a spirit state. In other words, one has to be near death. He watched Hun, whose eyes were vacant, about to pass out. Kneeling, he made a bold guess. It seems he's already entered the spirit realm, a world like a vast ocean. A voice echoed from nowhere, commanding, A body. Give us a vessel. Vukan spun around, on guard. It's starting. From a swirling green vortex, countless souls poured out. They shrieked, A healthy body, so I can live again. They fought frantically among themselves. That one's mine. Stay back. Go to the afterlife, old man. Vukan watched the horrifying scene. He abandoned Hun and ran for his life. Luckily, he was agile enough to escape the grasp of the ravenous souls. Vukan finally breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. I've used up all the soul and mana Hun gave me. A cunning idea began to form. He'll be immobile for a while, won't he? This is my chance. He urged himself to move quickly. Vukan seized the moment. He cast a magic formation to trap Henrik. But Henrik fought back desperately, shattering the trap. He panted, exhausted from the effort. You said your name was Vukan, right? He looked up and laughed. Fine. Next time, I'll tear you to pieces myself. Henrik raised his sword high. With fierce determination, he said, I swear it. At the class change tower, Ken was leading Hun. The huge space made Hun exclaim, There are so many rooms. Ken simply replied, The path of magic is nearly endless. Outwardly friendly, he was secretly sizing up his new acquaintance. Who is this guy? A climber from the first floor, yet even I, from the 35th floor, can't match him. Hun was doing the same to Ken. They were two of a kind. Hun judged him with slight contempt. His name's Ken, right? He's a decent mage, but a useful guide for now. At last, they reached the room. Ken opened the door and announced, This is the necromancer's chamber. It was a vast and well-equipped room. Hun surveyed the room, a satisfied smirk on his face. Potions, corpses, and books. This was a necromancer's dream. Ken called eagerly from the door. If you need anything, just say the word. Hun replied coldly without a glance. Understood. He then turned to Miho. Shall we begin? The girl hopped down excitedly, ready to start. But Vukan appeared from nowhere, startling her so badly she almost face-planted. Hun's face darkened as he snapped. Where did you come from? Vukan scratched his head, making up an excuse. Don't worry. I just overdid my morning workout. He quickly changed the subject. Looks like you're about to start. Hun removed his mask, admitting, Yes, if I'm to use spirit power like you. He waved a hand. Spirit soldiers, begin. The spirit soldiers obeyed, bringing stacks of books, drawing a summoning circle, and lighting candles, serving Hun diligently. They hovered protectively behind him. Miho just stared, completely lost. Seeing her confusion, Vukan picked her up with a chuckle. Well now, we should probably stand back a bit, Miho. Sitting in the summoning circle, Hun gave a grave order. This might be my last command, so listen carefully, Vukan. He turned to look at the old man, his voice both a command and a plea. Protect my physical body until I awaken. Vukan just grinned, offering a sharp warning. Be careful. If you die, I'll claim your body. The moment he spoke, a spirit materialized. It watched Hun for an instant, then shot straight through his chest. Vukan's words were harsh, but his heart was true. Seeing the attack, he was overcome with worry and raised his weapon. Spirit soldiers, Hun's body is in danger. Protect your master from death. The spirit soldiers moved instantly, restraining the soul. It struggled helplessly, screaming, "Let me go, you bastards." From outside the circle, Vukan unleashed a powerful necromantic ray. Ken heard the commotion and poked his head in. "Sir, what was that noise?" The chaotic battle scene made him clutch his head in absolute terror. "What is this? This is complete and utter chaos." Vukan, mid-fight, saw Ken as potential help. "What? You're the manager here? Help me now." Ignoring the fight, Miho hid in a corner, trembling as she covered her ears. The small girl peeked with one eye to check on the situation. The spirit smirked, having found its opponent's weakness. "Over here, you foolish bastard." Ken tried his best to warn them. "Over there, it's aiming for his back." In the tense chaos, Vukan could only curse under his breath. "Damn it." The spirit closed in behind Hun, whispering insidiously, "Wake up, you fool. Your body is about to be stolen." Just then, Miho bravely leaped forward, blocking the spirit's wicked attempt. "You idiots only defend from one direction?" Another spirit taunted, as it attacked from the rear. Seeing this, both Ken and Vukan started to panic. Ken screamed, "This way! Behind him! Damn it!" Vukan roared, his face twisted with rage. By then, the spirit was right on top of him. Vukan glared at him and roared, "Wake up, you damn fool! Your body's about to be stolen!" Suddenly, Miho dashed forward, leaping to block the spirit. She cried out as a brilliant pink aura enveloped her body. Miho squeezed her eyes shut, pouring all her strength into unleashing her technique. Vukan and Ken could only stare in astonishment. Vukan watched with concern, crying out, Miho." Ken, meanwhile, gasped in shock. "That light is..." The attacking spirits stopped dead, questioning one another. "What is that? Where did it come from?" "I don't know." Then, the light in their eyes slowly turned a soft pink. Their eyes morphed into hearts, like devoted fans seeing their idol. They all cried out at once, "So cute! And look at that little tail!" One by one, the spirits fell to the ground, looking blissful. "So adorable. Lovely. Haha, so very cute." Exhausted, Vukan collapsed to his knees. Seeing his own spirits mesmerized, he cursed, "Damn it, you guys too?" Even Ken was entranced, asking dreamily, "What is that adorable creature?" Seeing this, he turned and yelled at the boy, "Hey, snap out of it." He then looked to Miho, his mind racing. This is charm magic, but it should only work on physical beings, a power that can turn souls into puppets. A creature blessed with the blood of gods is truly on another level. As he was lost in thought, Miho stood guard behind Hun. Suddenly, a massive skull materialized in the room, roaring in anger. "How noisy! This is far too chaotic." Its colossal body emerged, a giant skeleton in iron armor, wielding a massive weapon. It continued to speak slowly. Seeing it, Vukan felt a chill run down his spine. In life, he was a powerful tower climber. If he takes Hun's body, we're in serious trouble. Just as he thought that, the great skeleton noticed Hun. "Oh, a new vessel." Vukan scrambled to his feet, his mind racing. "I have to stop him." But after a few steps, he collapsed, crying out in pain. "Urk!" Vukan tried to stand, but his legs had no strength. He grit his teeth. "This charm magic, it's draining my power." He looked to Miho and screamed, "Miho, stop him, now." The giant skeleton reached for her, sneering. "Step aside. I have no interest in you, you furry thing." The moment he finished speaking, she charged. He snatched his hand back in alarm. "What?" Miho had once again used her charm magic to control him. The skeleton stared in surprise. This aura, a spirit beast. Miho had a dazed expression as she formed a tiny floating heart. Vukan's eyes went wide. Did she use up all her power? The charm has reached its limit. Realizing this, he screamed, "Miho!" The armored giant raised its sword, looming over her. "You think a lowly thing like this can frighten me?" Miho squeezed her eyes shut in terror, tears welling at their corners. Suddenly, a hand rose up, gathering spirit energy at its fingertip. A beam of light shot out, striking the skeleton's sword arm. Vukan could only stare in amazement. "Miho, thank you." Hearing his voice, Miho peeked with one eye. Seeing it was him, her face lit up with joy. His entire body was now enveloped in spirit energy. Hun glared at the beast with pure fury. "Now, you die, you wretched demon." Seeing its arm fall away, the skeleton roared in agony. "My spiritual body!" His body became the eye of a spiritual vortex as the soul-summoning vessel within him opened. He looked at the demon. "A mongrel like you will make a fine ingredient for my elixirs." The charmed spirits on the ground were also sucked into the vortex. Hearing Hun's words, the skeleton raised its arm and bellowed. "How dare you?" Seeing its defiance, Hun raised his hands, focusing spirit energy into his fingertips. His gaze turned to ice as he spoke. 10-finger spirit pill. The spiritual blast annihilated his spirit form, forcing a second logout before it tore through the tower wall, creating a violent explosion. Vu Ka watched, his face lighting up with excitement, focusing spiritual energy into a fingertip and firing. Simple, yet so powerful. He then stood, gazing outside. Hearing the old man, he removed his mask, asking with a cheerful face, Not too bad, right?" Ken was already fast asleep, exhausted against the wall. The puppet cried out in disbelief. "Good heavens!" He scanned the messy room, papers swirling in the wind, then stepped inside. "What on earth did you people do in this tower?" He turned to the puppet and replied, It's a long story. What brings you here?" "I have a delivery for you," he said proudly, as his puppet brought forth an item. "One of your requests. Something even a dimensional bag can't hold." The briefcase was opened. He presented powerful, graded poisons, the thermostone pulsing with fire, and the cryostone holding the power of water. From behind, Vu Ka remarked, "You found these faster than I expected." He looked at the merchant, asking, "But aren't these stones for dungeons past floor 100? The man was visibly startled by the question. He replied cheerfully, "That's right." Stepping back, he proudly announced, "This is my last delivery as the 10th floor's branch manager. I'm returning to my life as a tower climber." Seeing his resolve, he had to ask, "Why?" Expecting the question, he smiled with determination. "Because I need to become much stronger. As a merchant, I'm aiming for the absolute top. Both Ghost Mask and Guild believe your presence will drastically change this tower." After explaining, he placed a hand over his heart. His expression grew even more determined. "And when that change comes, the greatest merchant must be a part of it. One who also climbed 100 floors on his own." He smiled. That's some serious resolve. But he thought, he's just like Goldlick was. He recalled that memory of Goldlick. Taking the case from the puppet, he said, "If you prove you have the right skills, I'll let you in on Goldlick's and my plan." The merchant bowed, beaming with joy. "I would be honored. Thank you, sir." His puppet was already seated on the carriage. He and Vuche watched the carriage disappear into the distance. Vuche was the first to speak. "Well, he's gone now." He strolled back inside, replying, "Then I suppose it's time to fill my stomach." He plopped down, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he stared at the case. Vuka's face filled with horror. "You don't mean you're going to eat them?" His grin widened, becoming truly demonic. "Of course. What else would I do with them?" He picked up the cryostone and explained calmly, "My absorption skill lets me make the power of anything I consume my own." He raised the cryostone to his open mouth, still speaking. "Aren't you curious what power this will grant me?" Just then, Ken finally woke up. He shot up, screaming in a panic, "It's dangerous!" Vuka walked over to him. "So, you're finally awake." Still dazed, Ken could only ask, "Huh?" He looked at Vuka, pleading, "Where is he, and the fox?" Vuka quickly reassured him, "Don't worry, they're both safe." But then he suddenly remembered something. Actually, maybe not so safe. This only confused Ken even more. "Huh? What do you mean by that?" Just then, a scream of agony cut through the air, drawing their attention. They saw him, his face twisted in pain. He was on his knees, forcing down the thermostone. He screamed in pure agony. Nearby, Miho trembled in fear. Her paws covered her head as a system window appeared. The nine-tailed fox is deeply concerned for her offspring. His screams made her shut her eyes tight in terror. The system added, "She does not wish for others to see her descendants' fear." But through the pain, his eyes burned with determination. He roared one word, "Devour." Instantly, his body erupted in a vortex of flames and spiritual energy. He clutched his chest, panting heavily, his mouth scorched by the flames. A system window appeared. Ice and fire absorption has reached max level. He held a vial of poison, seeing the system message. His face soured. "Looks like I can't absorb the rest. Damn it. Why must I put myself through this?" Vuka lamented, looking at the mountain of orc corpses. Hearing him, the main character replied, "What do you mean, torture? This is all necessary work." Vucha stopped complaining and asked, You actually drank all that poison?" He turned and explained, "I told you before. Just like the Black Crystal's combat methods, I have to prepare for any emergency." As he spoke to Vuka, a system notification appeared. "All toxins have been purged. Fire resistance has greatly increased. Ice resistance has greatly increased. He remembered his own death, especially poison. One of the black crystals is a master of it. If I'd recognized his methods, I wouldn't have been defeated so badly. Just then, a spirit flew to Vu-Ka and announced, "It is finished." Vu-Ka acknowledged it. "They've arrived." He then confirmed with the spirit, "Is that all of the nearby orcs?" The spirit simply nodded. He looked at Miho with a smile. "You've waited long enough, haven't you? Time to eat." Miho happily leaped off his shoulders. Vu-Ka watched him dote on the cub and turned to ask, "Shouldn't she be learning to fight like a true Nine-Tails descendant?" He replied, "In human years, she's just a baby." Just then, Miho bared her sharp fangs and began to tear into the orcs. Vu-Ka and he watched, stunned. Maybe she doesn't need lessons. A system window then appeared. Second trial quest. Feeding on raw livers. 127 of 999. Miho trotted back to him, looking satisfied. Later, back in the city, Vu-Ka said, "I'd love to cause chaos like you do, but we shouldn't attract attention in a large city." He heard this and asked, "Were you planning to pick a fight in the middle of the night?" Shocked by the question, the old man replied, "Huh? You want to know?" Hun's eyes turned cold as he pressed on. "Can't you feel your demonic energy awakening? Who was it? A demon? Or the Dragon Clan?" "I've met them," he replied. Hun's calm expression shattered into disbelief. Vu-Kan's face darkened as he continued, "I fought a member of the Dragon Clan. He was fierce. Luckily, I used my spiritual power to halt his swift movements." Finishing his story, he glanced at Hun and froze. Demonic energy erupted from Hun's entire body as he declared, "The Dragon Clan is here." His eyes blazed with agitation. Alarmed, Vu-Kan quickly tried to restrain him. "Hun, calm down. Don't unleash your aura in the street." Suddenly, Hun coughed up a mouthful of blood. Wiping his mouth, he gasped, "Ugh!" The after effects of swallowing that ice fire remain. It's making it hard to control. Vu-Kan was speechless. "I told you to calm down." He then added, "It wasn't just any member of the Dragon Clan, but someone else." Hearing this, Hun asked suspiciously, "Not the Dragon Clan, but someone else?" After a brief explanation, the old man concluded, "So, that's the whole story." After listening, Hun muttered thoughtfully, "A dragon slayer named Henrik?" Vu-Kan confirmed, "That's right." Hun's expression twisted into one of pure shock. "That's impossible. His soul and body are separate?" Behind the mask, his shock was obvious as he spoke again. Vu-Kan immediately answered him, "That's right. I didn't believe it myself at first, but I saw him with my own eyes." Hun listened with grim focus. When he finished, Hun had calmed down and replied, "Is that so? If it's the Dragon Slayer Henrik, then I've heard of him." He began to explain. He started hunting dragons right after becoming a tower climber. He relentlessly slaughtered every dragon he could find, eventually becoming a monster known only as the Dragon Slayer. He glanced at Vu-Kan and continued, "I heard he died between the 700th and 800th floors." The old man replied, "Based on that, it must have been a trap set by the Dragon royal family." Hearing this, a grin spread across Hun's face. "All right, I have to meet this Henrik." The moment he spoke, he coughed up more blood. Seeing this, Vu-Kan panicked again. "Hey, you absorbed way too much. That devouring trait of yours is a complete cheat. I should call it a curse for the user. That toxic heat stone and frost stone, you need to heal the internal damage they caused immediately," he said, watching the toxic energies swirl within Hun's body. Wiping away the blood, Hun turned and asked him a question. "Heal? See a priest or something? Are you crazy? You want me to be purified by holy power like some lost soul?" Vu-Kan instantly shot back. "Then what's your plan? If this continues, you'll just keep vomiting blood and won't recover." Hun replied, "The best way is to obtain holy power to heal myself." Vu-Kan scoffed, "Humph, have you lost your mind? How is that even possible?" Suddenly, Miho, resting on his back, sensed something and cried out. "What is it, Miho?" he asked, glancing over at her. Her cries grew louder and more frantic. Hun grew alarmed and pressed her again. "What's wrong? My ears! Be quiet!" he snapped. Just then, Vu-Kan also sensed a presence and shouted, "Hun!" A massive question mark appeared in Hun's mind. The old man looked past him and said, "Something strange about those people." The crowd on the street had suddenly frozen like statues. Hearing that, Hun asked, "Huh? The humans? They didn't react to Miho's screams?" Vu-Kan immediately replied, "I don't know what's happening either, but it looks like they're walking unconsciously." Suddenly, a halo of light appeared above them. Both whipped their heads around in shock. A woman emerged from the crowd. As she approached, she said, "A pleasure to finally meet you, Demon Mask." She finished with a gentle smile. Hun stared in shock, his mind screaming, "A celestial." As he replied, he began drawing a sword from his cloak's dimension. "Ha, a pleasure? I don't think so," he continued. Suddenly, a hand shot out, clamping down on the hilt of his emerging sword. She now stood directly before him and continued, "Don't do something you'll regret." Hun was stunned, his mind reeling in panic. "So fast! Since when?" Seeing his reaction, she simply smiled and said, "Let's try again, Demon Mask. It's truly nice to meet you." Hun's hand began to tremble uncontrollably. He thought, "Damn it, she's too strong, I can't move." Suddenly, Ju gently touched his mask and whispered, "Your throat is injured." Her hand moved to his chest. "Your stomach, liver, all your internal organs are damaged." Hun wondered, "What are you doing?" Suddenly, the halo above Ju's head glowed brilliantly. A powerful light radiated from her body. Hun stared, wondering, "What is this?" He hastily backed away as the spirit beast at his feet growled fiercely. Vukan, floating behind him, urgently asked, "Damn it, are you all right?" Hun touched his own chest. He thought in astonishment, "It's completely healed." This was the power of the Celestial clan. Ju stepped forward kindly. "Now you see that I have no intention of fighting you, correct?" She then gently introduced herself. "I am Ju, from the Wingless Celestial clan." That evening in the old town, a loud bell rang out, waking everyone. People began to stir, slowly opening their eyes. A man opened his eyes, looking around in a daze. "Huh?" A white-haired young man stared at the crowd, utterly confused. "What was I doing? What time is it?" At the Gitch Hotel, a waitress holding a stick muttered, "Huh?" She scratched her head. "Why was I just standing here?" A short-haired maid rushed over. "That's right. My head feels fuzzy too. Are we just overworked?" Meanwhile, Hun watched them silently from behind a door. Stepping into the small room, he shut the door and asked Ju, "What did you do?" Ju answered calmly, "I only altered their memories slightly to protect them. It would be troublesome if they knew a celestial from Floor M was here." Hun thought, a bold, yet calculated move. Not bad. He then pointed blankly at his own head and asked, "Memory alteration, huh? Can't you use it on me, or does it have a delayed effect?" Ju looked down at the spirit beast at his feet and replied, "Don't worry, I can't affect the powerful demon mask, or this adorable little familiar here." Her eyes were enchanting as she continued, "Of course, that also applies to the spirit painter by your side." Vukan ground his teeth, "So she could see me all along." Hun asked, "Then why did you seek me out?" Ju answered without hesitation, "The man in the bizarre mask has his intentions. Defying heaven. That entity's power may weaken, but they will ultimately succeed. I came to you because of a prophecy from my tribe, the Wingless." Hun pressed on, "A god's descent?" Ju bowed her head. "Something similar." Hun thought to himself, "This masked one also intends to defy heaven, just like me." With that thought, he asked aloud, "What does Wingless mean? I've never heard that name before." Ju quickly began to remove her outer garments. The cloak slid to the floor. Hun's eyes widened in shock. "You." On Ju's back was a pair of severed wings. She began her sorrowful tale. "The society of the celestial tribe is descending into madness. Blinded by greed, they exiled any of their kin who did not share their thoughts, branding them criminals. When a celestial commits a crime and is exiled, they are stripped of their wings, once the symbol of our tribe. It's more accurate to say I used to belong to them." Suddenly, she clenched her fist, declaring with resolve, "The Wingless are a gathering of celestials like me, all of us exiled from Utopia, the celestial city." She calmed herself and continued, "According to the prophecy, you intend to defy heaven and overthrow the Sahuang clan's rule. The Wingless wish to aid you in this endeavor." Hun closed his eyes and sighed. He glanced over at Vukan. "What should I do?" Vukan gritted his teeth and replied, "What do you mean? It doesn't seem like she's lying, so just accept." Hearing this, Hun asked, "How will the Wingless be of use to me?" Ju closed her eyes sadly. "We won't." Hun was stunned. "What?" Ju explained, "The Wingless tribe's power is immense, but Utopia has marked us as enemies. We are constantly under their surveillance. As our numbers grow, so does the hostility from celestial society." Hun thought to himself, "What a pain. It's a waste to pass up an army of former celestials, but the risk of accepting them is far too great." After a long moment of thought, Hun gave his answer. He asked, "Even if you must endure their oppression, when the crucial moment comes and I need your strength, will the Wingless help me?" Ju replied with conviction, "We are ready." Hun praised her, "Excellent. Let us form an alliance, Wingless Clan." Ju bowed deeply, overjoyed. "Thank you, Lord Demon Mask." Hun thought, "It seems our faction's identity hasn't been revealed yet." He then held out a hand. "Can you blind the eyes of gods and demons?" After a moment of confusion, Ju replied, "Yes, for a short while." She then plucked a feather from her back and blew a stream of light into it. Instantly, countless feathers appeared, forming a barrier around them. Hun mused, the same structure Golditch used. He then wondered, will they be unable to hear us? Ju confirmed, yes, they won't hear a thing, even if you curse them. Hearing that, Hun quickly took off his mask. He yelled, "So, are you damn eavesdroppers listening now?" Ju gasped in shock. "Ah." Hun sighed in relief. He said cheerfully, "So it's true." Ju replied, "Yes. Why did you need this space, my lord?" Hun turned back. "Now that we're on the same side, I'll take off my mask." The moment she heard his name, Ju froze as if turned to stone. She stammered, "Hun?" Then she immediately dropped to her knees. He rushed toward her. "Hey!" Ju bowed her head. "Forgive my ignorance, my lord." Hun stared in pure disbelief. He exclaimed, "Wait, you know who I am?" "Hun, you died 10 years ago." Ju confessed, her voice laced with deep remorse. 10 years ago, I was one of those who passed judgment on your death." Hearing this, Hun froze, and his expression darkened completely. Ju remained prostrate before him. A foot slammed down, wreathed in violet smoke. His voice was ice. "Continue." His expression was utterly murderous, overwhelming her with its pressure. "You should choose your next words very carefully." Ju kept her head down, answering in a near whisper. "If one climbs all 999 floors of the tower, do you know what happens?" With the same glacial expression, Hun continued, "I'll end up just like them, like the demons and gods who rule this tower." Hearing this, Ju replied, "The Celestial Tribe, no, the Sa Huang clan, is drowning in their own superiority, and they want to monopolize that position. Ultimately, they wish to eliminate anyone besides themselves who could conquer the tower." She imagined a giant foot about to crush a newly sprouted seedling. Hearing this, he asked, shocked, "Culling them all? What do you mean?" Facing his bewildered expression, she asked softly, "Didn't you know?" A black mist swirled at his face level. He parted his lips. "It was only a guess, and now I'm certain of it, especially with the mastermind right here in front of me." She remained kneeling before him. Hun kept his hands in his pockets, shrouded in an eerie mist, a menacing sight. Then suddenly, his expression twisted into something terrifying. His eyes blazed as he roared, "I will send your head to the Celestial Tribe." At his words, dark tendrils of smoke coiled around Ju's throat. She began to stammer. That is why I became useless to the Celestials." Seeing this, he asked with some curiosity, "What does that mean?" Though his power enveloped her completely, she struggled to explain. "I was rendered useless 10 years ago, because I opposed the Celestial Tribe's decision to cull a certain tower climber." At that moment, Ju's shimmering eyes suddenly flew open. Stammering, she revealed, "That person is the Black Necromancer. Hun, it is you." At her words, his cold, indifferent face instantly twisted in shock. He stood there, staring at her in silence. Suddenly, Hun turned away with a pout. "So mean. You owe me an apology, don't you think?" Ju simply replied, "No. This is a problem I must face." His anger then subsided, and he waved his hand. "All right, I won't take this out on you, because I understand the difference between your views and the heavenly tribes." Ju rose gracefully and replied, "Thank you for your understanding. There may be others in the Sand Emperor tribe who think like us. If you find them, I advise you to welcome them as allies." Hearing this, he smiled brightly. Agreed. Every place has all sorts of people. But inwardly, he was already calculating the advantages of this. Exiles from the Sand Emperor tribe would be valuable assets. Recruiting them would be a huge advantage in the coming war against their clan. Hun then asked, "If I want to meet again, where should I go?" Ju replied, "Our hideout is the gym, on floor 190. As Ju turned, Hun's eyes locked onto her wings. His sudden question startled her. "Will it leave a mark?" She answered shyly, "No. Fleeing the heavenly tribe, I came here with nothing." A sly grin appeared on his face. "No, that's more than enough." Misunderstanding him, she clutched her clothes. "Just what kind of person are you? Your gaze is strange." Realizing her mistake, he clarified, "Not that. Your wings. I just want a few feathers." Ju sighed in relief. "Oh, that? Take as many as you need. They'll grow back." As she plucked them, Hun thought, I was careful, afraid they wouldn't regrow. Then, she handed him a handful of feathers. He picked one up, staring intently. She warned him, never let these be seen, the heavenly tribe can track their owner. Hun just grinned at the feather. Don't worry, I'm going to eat them all. Stunned, she stammered. Huh? Eat them? Her anger flared again. I knew it. You are that kind of person. Misunderstood again, he quickly said. I told you, no. Ju then bid her farewell. I'll be leaving. Until we meet again at the Gimset. Once she was gone, he told the man beside him. Perfect. As she walked away, she murmured, I'll be waiting to see what you're capable of. And with that, she vanished, leaving feathers swirling in the room. Miho whimpered in her fox form. Vukan asked, You're eating it right now. Hun sat, raising a feather. Yeah, I can't wait any longer. He stared at the feather, thinking, the divine power of the heavenly tribe. Can my body even handle this? And if I can, what power will I gain? Seeing his resolve, the old man sighed. Do as you please. I abandoned such ambitions long ago. He then stroked the small fox. Miho, you can't eat strange things like this. The little fox just looked up, confused. Meanwhile, Hun placed the feather in his mouth. At first, nothing. Then his eyes shot wide open. He staggered up, clutching his throat in agony. Vukan remained unfazed. All right, I get it. He picked up Miho to play. Come on, Miho, let's play airplane. Meanwhile, Hun writhed on the ground, screaming. He roared as the change began inside him. After the violent struggle, he finally came to. Gasp. Hun now lay alone in a vast pool of water. He opened his eyes, clenching his fist. Ugh. Sitting up, he clutched his head. My head. This is an illusionary world. He wondered, was my body overwhelmed by the heavenly tribe's divine power? If so, what will happen in this illusion? He reached for the water's surface. Suddenly sensing something, Hun whipped around. Huh? Before him, a colossal waterfall roared. A waterfall, he gasped in awe. Hun stood in a space filled with golden light. He thought, so this is it. The divine power crashed into me like a mountain. All this from a single feather. Breaking into a cold sweat, he thought, damn, I'm lucky I didn't pick a fight with her. A daring thought sparked in his mind. No, if I'd won and devoured her whole body. The thought alone is exhilarating. This is a massive prize. He couldn't imagine the power he'd gain. Suddenly, something strange began to happen. Hun looked down at his feet. Oh, hell no, this is insane. He cried out in alarm. Wait, is the water rising? He couldn't believe his eyes. Wasn't this waterfall just an illusion? This situation was beyond his comprehension. If the water keeps rising, he's going to die. Hun tried to steady himself. I have to conquer it before this divine waterfall swallows my mind. But his head was completely empty. What do I do? The image of the feather gave him no clue. How? After a moment, realization dawned. His eyes flashed as he licked his lips, like a predator spotting its prey. That's it, there's only one way. Back in reality, Vukan watched Hun's body tremble violently. A massive question mark hung in his mind. He turned back to look. A purple light began radiating from Hun's body, growing deeper. Vukan was shocked. Is he fighting back with his spiritual power? But something was different. Is Hun insane, using spiritual power while his soul is separated? Miho watched from his arms, her eyes filled with worry. Seeing her worry, Vukan advised, let's try trusting him. He began absorbing that feather for a reason. He must have a plan. She looked up, listening intently to his words, then lowered her head and whimpered softly. It seemed to be her own unique language. Vukan was worried too, but he decided to gamble on him. We just have to trust his potential. This is a trial, but he'll surely overcome it. Then, a curious, almost sinister glint appeared in his eyes. Well, Hun, how will you surprise me this time? Meanwhile, Hun put a tube in his mouth, the other end submerged, but the water was already at his waist. He cursed, damn it, this isn't working either. He stared at the floating flasks he'd created. I tried to control the divine power with an illusion, but it seemed he'd taken the wrong approach. He realized his mistake. This power came from hunting and absorbing. I thought I could just drink this waterfall like plain water. At that thought, he looked up with dread. At this rate, he was going to fail. The divine power was crushing his will. Either abandon this power or die. Suddenly, his eyes blazed with defiance. No. What am I afraid of? Hun raised his glowing purple hand. It seemed he'd finally grasped the key. This is an illusion born from my own soul, so I have to do this my own way. His mind now clear, Hun found the answer. He slammed his fist into the water. Sharp, purple fangs began to rise, ready to devour the golden falls. It opened its massive maw, a bottomless abyss. A wicked grin spread across Hun's face. Now, the real meal begins. Hun commanded his spiritual power to devour the waterfall. He let out a sinister, calculating grin, looking like a final boss plotting against the hero. He swallowed hard, a confident smirk spreading across his face. That devious look was back. All right, this is it. The stream of water flowed steadily into him. He drank it like a refreshing beverage, praising its taste. Hun grinned ear to ear, his eyes glowing like beacons. Still praising its flavor, he tilted his head back, mouth wide open. More. Give me more. Let me absorb everything. As the immense power was absorbed, his eyes blazed with its light. Even his physical body was smiling. Minho could only think, the Overlord of Myriad Demons is smiling. On a red screen, the words Overlord of Myriad Demons appeared, clapping in approval, satisfied with the expected outcome. Welcome the birth of the predatory Demon King. Elsewhere, a voice echoed, the greedy dragon? Glick sat on a rooftop, conversing with a friend. He stared off into the distance, just like the legends. A neutral god, always scheming. An image of the greedy dragon devouring all filled his mind. True to its name, its greed led it to hoard all treasures. More than that, it was a crazed beast that wished to devour the entire world. Glick glanced at his friend, continuing the tale of the greedy dragon. Back with Hun, he relentlessly absorbed the power. Greed. It was all greed. The time had come for him to awaken. Voices called out, "Hey, wake up!" Vukon's voice rang out cheerfully. "Hey, brat, looks like you finally come to." Minho chirped with joy, and immediately leaped into his arms. Hun gently stroked her and soothed her, saying, "I'm back now." Vukan couldn't resist a sarcastic jab. So, was it a success or a failure? It'd be hilarious if you failed. Hun shot him a look of contempt. Too bad for you. Now what? Hun summoned an orb of energy into his palm. He declared with pride. Of course, it was a success. His next words left Vukan utterly stunned. It was just a tiny seed, but I created a universe inside me to birth divine power. How's that? Satisfied? Vukan looked like he'd swallowed a bug. He couldn't believe it. This man wasn't of the Sand Emperor tribe, just a mere human, yet he now wielded the power of the Heavenly Tribe. A sinister thought made him grin. If the Heavenly Tribe finds out, they'll hunt you down to your death. Hun seemed slightly surprised. Does it wound their precious pride? But that doesn't matter. I'm not afraid of them. This left Vukan deep in thought. It was a great achievement, but incredibly dangerous. Hun wasn't yet strong enough to face the Sand Emperor tribe. The clear sky outside offered no comfort to his worries. His current state was far too unstable. An image of Hun appeared in his mind, arms crossed, standing with defiant confidence. If something went wrong, Hun's expression tightened. Facing the Sand Emperor tribe was unpredictable. Days later, on the 10th floor hunting grounds, a monstrous roar erupted. Rosane was battling a brawny, bald-headed man. A barrage of blows made the man spit blood. Swiftly, he fell in defeat at Rosane's feet. He stood there, face ferocious, growling endlessly. Suddenly, purple light coalesced into a humanoid figure and attacked. It grinned, revealing razor-sharp teeth. Rosane swung his axe at the creature. From high above, Hun and Vu can watch the fight. Hun finally spoke. Let's begin. The Green Goblin was still spoiling for a fight. Refusing to yield to the Soul Soldier, it swung its axe hard. With blood-red eyes, it roared in fury and aggression. In a flash, the Green Goblin instantly defeated the Soul Soldier. It roared, asserting its dominance. But where the soldier fell, a brilliant light suddenly flared up. The goblin stared, bewildered and alarmed by the strange sight. From within that mystical glow, a massive hand emerged. The next moment, a new Soul Soldier appeared, its eyes and cloak glowing. It radiated a powerful, holy aura. Hun stood on the cliff with Vukan, observing. So, how's the new Holy Soul Soldier? As expected, Vukan was more than satisfied. The skill is just as I'd hoped. It turns out the Holy Soul Soldier had a special purpose, healing the undead and other soul soldiers. Since summoned units are weak, necromancers typically rely on overwhelming numbers. This partial upgrade is a massive improvement. They went down to inspect the pile of goblins. As Vukan remarked, divine power is certainly something else. Look, some of them are on the verge of evolving. But Hun disagreed. They may look close, but there's still a long way to go. Suddenly, something stirred within the goblin pile. A moment later, the little fox poked its head out, looking refreshed, as if after a satisfying feast. Vukan looked on with interest. Looks like it ate them all, Hun asked. You like that? At this pace, the quest will be done by tomorrow. A notification window appeared. Second quest. The Neutral God, 9, Tailed Fox. Have the little fox consume 999 living livers to restore Minho's power. Livers consumed, 890, 2 of 999. Reward. Increased affinity with the 9-tailed fox. This surprised Hun. He never expected to get the War God of Slaughter achievement a second time. Before the next quest, he needed to check his progress. Status window. Name, Hun. Class, Necromancer. Sub, Class, Almighty Master. Body stats. Constitution, Mana. Ability scores. Strength, 35 plus 33. Stamina, 37 plus 33. Agility, 34 plus 33. Intellect, 50, 1 plus 33. Mana, 60, 6 plus 48. Demonic power, 0 plus 10. Divine power, 3. Traits, predation, all. Rounder, skills, all. Out attack, endurance. A quick glance left Hun satisfied. Just days after planting the seed of divine power, the stat had already increased by 2. Model. 3 points wasn't much, but it was a lifeline. Tired of standing around, Vu Can finally asked, So, what's the plan? A cunning smile spread across Hun's face as he answered, Henrik, it's time we paid him a visit. After hearing the intel, he asked, Is this information solid? Vu Can confirmed positive. They say he hasn't moved from that spot, he can't climb the tower. It's like he's waiting for someone. An eagerness grew within Hun to meet Henrik face to face. The Dragon Slayer in a dragon's body. Regardless, I've wanted to meet him for a while now. He couldn't help but be curious. If he stopped on floor 10, there had to be a reason. Like Duel, who heard gods and demons, perhaps he too was waiting. After a considerable walk, they finally reached their destination. We're here. He's just outside this alley. Hun stepped out from the dark alley into the light. And there, amidst the bustling crowd, he finally saw the figure of Henrik. Staring at the sharp, black horns on his head and then his piercing crimson eyes, Hun made his judgment. He certainly looks the part of a dragonkin. With his target in sight, Hun didn't want to waste time. All right, let's go. Seeing his haste, Vu Can stopped him. Wait, are you just going to approach him without a plan? Sensing this was a terrible idea, Vu Can warned him. The person he's waiting for might not be you. You'll just be starting a fight for no reason. But Hun was completely unfazed and shot back. Then I'll just let my fists do the talking. His brazen attitude left Vu Can utterly speechless. You're insane. Seeing Hun's determination, Vu Can had no choice. Fine then. I'll just wait here. He was surprised he agreed so easily, so Hun immediately taunted him. Just as I thought. You're scared from when I beat you last time. Stung by Hun's ridiculous claim, Vu Can furiously argued back, Who beat who? The first necromancer never lies. Liar. You're the one who ran away looking absolutely pathetic. Their childish argument finally caught Henrik's attention. Hearing the noise, he closed his eyes, annoyed by their pointless squabble. Suddenly, a memory flashed in his mind. Henrik recalled his own battered and pathetic state. And then he remembered a prophecy about a mysterious person on floor M. Someone will come to grant your wish, so you must wait for them. With the decision made, Hun decided to act immediately. He and Vu Can walked right up to Henrik. You're Henrik, right? It seemed they were on the same wavelength, as Henrik had the very same idea. Yes. I was waiting to speak with you. He glanced over at Vu Can with an unfriendly expression, recognizing the familiar face. He tilted his head, giving Hun a condition. But first, let's see if you qualify. Hun seemed slightly annoyed by the test, but he let it go. I'm not thrilled with this blatant test, but since you've acknowledged that I pass, I'll overlook it. Seeing they were in public, Henrik decided they needed some privacy. There are too many eyes here. Follow me. And with that, they all set off for a more suitable place. Suddenly, Hun stopped dead in his tracks. Of all places. Seeing Henrik's cryptic actions, he had to ask, What is this? It's a dead end. There are plenty of alleys near the square, so why come all this way? But in the next moment, to their shock, Henrik walked right through the wall. Life is full of tricks. What looked like a dead end actually led to another dimension. Seeing Henrik go through, Hun and Vu Can decided, let's follow him. Then he slowly passed through the wall. All three of them had entered a new space, a small town hidden from sight. Henrik explained, this is a subspace, a hidden dimension on floor M. The eyes of angels and demons lose their power here. Hun glanced around and realized he was right. I see. My vision has definitely grown weaker. Now that Hun had followed him, Henrik got straight to the point. I'll ask you this. I want to destroy every dragonkin in this tower who tried to kill me. Do you have the resolve to fight with me for this goal? He asked with determination. Hearing this, Hun simply scoffed, finding it ridiculous. Compared to Henrik's grand ambition, he considered it to be nothing at all. Is that all, little boy? Isn't your dream a bit too small? Henrik tensed up, enraged by his shameless insult. What? What did you just say was small? Fearing Hun would say something reckless, Vukan tried to de-escalate. Hun, this isn't funny. Henrik's eyes were already blazing with killing intent. That guy is a monster beyond all reason. What are you trying to do by provoking him? Fearing Vukan would ruin his plans, Hun ordered. Just stay back. I have it all figured out. He remained completely calm and shared his thoughts. I might not know the exact reason, but I can guess how you ended up like this. Then, he continued, dropping a mind-blowing truth. However, I'm sure you already know, the Sawang clan aren't the only ones who want us dead. Hun felt that the hatred in Henrik's heart was far too small. I don't know why you're so obsessed with the dragonkin, but I don't think that's nearly enough. Then he made a declaration with unshakable confidence. I will wipe out everyone who has ever betrayed me, whether it's the Sawang clan or anyone else. I will eliminate them all. Hun pointed directly at Henrik, claiming he was still naive. I'll say it again, Henrik. Your goal is too small for you to walk alongside me. Hearing his veiled words, Henrik's face tensed up. Don't tell me. You want to wipe out the entire Sawang clan? This was a meeting of two kindred spirits. Hun's situation was just like Henrik's. I'm just like you. I survived death. And I have someone responsible for my death. Someone I must get revenge on. Do you need me to say more? Suddenly, Henrik began to tremble uncontrollably, and Vukan had no idea what was wrong with him. The next second, as if a nerve had been struck, Henrik burst out into wild, joyful laughter. Vukan could only stare at his completely bizarre reaction. Hun asked again, See? Perhaps his words hit home, because Henrik changed his tune. I see. You're right. I suppose I should apologize. Remembering the prophecy, he finally realized who was standing before him. The man from the prophecy that Jewel spoke of. It's you. Hearing the familiar name, Hun jumped in surprise. Jewel? So he's met her already? Then, for reasons unknown, Henrik drew his sword. Good, you have my interest. So, Henrik intends to challenge Hun. Is your resolve real or just a boast? I'll test it myself. After all that talk, he still knew nothing about the boy. You who defies fate, what is your name? If he truly wished to know, Hun would answer. Hun, I am the Black Necromancer, Hun. Just as a true battle between men was about to start, a voice roared out, You damn lizard! The old man approached slowly, yelling nonstop. Causing a ruckus again? Haven't you finished your business yet? At the sight of Gino, Henrik looked horrified. Oh no, he's out here again. Hun didn't recognize him. You know that man? He glared at the old man as Henrik briefly introduced Gino. He's the first blacksmith here, and the one who forged my sword. The old man had a fiery temper, and was clearly annoyed by them both. Enough, just take the sword and go. What else are you looking for? Hun, meanwhile, looked completely lost, as if asking, Who am I? Where is this? Unbelievable, seeing Gino up close sent a shock right through him. That's an Oni. The old man just stood there, curious about Hun's presence. What a strange soul combination, and who is that shadowy familiar? Hun stood frozen, a deer in the headlights, completely lost. How are you still alive? Fate had a cruel sense of humor, pitting enemies together. You attacked my village? That's right, and I'm still here. You got a problem with that? Hun stammered, trying to explain. No, that's not what I meant. But his slip of the tongue froze, Gino solid. On the spot. How did you survive that village's destruction? Ah, so you've chosen death. The old man's patience snapped, his hammer raised high. Hi. You. I've tolerated you long enough. Gino prepared to crush the boy who had torched his village. But before the hammer could even connect, a hair on Hun's head, he was stopped. Fearing Gino's rage, Henrik intervened to de-escalate. But Gino wouldn't back down. From Hun's mistake. Let go, Henrik. He burned my village. Henrik tried reasoning with him. Calm down, old man. He shares our fate. With us. Just then, Vukan joined in. Hey, do you know an Oni named Hadu? Gino froze. Hadu? How do you know that name? The sun began to set. In a quiet house, Gino's rage subsided as he asked calmly, Hadu, is that child still alive? At this twist of fate, Henrik couldn't help but wonder, how can this be a coincidence? Old memories flooded Gino's mind like a film reel. In slow motion, it was the village's festival. All the Oni gathered on the 100th floor. The old man recounted in a solemn tone. I was old and my health was failing, so I stayed behind to forge swords. And then, the tragedy he never wanted to witness unfolded. That day, he then shifted, asking about Hadu's well-being. Where is she now? Is she safe? Hun answered honestly, holding nothing back. She's currently on the 9th floor. She'll meet us soon. Only then did Gino notice the special treasure on the boy's head. Is that Hadu's mask? Hun held the mask, smiling at the memory. Yes, she gave it to me for saving her life. Henrik had never heard her name before. Her name? So he asked, is this Hadu person strong? Hun didn't hesitate to praise her power. Of course. Even recovering, in a one-on-one fight, she's stronger than us. Hearing this, Henrik posed 2 questions. So is she a temporary or a long-term ally? For someone so incredible, as Hadu, Hun cherished her deeply. A long-term ally. After getting this mask, we swore to get revenge together. Suddenly, Gino grabbed his hands. His desire to kill Hun gone, the old man now bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you. In return for helping Hadu, he offered his own strength. For him, I am Gino, once a blacksmith for the Oni. I will support you with everything I have. Then he bowed again, pleading with Hun. Please, rebuild the village with Hadu. Surprised, the boy still agreed. Huh? Okay, but the older man was wiser. Vu can saw right through everything. Does this kid know that mask is her marriage proposal? True to his word, Gino offered all his weapons to aid the boy's cause. Take them. Take any items from the forge you deem necessary. Holding the sword, Hun was amazed. These are incredible weapons. On a whole other level than what Goit gave me. Henrik agreed. Gino is the Oni clan's greatest blacksmith, so of course they are. After lingering for a while, he finally suggested, let's go then. The boy politely asked Gino, shall we be on our way? But the old man was already deep in a peaceful sleep, oblivious to the world. He's already asleep? I guess he's finally managed to relax. They understood. Then, from what I know, he never rested properly after working in the village. So they decided to leave quietly, without disturbing him. Gino any longer. Let's let him sleep for a while. If we find Hadu, we'll bring her here first. The thought of her brought a small smile to his face. She'll also grow stronger if she meets Gino. This is good luck. Back in the present, a distant shout broke his thoughts. Hun, look out! A powerful, crimson slash materialized before him. The next second, a terrifying energy blast erupted, leaving only chaos and destruction in its wake. Against these storm-like attacks, even Hun had to be cautious. His opponent, manipulating a magic circle with one hand, praised him. Your reaction speed isn't half bad. The promised life-or-death battle between the two men had finally begun. I told you I would test your strength. Henrik, with a smug look, provoked him. If you managed to defeat me, that would be a miracle. Now wouldn't it? As if that would scare him. Hun smiled with excitement. Hey, don't get me wrong, I'm testing you too, Dragon Slayer. As their clash intensified, the heavens opened up, unleashing a downpour. Fierce winds and rain hammered against the windows. Suddenly, a beam of pure white energy slammed through several houses, a testament to its overwhelming power. The landscape below was utterly obliterated, the ground shattered to dust. Hun and Henrik were still bloodthirsty, ready to tear the roof down in this fight. Tremors shook the very foundations of the building, violently. Inside, immense power was wreaking havoc. After their warm-up, Henrik and Hun once again stood face to face. Henrik raised his sword, his eyes filled with a vicious light. He then teleported, his slash so fast the blade was invisible. Suddenly, small swords materialized above his head, raining down on Henrik. Henrik scoffed, a shallow trick. As he spoke, his expression changed, and Hun, sword in hand, was already behind him, giving him no time to breathe. Henrik quickly sidestepped, dodging Hun's descending strike. As it came down, Hun's eyes widened in shock. What? He escaped a sword art combined with my almighty master trait. Henrik seized the moment of distraction, grabbing Hun's wrist and violently throwing him backward. Miho watched the battle with a worried expression, while Gino sat in complete silence. Henrik looked at Hun and taunted. A mage? No. A necromancer, right? If you want my help, you need to do better. That's the issue I've seen. At minimum, you must revive and summon M-floor monsters for your power to be truly effective. Just then, Vukan ambushed Henrik from behind, binding him instantly. He then leaned in close, whispering in his ear. With a sneer, he mocked, "What about the first Soul Master?" Just then, Hun emerged from the rubble, a massive spear in hand. Ambushed, Henrik grit his teeth in fury. Hun boasted arrogantly, "That power which killed Ott in 1 second is my ultimate magical skill." A wicked grin spread across his face as he yelled, "Let's fight!" Seizing the moment, Hun lunged forward, hurling his spear at Henrik. Seeing the spear hurtling toward him, Henrik broke into a cold sweat. Suddenly, his sword began to glow with a deep, blood-red light. Vukan stared in shock, thinking, "That sword? Could it be?" Though bound, Henrik raised his blade and chanted, "Magic dispel." Vukan screamed at Hun, "Get back, Hun, his sword." Hun looked back in confusion. "Dragonbreaker slash," Henrik roared, striking out at Hun. The spear was effortlessly sliced in two by Henrik's blade. The sword's momentum didn't stop, continuing straight for the stunned Hun. As his spear shattered, a huge explosion erupted. Smoke and fire consumed the spot where Hun stood. Vukan grabbed his head, screaming, "Hun! Hun!" Before he could finish, Henrik slammed his sword's hilt into his face. Henrik smirked, "You must be his strongest ally, huh?" Henrik laughed menacingly. "Well now, with no one left to help, you're finished." But just then, Hun reappeared right behind him. "No," Hun declared. "I still have my strongest card to play." He then fired an arrow at Henrik, who easily dodged the shot. Henrik scoffed, "Honestly, your archery is a mess compared to your swordsmanship." The arrows then shot skyward, transforming into bolts of magic. Startled, Henrik turned, whispering, "It's magic." With Henrik distracted, Hun fired again. Unprepared, Henrik was struck by the magical arrows. He grit his teeth, groaning in pain. "Ah!" Seeing his opening, Hun thought, "It worked. The hit landed. I have to finish this now." He's distracted. This time, I'll succeed. He donned a mask. Hun's eyes began to glow ominously as he charged forward at full speed. He closed in on his falling opponent. As Henrik plummeted, he grit his teeth in rage. Suddenly, a fiery tornado erupted from where he fell. Hun cursed under his breath, "Damn it, I missed my chance. He's not that easy to take down." Henrik stepped out of the flames, laughing loudly. "Ha ha. You're strong, Hun. I was surprised, but this isn't over. Not yet." Rushing dragon flash. Henrik aimed his sword skyward and roared, "Come at me with even more spirit." From behind his mask, Hun watched Henrik carefully. He worried he couldn't see the attack path, only predict its trajectory. He could predict the move's path, but his speed wasn't enough. If that hits, it's over. With that, he quickly made his decision. In that case, Hun revealed another mask. Miho received the signal, her ears twitching. Hun put it on. It was the fox mask. Gino groggily opened an eye, groaning. Seeing the chaos, he fell back in shock, stammering. "What is going on?" he fearfully asked. "Is that lizard on a rampage again?" Hearing something, Miho's ears perked up, and she suddenly took off. She dashed forward, leaving a stumbling Gino to chase after her. "Hey, where are you going? It's dangerous," he called out. But Miho stopped short, staring at a giant pillar of red light piercing the sky. She let out a soft cry. In the next instant, Miho transformed into the fox mask on Hun's face. He touched it and whispered, "I'm putting my faith in you, fox mask." Henrik swung his sword as a great red dragon roared behind him, ready to strike. Gripping his blade, Henrik smirked and chanted, "Rushing dragon flash." In a flash, he became an afterimage, and then vanished completely. Hun looked up, stunned, wondering, where did he go? In an instant, Henrik reappeared, closing the distance with terrifying speed. The ground cracked under his movement. Caught off guard, Hun staggered backward. Henrik's blade stopped just inches from Hun's eye. His immense magic power erupted, causing nearby buildings to crumble into dust. But the blade didn't pierce Hun's eye, it slammed into the earth instead. Henrik, still gripping the hilt, furrowed his brow in utter shock. He dodged it? A move like that? And he just avoided it? Henrik then spotted Hun, perched on a nearby rooftop. He whipped his head around angrily. That mask. Is it a fox spirit? Hun was also seething, gritting his teeth. A thrilled smile spread across Henrik's face. Leaping up with his sword, he said, "Now that's an interesting mask." Black liquid shot from Hun's claws as he charged recklessly at Henrik. Hun's claws clashed violently against Henrik's sword. They fought ferociously, a blur of attacks as red and purple light intertwined in the chaos. The light was blinding. Henrik laughed like a maniac, as if high on battle itself, boasting, "My speed and power are on another level now." He didn't hold back his praise either. "But you're no slouch. Thanks to that fox mask, you've gotten much stronger too." Hun didn't waste his breath, replying, He slammed his claws against Henrik's sword, creating an opening. He thought, a weakness, now's my chance. He struck instantly, but Henrik's free hand activated a magic circle. Hun's eyes widened as he cursed internally. He created that opening on purpose. He aimed, then unleashed his magic. Raising his palm, a blast erupted towards Hun, singeing his clothes with burning embers. But he defended perfectly, blocking the attack with his arms, completely unscathed. Suddenly, Hun's pupils flashed with a vibrant purple light. He then opened his mouth and roared. A purple magic circle appeared in the air. Soul charm! Thousands of purple, heart-shaped bubbles shot toward Henrik. He braced himself, gritting his teeth. Henrik threw his head back and yelled, I'm not interested in men. The purple bubbles instantly vanished. The pink, dreamlike illusion shattered into fragments. Henrik laughed smugly. I just need to focus a little to break a simple charm spell like that. Hun's calm voice echoed, but for that brief moment, your body was paralyzed. This time, Hun had the upper hand. Ken laughed. It's about the tower. Approaching Henrik, he flashed a grin, flicking his iron claws into view. He clenched his fist, his mind racing. At this range, weapons were useless. This had to end in one blow. Recalling Cho Jung-hoon's form, he thought, Jung-hoon, lend me your technique. Two distinct energies surged through Hun's arm. Golden spiritual power and violet demonic energy spiraled together, converging in his fist. He focused his will, all mastery skill. Combined the fox's agility with a strength enhancement hex. Spirit and demonic power fused, funneling everything into his fist, which glowed with a deep purple aura. He declared with glee, It's over for you, kid. Hun dove from the sky, unleashing Cho Jung-hoon's technique. First form, soul-shattering palm. The punch landed squarely, unleashing a storm of dark purple energy across the land. The terrifying power erupted skyward in a massive explosion. Nearby buildings were obliterated, reduced to a storm of battered and trembling. Vukan crawled through the dirt. He still had enough strength to curse Hun. Damn it, you madman, what's the outcome? Then, Vukan saw a figure emerge from the swirling dust. It was Hun, standing tall amidst the desolation, blood streaming from his eye. His clothes were shredded, the fox mask hanging from a pocket. Vukan cried out his name in alarm. Not only was his eye bleeding, Hun was coughing up blood before he crumpled to his knees. Vukan struggled to his feet, shouting, Hey, Hun! Blood still streamed from Hun's eye as his mind screamed, I'm completely drained. My body won't move. Damn it! He spat through gritted teeth. He couldn't believe it wasn't over. Across from him, Henrik looked just as wrecked but was still standing, leaning on his sword. He pulled the blade free, clutching his stomach. I am the victor. Henrik's absurd claim sent a jolt of rage through Hun. He somehow found the strength to point and yell, You lost. You're the one who lost. That was my final attack. You were down, you monster. Henrik rubbed his chin, conceding, You're tough. I never expected to be defeated like this. Hun snapped. So annoying. Just admit defeat, Henrik suddenly replied. Fine. Hun was stunned. Henrik raised his sword again. Then let's settle this with one last exchange. He grinned with a nasty look in his eyes. Your power is impressive, but I have to win, no matter what. Hun yelled in a panic. Wait, hold on. I can't move my body. But Henrik ignored his plea, activating a magic spell. A massive red dragon's head materialized, roaring towards Hun. Fire dragon, Henrik commanded. Hun could only kneel, paralyzed, as it lunged for him, his hair blown back. Suddenly, pink petals began to drift down from nowhere. He whispered, Fine, I will win. A blinding light flashed, catching the swirling petals. A voice echoed in a dark room. So, you lost? Silence. The voice taunted, and you called me the loser. A reply came, That's enough, but the voice persisted. And after all that confidence, the other voice repeated, I said, Enough. The commotion was loud enough to wake Miho. The voice was relentless. What was it you said? I will test you too, Dragon Slayer. Hun, now covered in bandages, shot up in bed, summoning a blue magical light in his hand. He roared in fury, You're too damn loud. Just act like a proper spirit. That small movement sent agonizing pain through his body, like an electric shock. He clutched his chest. Arg, it hurts. Vukan just watched coolly, hands in his pockets, and replied, Good. He grinned wickedly, twisting the knife. Shouldn't have pushed yourself so hard, eh? Hun grit his teeth and tore the bandages from his face. Vukan kept taunting him. If you hadn't met Ju to get that divine power, your failure would have been far worse. Without it, your pathetic body would have already died. So pathetic. The words stung, and Hun exploded. You old bastard, why do you keep picking at me? Just you wait until I've recovered. You'll see. Vukan just laughed in his face, unrelenting. The whining of a loser is just noise. Nothing you say matters now. Caught between them, Miho let out a quiet sigh. She opened an eye just as a bandaged hand appeared at the door. May I come in? Henrik entered. How are you feeling? Hun shot back. What do you want? Vukan, however, flared up, glaring at Henrik. You, he grimaced, recalling his earlier vow. Next time, I'll be the one to defeat you. He scratched his head sheepishly, turning to Henrik. About that. Sorry. Henrik simply replied, Don't worry about it. It was my fault anyway, so let's move on. Vukan chuckled. Glad to hear it. But he thought to himself, when he fights, he's just as crazy as Hun. But he's totally different when he's calm. Vukan started to apologize for the intrusion, but Henrik cut him off. Perhaps I went a bit overboard. That was the last straw for Hun. Give these guys an inch, and they'll take a mile. A fire ignited in his eyes as he roared at them. Both of you, shut up. I'll win next time for sure. Henrik just smiled, thinking, I have no doubt you will. Hun sighed, then sat down. I called you here to listen to your story. His brow furrowed. About your past life and your death. Henrik began his tale. My family, my home. Everything vanished because of the Dragon Clan. He remembered the horrific scene of giant dragons incinerating his village. People fled in every direction, consumed by chaos. Anyone touched by the flames was burned alive. And somehow, Henrik continued, I was the only survivor. He remembered himself as a terrified boy, cowering in a corner amidst chaos and desperate screams. Help me! Somebody! Tears streamed down his younger self's face. He glanced up to see the sky filled with dragons. Massive, colorful beasts blotted out the sun. The boy's eyes, bloodshot with terror, reflected their monstrous forms. From that day on, Henrik recounted, nothing remained but rage. My memories of their horns and scales, gone. Henrik sat, staring at his hands. After that, I began to climb the tower, like everyone else. Luckily, I was gifted. Vukan was silent, but Hun spoke up. Sounds a lot like someone I know. The first time I got my revenge, Henrik continued, was on the 600th floor. The 600th floor? Hun exclaimed. That's insanely fast. Is that when you started hunting the Sawang clan? That's right, Henrik affirmed. But that's also when the Sawang clan's pursuit squad began hunting me relentlessly. Hun just shook his head. That's unbelievable. Henrik concluded. This is my daily life. He raised a hand, adding, besides, the stronger I become, the lighter their penalty gets. After floor 800, their nest is gone. Hun was stunned. A penalty? He recalled the system adjustment preventing climbers from monopolizing the tower. All tower climbers have their abilities restricted on floors lower than their personal best. That's why I survived Go's attack. Without that penalty, I would have died. Realization struck Hun. Wait, if that's the case, how high have you actually climbed? Henrik answered, the 900th floor. At floor 900, my journey ended. Hun's eyes widened, sweat trickling down his face. Floor 900. Was he destined to become a transcendent? But Henrik's voice fell. A large pursuit team from the Sawang clan was formed to capture me. In the end, I couldn't fight off dozens of them. And this was the result. Henrik scoffed. How ironic. Of all the races, I was reborn in the body of a Dragonian. Hun commented. That's complicated. Henrik said grimly. I wanted to die, but even that isn't easy in this powerful body. He quickly regained his composure, declaring, so I've decided to accept it. I will use this body as a tool for my revenge. Hun replied. All right, I have my answer. Henrik asked excitedly. Good. When will you continue climbing the tower? By the way, are you waiting for a kid named Hazu? Hun questioned. What, you plan to climb with us? Henrik leaned in knowingly. Were you planning to just leave me behind? His nerve struck. Hun yelled. Arg, so annoying. Henrik explained seriously. We have much in common, Hun. I fought alone in my final moments. Perhaps you did too. Hun fell into silent thought. Henrik pressed on. We must learn from our past failures. Fighting them all alone is just a foolish dream. Hun had to agree. That's right, comrades, friends, fighting side by side. That is what we need. Henrik spoke up. So I make this offer. Why don't we form a guild? Hun stammered in shock. A guild? On the 600th floor, at the Holy Nations Union, a woman stormed in fuming. Hey, this is insane. Cayman Bellin slammed the door open, shouting, What is this, Kane? Kane Bond stared at a screen, a smirk on his face. The Quasalo branch on the 10th floor sent a very interesting report. Someone burned the place to ashes, and they were alone. Common Bellin's jaw dropped. What? Alone? Kanebon continued. According to the intel from Be Holy, that's correct. It doesn't seem like it was a group effort. Cayman Bellin shot back. Agitated. Impossible. On a low floor like 10, everyone gets a power reduction penalty. With a snap of his fingers, Kanebon dismissed the screen. Correct. Even we, the 9 stars, couldn't avoid the penalty on the 10th floor. That's an unbreakable rule. The glass reflected their grim expressions. Kanebon stated, therefore the culprit has overwhelming power on the 10th floor, just like we did when we first climbed. Kanebon was shocked into silence, but Kanebon remained calm. But this is still something we can handle. I'm still not convinced, he asked worriedly. If such a person exists, with unknown power, how will you handle it? Cayman Bellin smirked. Of course. His face turned vicious, the same way as 10 years ago. We'll pull them out by the roots. Hire a bounty hunter. An image appeared of a woman blowing on her gun's barrel as Kane's voice continued. Someone with the skill to handle it. That woman had just slain a massive dragon. The face beneath the hood was revealed. It was San. Elsewhere, Hun sat covered in bandages, deep in thought. He spoke slowly. A guild. He looked up at Henrik. I agree with your idea, Henrik, he continued. But there's one problem. Henrik snapped to attention. I'm currently on a quest from Bao. He thought back to Bao's quest. Lord of 10,000 Demons, Bao gives you a mission. Completion condition. Before the 100th floor, raise your fame throughout the entire tower. He told Henrik, I have to build my reputation before I reach floor 100. It'll be a problem if my fame gets tied to you or your guild. Henrik rubbed his chin. I see. A quest from Bao. After a moment, his eyes lit up with an idea. Henrik said, then it's simple. He crossed his arms, declaring, you can be the guildmaster. Hun was stunned by Henrik's decision. Henrik explained steadily, I never wanted that position in the first place. No, it's more that I lack the confidence for it. As an exceptional necromancer, you are the best candidate to be the commander. Hearing this, Hun lowered his head, the mood growing heavy. He replied, I'm sorry, but I am weaker than you. As guildmaster, I would have to give you orders. He looked Henrik straight in the eye. Can you accept taking orders from someone weaker? With a sudden thud, Henrik dropped to one knee, his robes billowing around him. Hun was speechless. You? Henrik declared. Let this be my answer. Is that enough? He continued, revealing why he wanted Hun as the leader. You have no idea, Hun, the humiliation I have suffered, how angry and powerless I truly felt. Henrik relived his suffering as he spoke. The horrific pain that scarred his body and soul, leaving him utterly alone. He asked, for our goal, you'll accept any cost? Henrik didn't hesitate. That's right. A smile spread across Hun's face. All right then. He rose, declaring proudly, to avenge us both, I'll be the guild master. Relief washed over Henrik. Good. The right choice. Vukan then asked, what will the guild be named? The old man suggested, the flag? He remembered his mission. A masked figure plotting against the heavens. A smirk formed on Hun's lips. Heaven's defiance. No other name could be more fitting. With the name decided, the three discussed the guild's official registration. The guild could be formed instantly by paying a fee. Is that right? He mused. Maybe the puppet can waive the fee? On beamed. Please, come in, Lord Ghostface. Hun was now wearing his Oni mask. He began to ask, right, the puppet is gone, correct? He was about to say, in that case. But Han cut in. Yes, I'm Han, the manager of the first floor branch. He stammered. But, seeing the youth's awkward smile, Hun asked, why are you here? I've been visiting a lot, haven't I? Halcyon quickly added. Yes, I've grown close with Sir Ken, but something feels off. He still had questions, but. Sensing Hun wanted to change the subject, Halcyon quickly asked, so, what brings you here today? Hun played along, replying slowly, I want to form a guild. Halcyon's face lit up, his voice dripping with flattery. So that's what this is about. Anyone would kill to join a guild founded by the great demon face. But then his smile vanished. However, you need more than 2 members to start one. Hun replied, if it's more than 2, then this should suffice. He gestured to Henrik, Vukan, and a small mascot. Ken, standing behind them, was utterly speechless. A dragonkin? Halcyon asked, stunned. You've already recruited him? Hun glanced at Henrik. It seems my guildmate is quite famous, Henrik replied modestly. Famous? Me? Though inside, he thought, I'll take that as a compliment. Hun then told Hasian, and these aren't all of our members. Invitations have already been sent to the others. Once they gather, process the formation immediately. And right on cue, the so-called invitations arrived. An invitation found its way to old Gino at his forge, and another to Glick. Hasian replied, understood. Sir Glick told me to obey your every command, demon face. An invitation even reached Hadu while she was slaying a demon. Glick stared at the letter, opening it with a smirk. Forming a guild? How interesting. In a realm of shadows, tendrils of dark purple energy swirled. In its center, the masked Hun unleashed the Ten Lands' eternal sigh. He moved like a demon, launching a frenzied attack. He gazed into a magic circle, chanting an incantation. Once fully charged, the formation began to erupt. Its energy shot towards the demons below, a homing spell of destruction. This was the magic known as separation. The demons shrieked in absolute agony, but Hun had no intention of showing them any mercy. When the battle ended, corpses were piled high. Henrik and Hun stood casually amidst the carnage, conversing. Henrik began, I received the quest from the nine-tailed fox. Hun replied, oh? Then this should be over quickly. Noticing the mascot snacking, he couldn't resist teasing it. Hey, enjoying your meal? Watching the counter tick closer to its goal, he declared, it's time to finish this. The numbers finally hit their limit. All right, Hun said. A blinding pillar of light erupted into the sky. Henrik and Hun shielded their eyes. Henrik yelled, what happens now that it's consumed all that life force? I don't know for sure, Hun replied. From within the light, a pink egg materialized. A system window appeared. The nine-tailed fox is manifesting. The nine-tailed fox. Hun murmured. Suddenly, Vukan shouted, Hun, look. A girl's faint silhouette emerged from the shimmering pink light. Hun stammered, Is that? He whispered. The nine-tailed fox's true form. The figure suddenly fell right into his arms, making the legendary moment incredibly awkward. Hun cried out in surprise. Vukan rushed over, shouting his name. Henrik asked frantically, are you okay? System messages began appearing for both of them. What a cute kid. Aren't all children cute? Hun managed to reply, yeah, we're both fine. With sparkling eyes, the nine-tailed fox called out, Daddy! A horrified Hun repeated, huh? The little girl shyly called out again, Daddy. Hun said awkwardly, what daddy? But she persisted, Daddy! Just then, Hadu appeared. She was completely stunned. Ah, brother, who is that little girl? Hun was practically losing his mind. Why did she have to show up right now? He thought. The nine-tailed fox whined cutely, Papa. At that word, Hun, Vukan, and Henrik all froze solid, unable to believe their ears. Papa. Just then, a voice echoed from behind them as footsteps drew near. Hadu stepped forward, her face etched with shock. Appa? She saw Hun holding a beautiful little girl, and her heart sank. Why? Is he holding a child? The nine-tailed fox pointed at her, asking Hun, who is that? But the word Papa just echoed in Hadu's mind. A dark aura enveloped her as she muttered, Papa. Seeing things were escalating, Hun quickly asked, Hey, nine-tailed fox, what is going on? A system window appeared. Quest complete. Life Force 999 of 999. Congratulations. My hoe has become your pet. Hearing this, Hun stared blankly. Pet? So this is the special reward you mentioned? The system continued. I entrust my daughter to you. At this, Hun desperately yelled, Wait, explain yourself before you disappear. Seeing his panic, Vukan laughed heartily. Congratulations, my friend. Henrik was still puzzled. Can humans even give birth to fox spirits now? Hun shot back, annoyed. Are you two making fun of me? Suddenly, Hadu collapsed to her knees. She looked utterly devastated, whispering sadly, A daughter? If his daughter is that old, how young was he? He's strong and handsome. It's not surprising he'd have a lover. Yes, that must be it. Her eyes were a storm of confusion as tears began to form. I should have just accepted this from the start and moved on. And I actually thought I meant something to him. It's fine. I'm okay now. Then, footsteps approached. Hey, you must be Hadu, right? Henrik greeted her warmly. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Henrik. I've joined Hun's guild. I look forward to working with you. She slowly looked up but said nothing. As her eyes focused on his face, a memory ignited. A tragic vision surfaced. Her beloved village, engulfed in a sea of flames. She was there, a helpless child, forced to watch as her home burned to the ground. The villagers screamed desperately, searching for any chance of survival. The inferno spread, cutting off all escape as a terrified child sobbed uncontrollably. And then, a shadowy figure emerged from within the blaze. His face was twisted into a demonic, malevolent grin. He was the monster responsible for it all. She ground her teeth, whispering with pure hatred, "The enemy of my village!" With a cry of rage, Hadu drew her sword and lunged straight for Henrik. "Die!" she screamed. He quickly parried her strike, his face a mask of confusion, having no idea what he'd done. Panicked, Henrik turned to Hun for help. "You have to explain. This girl has the wrong idea." Hearing this, Hun just smiled calmly. "Oh, really? She got angry just from seeing you? You handle it yourself." Henrik felt utterly helpless, but still warned, "She's going to get hurt." To which Hun simply replied, "Don't worry about it. She can take it." Hadu was furious, wanting nothing more than to send this man to his grave. At Hun's words, Henrik's expression grew excited. "In that case, I won't hold back." As if to test her, the moment he spoke, he struck, sending her flying. She cried out in pain from the force of the blow, which launched her a great distance. She crashed hard into a clearing, throwing the area into chaos. Dust and debris flew everywhere, completely obscuring the chaotic scene from view. She burst forth, her fighting spirit blazing brighter than before. Henchi and Hadu clashed again, face to face, steel meeting steel. He could no longer afford to underestimate her. "Your spiritual power is impressive, but that alone won't be enough to defeat me." He then unleashed a terrifying wave of energy directly at her. Under the crushing force, Hadu struggled. This power. She was sent flying, landing hard on her back dozens of meters away. Exhausted, she lay in agony on the ground. "The gap between us is this massive? My enemy is right here, but I lack the strength to avenge my people." At this thought, tears streamed down her face once more. Her soul felt like it was being torn apart. Suddenly, the sword spirit appeared, laughing manically. "That's right. That bastard is one of the dragon clan, little Oni. I will lend you my strength. For this one time only, I grant you the power to slay that dragon. Do you finally understand why I am the dragon-slaying sword? Show him." Empowered, Hadu's presence intensified. A pink aura enveloped her as she shot toward Henchi at blinding speed. He looked intrigued and said, "A sentient sword, is it? How interesting. Very well, come at me." Her eyes promised only death as she coldly uttered, "Die." Yet, he blocked her overwhelming power with just a single hand. Seeing this, she thought in disbelief. The dragon-slaying sword's power stopped with one hand? He then drove a kick into her stomach, making Hadu double over in pain. She collapsed heavily onto her knees. With a brutal look, Henchi sneered, "Don't think my sword is common. The materials it was forged from are stronger than you." She grunted weakly, exhausted. In her mind she pleaded, "Dragon-slaying sword, grant me strength, the power to finally claim my vengeance." The sword spirit gave a wicked laugh. It cackled, "Hey hey, yes, that is the spirit." The sword surged with newfound power. Radiating an intense killing intent, Hadu stepped forward once more. Seeing this, Henchi was stunned. "Is that sword intent?" She stared at him and roared, "You burned my village to the ground. I will avenge the fallen Oni." With a mighty swing of her sword, she kicked up a storm of dust. Witnessing this, he thought in shock, that strength isn't hers, it's being granted by the sword. If this continues, the wielder will be in grave danger. He then lunged forward, grabbing her hand. "Drop the sword!" His sudden action clearly surprised her. He continued, "That power is a parasite. It's devouring you. You are not yet strong enough to control it. Let go now." His words only infuriated her more. The image of her burning village flooded her mind. Her eyes blazed with murderous intent as she screamed, "I'll let go only after you have paid with your life. You slaughtered my entire village. I will never forgive you," she shrieked, swinging her sword wildly and destroying everything. Henchi roared back in frustration. He yelled again, "That power is a parasite that's eating you alive. You haven't reached the level where you can control it." He commanded her to release the sword immediately. Hadu finally collapsed in agony. Trembling, she called out Kyundu's name, sinking to the ground as she watched the flames greedily consume her home. She grit her teeth in rage and pain. The power within her body threatened to explode as her eyes began to glow. "I'll let go only when you've paid with your life," she screamed. She unleashed a flurry of wild attacks, shattering the earth around her. She kept repeating, "You massacred my village. I will never, ever forgive you." After a moment, Hadu stood alone in the desolate wasteland. All the while, Hen-chi had been silently watching her from a safe distance. He thought to himself, I see. So you also hate the Dragon Clan? A hatred so deep it's uncontrollable. As he pondered this, the cold aura around him grew stronger. His expression darkened as a red-orange power blazed behind him like a wildfire. Then, Hen-chi thought, as one who has held that blade far longer than you, there is something that I must do. Behind him, a massive, ferocious crimson dragon materialized. He stood within its center as it coiled around him. Hadu could only watch. Hen-chi looked at her. This is going to hurt immensely, but you will not die. Hadu was stunned. He struck the ground, and a powerful pillar of energy shot toward the sky. It was like a deadly firework, beautiful yet lethal. The blinding light from the immense power forced Hadu to turn her face away. A thunderous explosion rocked the very air, as if a massive bomb had just gone off. The force of the blast launched Hadu high into the sky. The sword was torn from her grasp. Exhausted, her eyes fluttered shut as she drifted into a deep sleep. In her dream, she found herself in a field of flowers. A mystical green light filled the air. As Hadu walked on the lush green grass, she realized where she was. This is the forest of the Oni village, she whispered. A dirty, old ball suddenly rolled to a stop at her feet. She picked it up, wondering, a ball? Then, a child's voice called out, Sister Hadu! She turned toward the sound. 3 smiling children ran toward her, waving. Can you hold our ball for us? She thought, it's the children from the village. Hadu smiled warmly, handing the ball over. Here you go, she said. Thank you, they cheered. One of them called out, Sister Hadu? She leaned down. Yes? The little girl wore a pretty flower in her hair. With a worried look, the child asked, why were you the only one who survived? The other children's faces turned black, revealing only glowing green eyes. Hadu was horrified. Huh? The child's hand was suddenly engulfed in flames. As she placed it on Hadu's shoulder, her own body was consumed by fire, revealing a skeleton beneath. Its eyes bulged as its mouth opened in a scream. Save me! I want to live, just like you. Tears streamed down Hadu's face. She was frozen as screams echoed in her mind. Screams of agony filled her head. Visions of bodies piled high, like a scene from the deepest hell. Why Hadu? Why was it only you? Why? Why me? Hadu sobbed. She tormented herself with the question, why am I the only one who survived? She was consumed by guilt. Hen-chi saw everything. He crossed his arms, his voice low and serious. Because you have to live. He repeated it once more. You must live on, because you can wield the dragon-slaying sword. Hadu stopped crying and looked up. Though all the Oni are gone, you are their only path to vengeance. Hen-chi turned to leave. Now, stand up. Slowly, Hadu pushed herself to her feet. She clutched her arm, weakly holding her sword. Hadu's voice echoed, the Oni never forget a debt or a grudge. Hen-chi suddenly realized she was standing again. He thought in shock, she can stand after taking my dragon impact flash? Suddenly, Hadu charged, thrusting her sword straight toward Hen-chi. She screamed, her eyes completely white. The sound was pure vengeance, a cry that had consumed her body and soul. Hen-chi instinctively recoiled from the blast of her will. Leaping back, he had no time to counter her sudden strike. He thought helplessly, what is this power? The blade was now inches from his face. Hen-chi's skin was cracked and broken. He smirked. Looks like you've hit your limit. You'll have to get stronger than that, kid. Exhausted, Hadu faintly heard Hen-chi's voice. Until you can kill me. She collapsed on him as he kept talking, urging her to get revenge for her tribe. Just then, Hun and Vuan arrived on the scene. Hadu, Hen-chi, Hun yelled. Are you two all right? Hen-chi struggled to answer. I'm fine. Looks like she ran out of power before her last strike. He managed a weak smile. Just let the kid sleep. Later, Hadu rested peacefully in a bed. Hen-chi theorized, it's complete exhaustion. She's been pushing way past her limits. That sword must have drained her completely. He worried for his own well-being. Think she'll try to kill me again when she wakes up? Hen-chi asked. Hun replied, probably. Her story is a lot like yours. You might be one of the dragons who destroyed her village. At those words, Hen-chi fell silent, lost in thought. He crossed his arms calmly. Then I'll accept her hatred. It's my duty to take responsibility for that sin. Hun looked at him, surprised, then said, follow me. Outside, Hun stated. I rented the whole second floor. Stay here until Hadu wakes. Hen-chi politely refused. Thanks, but you don't need to do that. Like I said, I have to face this. Before Hen-chi could finish, Hun exploded, roaring in his face. You think I'm doing this for you? Ha-do can't rest with you around. Henchik froze, completely deflated by the real reason. Golden sunlight streamed through the window. A gentle breeze made the curtains dance. Ha-do stirred, her eyelids fluttering. After a long sleep, she slowly opened her eyes, her vision blurring in the light. Huh? This feeling? She thought. Seeing the little girl before her, she wondered. Miho. The girl let out a happy gasp, her eyes lighting up with a brilliant smile. Realizing who it was, she looked like she'd seen a ghost. She shrank back, stammering. Miho, you. The girl cheered. She's awake. Hun walked in. So you're up? She was still stuttering. Miho. Answering Hun, she said. Yes, I'm just a bit dizzy. Seeing Hun, the girl turned happily. Daddy's here. Ha-do was struck completely speechless. She barely managed to whisper, Daddy? Before passing out again. Miho looked on, confused. Oh. She went back to sleep. Realizing the problem, Hun quickly scooped up the little girl. If you keep calling me that, you're toast, he warned. The girl asked innocently, Who says? Who's gonna get me? Her, that's who. Wearing his demon mask, Hun asked Ha-do, Got everything you need? We won't be returning to the first floor. Ha-do smiled, full of new energy. Yeah. Even if my dragon sword breaks, it feels like it's a part of me now. It'll always come back. Henchik looked weary, his arms crossed. All my things are stored with magic, so I'm good. Miho timidly added, Daddy. I mean, big brother. I didn't forget anything either. Hun immediately turned to the little girl. Oh? So now it's big brother instead of daddy? Ha-do quickly jumped in. I taught her that. She put an arm around Miho, explaining with a grin. She may be a legendary creature, but she's still just a kid, you know? She can't really tell the difference, so I gave her a super simple and kind explanation. Miho then whispered softly, but Miho likes daddy more. They say kids don't know how to lie. But one demonic glare from Ha-do was all it took. Miho fearfully corrected herself. Ooh, no, I misspoke. Hun produced 3 scrolls. Okay, everyone take one. Holding his scroll, Henchik listened as Hun explained. These are teleportation scrolls. Tear it, and you'll be transported to the meeting room Godlick prepared. Ha-do and Miho's jaws dropped in awe. These are incredibly expensive. Really? Hun ignored them. Okay, shall we go? Suddenly, Vuan shouted angrily, Hey, wait a minute, what about me? Hun replied, Oh, right, I almost forgot about you. With a snap of his fingers, a magic orb shot out, flying towards Vuan to suck him in as he screamed curses at Hun. You bastard, I told you to stop treating me like some item in your inventory. Finished. Hun turned to the others and urged, All right, let's go. The scrolls were torn, whisking them away. They reappeared in a magnificent, golden hall. So this is the place? Henchik asked, looking unimpressed. But Ha-do was completely stunned by the dazzling scenery. I never imagined a place like this was on the first floor, she said. This entire space is created by magic, Hun explained. Only someone with Godlick's resources could maintain it. Is money really that powerful? Suddenly, Ha-do's gaze locked onto a shimmering blue light. An old man appeared from it, calling out emotionally, Ha-do. She stood frozen, too shocked for words. She whispered, Gino, you're really alive. They rushed into each other's arms, tears of joy streaming down their faces. He cried Ha-do as she sobbed, Sir! They held each other, sobbing with the joy of their reunion. Vuan smiled. They finally found each other. Yeah, Hun agreed. It's a relief. Just then, a door swung open and Godlick appeared. You're all late. With a dramatic flick of his coat, he chided. Isn't it proper etiquette to arrive 10 minutes early? Unfazed, Hun shot back. You know my circumstances. Cut me some slack. Godlick's voice was ice. You've grown soft. Hearing this, the puppet reacted in shock. Violet Crystal? But isn't that the legendary tower climber who died 10 years ago? You betrayed humanity in your lust for power. Hearing that, Hun removed his mask. You seem to know quite a bit about me. His face was now revealed to everyone. He declared proudly, I am the man who died 10 years ago. Godlick, holding a book, addressed the room. And that's everything we know up to this point. The room fell into a dead silence. You could have heard a pin drop. The puppet wearily covered his face, then raised a hand. Hold on. So he continued. The 4 great clans secretly eliminated potential threats, including the ambush on the village at the 100th floor. Hearing this, Ha-do was lost in thought. All eyes turned to the puppet as he asked, Then what about the masked demon, Hun, and Lord Henchik? You were both victims who were brought back to life? Hun answered, That's right. and that is why our group's sole purpose is revenge. As he spoke, his voice grew cold and heavy. We are the Heaven Defiers, and true to our name, we will bring ruin to the celestial realm where our enemies reside. Gino chuckled softly. He's lost his mind, he thought. The puppet mused. This is just as I'd hoped. These people, they could truly change this tower. On the 10th floor, Godlick asked him, "What's your plan now?" Hun turned with a grin. "For a climber, what else is there to do? I'm going to climb the tower, of course," he added. "The other members will too. They all need to grow as strong as possible." The puppet's expression turned blank. His voice was flat. "Our only option is to fight fire with fire." Old Gino also grew pensive. Hadu called out, "Elder Gino." She smiled. "You're climbing with us, right?" Gino replied. "I'm glad you asked, my dear, but I must go my own way." Hadu's face fell, a mix of shock and sadness. "Huh? But why?" Gino spoke gently. "Seeing you are safe. That has put my heart at ease. My rage and motivation from the past have faded. A kind soul like you must understand that feeling." He closed his eyes. "If I journey with you, I'll become content. And then, my power will stagnate. Besides, this old Oni cannot be the reason the last sword of our clan falls." He looked up as text appeared before him. "From now on, I will be called Shadowless. I am no longer Gino of the Oni, but a humble blacksmith." Hadu stared in shock. He told her gently, "Hadu, never forget the duty and the hatred of the last Oni." She could only whisper, "Elder." Just then, Hun spoke, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Gino? No. Elder. Shadowless. I have another task for you." He turned to God Lick. "Lick, I want our base on floor 100. You need to investigate the Oni village too, correct?" His expression remained unchanged. "Not a problem, but who will be the manager?" Hun smirked. "He's right here, and he's perfectly qualified." He added, "He's the greatest Oni blacksmith. He lived on floor 11 for a long time. He knows the terrain and its secrets." Godlick nodded, his hand on his chin. "Ah, that makes sense." Then he turned and ordered the puppet. "Take the elder to floor 100. The puppet accepted at once, respectfully taking the elder's shoulder. "I will escort you personally, sir." With Gino's path set, Hun addressed the others. "All right, everyone's destination is decided. Shall we get started then?" He donned his Oni mask, his voice filled with dangerous spite. "Come, members of Heaven's Defiance. Let's show them the meaning behind our name." At the entrance to floor 11's safe zone, Hun materialized in a flash of blue light. He gazed up at the tower before him. Floor 11, he thought. His eyes were cold steel, promising a path of bloody vengeance. This is the true beginning. Faces flashed through his mind. The ones he hunted. He gritted his teeth. "You bastards who made me this way, just wait for me. I don't care what floor you're on. I'm coming to tear every one of you apart." Meanwhile, an unknown figure appeared behind them. He had golden eyes, watching the crowd enter the tower. After countless trials and tribulations, Hun finally reached floor 50. In a small town, news of his conquest spread like wildfire, becoming the subject of every conversation. "Did you hear the rumor? About that guy, Ghostface? They say he's already on floor 50. The remaining soldiers gathered their forces to attack. "Intruder, take him out." The soldiers readied their weapons, preparing to face Hun. But against his overwhelming might, these grunts were nothing more than fodder. "Awaken, fallen guardians of the Holy Kingdom. Slay all enemies of your master." The soldiers he conjured with magic became a relentless killing machine. Everywhere they went, crimson splattered the ground. Seeing how dangerous Hun was, the others swarmed him. "Target, the Necromancer." But it wasn't just him. His companions were powerful too. As they rushed forward to attack, he simply stared ahead. Hun didn't need to lift a finger. This was a job for Hadu and Miho. A man screamed in shock as the girl used a cat-like art on him. "Since when were you there?" In the grand hall, as an explosion rocked the floor above, Hun and his legion appeared menacingly before their target. His moment of triumph shattered. The man was furious. "What is this? Why now? During my inauguration as branch chief?" But he wasn't an idiot. He grabbed the stone and began a summoning. "You think I'll just stand here and take this? Not even from a chief of the Holy Kingdom Union." An incredible scene unfolded as massive vines and rock erupted from the ground. In an instant, an imposing stone giant took form. With such a powerful trump card, the man gloated. "Answer my summons. Stone Golem, my proud protector of the Holy Kingdom." Hun's head snapped around, stunned. "A golem?" Hadu was just as shocked. "Isn't that a monster from floor 120? He didn't deny it. just stuck out his tongue playfully. That's right. Now that I've summoned the stone golem, the tables have turned. You traitors to the Holy Kingdom, come and die. Stone golem, destroy these arrogant fools who dare defy the Holy Alliance. But while he was distracted, the golem behind him was shredded to pieces. What a disgrace. He turned back to see absolutely nothing left. And his most powerful ally. The one who made that epic entrance was none other than Henshi. Don't be shocked. He's from the dragon tribe. His eyes were blood red, with a cold, commanding gaze fixed forward. The golem's master raged at the instant loss. Impossible. My golem. But he never realized death was standing right behind him. Hun grabbed the man's neck, lifting him like a chicken and questioning him. Let's see now. Are you the master of this 50th floor? The man choked, his eyes bloodshot as he sputtered. You. Does the Holy Nation want to become an enemy of the 9 stars? But his threat was aimed at the wrong person. No, that's not quite right. Hun's grip tightened, and a spray of crimson erupted. You have all been my enemies for years now. Whispers always spread about the Allied Guild's fate whenever Demonface set a new tower record. The Allied Guild on that floor was utterly crushed. Really? Is Demonface that strong? Hun slowly removed his mask. Time to clear this floor. The next second, his squad. Hun's elite team moved onward together, continuing their journey to wipe out the enemy. Good. We'll just keep dismantling all of their plans. Wherever his group went, they drew the stares of others. They spoke of Demonface and his heaven-defying alliance, who had attacked the small guilds of the 9 Stars Alliance. The current situation seemed tense, putting him in a bind. What do you all think? It seems there's no way to reach the 100th floor. Hun crossed his arms. He realized, it seems news of our attacks on the small guilds spread quickly. Vuan, the master of covert ops, then offered a suggestion. When we reach a higher floor, we can use magic to erase our tracks. But Hadu, knowing him all too well, asked for confirmation. Did you intentionally leak that information? As expected, he replied, that's right. The successful always forge their own path. I'm tired of infiltrating their alliance for intel. From now on, we'll make them fear us enough to seek us out. A truly brilliant mind. The next moment, Hun commanded, status window. All his information appeared. Name, Hun, class, Necromancer, subclass, Master of Combat, physique, robust, stats, strength, 78. Stamina, 76. Agility, 77. Intelligence, 112. Mana, 136. Demonic energy, none. Divine power, 6. Skill, versatile predator. Trait, all, out combat. And quick judgment. Reading it over, he knew he was top tier. With these stats, an ambush wouldn't matter. Hun also secretly rejoiced at this silver lining. Though his demonic and divine power were low, a weakness if high-floor players attacked him, these 2 stats would become a flaw. But luckily, their power is restricted when they descend to lower floors. But as a perfectionist, he still wasn't satisfied. The one regret is our equipment. Our gear still isn't good enough. Hearing this, Henrik had to speak up. Don't be too greedy. He then reminded Hun to be more appreciative. You're wielding a weapon from the blacksmith, Gen. No, the shadowless void. Without it, climbing the tower would be much harder. You can replace it later if you find something better. Hearing this, Hadu's heart stirred. Shadowless. I wonder if he's doing well. Seeing her gloom, Miho pointed at Henrik. You made my sister sad. Just like that, Henrik suddenly became the bad guy. Did I say something wrong? Hun then made a decision. There's no other way. We have to go find some equipment. That's the best way to lift everyone's spirits. Watching his retreating back, Henrik asked, You're going there? The place Hun had chosen was none other than the 51st floor, the black market. With his vast experience, he knew it was a place not to be missed. There, we can find, is equipment that can't be obtained through normal means. Rare items are sure to appear there. And of course, one must bring gifts, so Hun stood before Hadu, and Miho declared, If an item I like is up for auction, I'll gift it to you two. A truly legendary leader. We love you. Really, Oppa? Miho was also beaming like a flower. You'll get me something too, right? Seeing them as happy as if they'd won the lottery, Hun realized he'd been too thoughtless. You like it that much? I should have gifted you both good items much sooner. Vuan appeared, thinking it was a good idea. Going equipment shopping? Sounds interesting. But then, from behind, a red ball suddenly rolled toward them. In a flash, that ball split into 3 parts. Trouble was clearly brewing. Then a brilliant light flared, dazzling Hun. Fireworks? The next second, A world-shaking energy explosion erupted, as if to tear the sky apart. Debris flew everywhere, but amidst thick smoke, throwing him backward. Before Hun could process what had just happened, a gun was aimed directly at his face. He looked up, and was completely stunned. He never expected to be ambushed, and the audacious woman attacking Hun was none other than San. She aimed her gun at him as if she had been waiting for this day for a long time. A destructive energy blast shot from her gun, but thanks to his luck, Hun dodged the attack. But it wasn't over. Not by a long shot. San's assault grew even more terrifying as another explosion erupted. Smoke and fire filled the air. My God, that monstrous weapon also made Hun's heart nearly stop. A small gun with that much power? If not for my mask's strength and a timely dodge, I would have been hit. San, with her smoking gun, spoke to him without a shred of fear. You think you can dodge the next one? Henrik, ever the opportunist, seized the moment when she was left open to attack. But it was never going to be that easy. San quickly detected him and commanded, "Shield." Then a barrier of blue, pentagonal panels appeared, blocking his ferocious strike. As Henrik closed in on San, he got a much better look at her. Is that a cyborg? The thought flashed through Henrik's mind after seeing San's interface. A cubic barrier formed before San, blocking the powerful attack from Henrik. He glared at her, his eyes practically bulging. Is that a cyborg? After a quick glance at San, the idea struck Henrik again. The next moment, the barrier turned from blue to a deep red. Then, in an instant, a red dome formed around San, blasting Henrik away with a powerful counterattack. Seeing how incredibly dangerous she was, Hadu and Miho charged forward together. After witnessing her brazen attack, she seethed, "You dare shoot our brother?" Seeing Henrik thrown back, the young girl cried out in worry, "Big brother, you messed with the wrong family. Now you'll pay." The two girls then, they unleashed their skills on San simultaneously. Caught in their pincer attack, she seemed doomed, but shot into the air, activating a new mode. Flight. Hadu's attack missed, and he stared up in shock. She can fly? But the ever-optimistic Miho just cheered. An airplane! Meanwhile, as Hadu was still frozen, red orbs appeared in the sky. A moment later, they split apart, ready to explode. In the blink of an eye, a series of explosions lit up the sky like fireworks. The entire area was engulfed in smoke and flames. At this rate, it was a one-sided slaughter. After withstanding the barrage of bombs, the little fox's body was battered and pathetic. To think they were defeated so easily right from the start, San scoffed in contempt. Gui Mian and his crew had such high hopes for you. Is this pathetic display all you can manage? But her confidence was premature. In the next instant, 2 slashes struck San. A voice echoed, "Of course not." Surprised? Because the real main event was just beginning. Hun and Henrik, in perfect sync, rained down slashes. Not a single blow missed its mark. After their spectacular teamwork, Henrik turned to face Hun. One had to praise their flawless teamwork. But San recovered in a flash, her twin guns now aimed at them. "It's almost a shame I have to end you both so soon." Before she could fire, they leaped into the air, a step ahead. San warned them not to overexert themselves. "Save your energy, I want to talk." The scene shifted to the dead of night, as the world slept. In the silent town, she faced them and finally introduced herself. After that rather hostile greeting, the name San, the tower's most talented bounty hunter. Hun couldn't believe his ears and repeated, "A talented bounty hunter?" Suddenly, everything clicked for him. Someone got spooked and wanted them dead. "So, there's a bounty on our heads. Only on floor 50? Who would do this?" San completely ignored him. Instead, she changed the subject. "No need to introduce yourselves, Demon Face and your odd dragonkin partner. You are my targets." She grinned, revealing a set of perfectly white teeth. True to his cold, commanding nature, Henrik aimed his blade at her. "Are those your final words?" Suddenly, San's demeanor flipped completely as she smiled. "But I've had a change of heart. Instead, I propose a wager." She slowly revealed her terms. "This is a wager that will benefit us all," she said, unfazed by the sharp blade. Henrik repeated in confusion. "A wager?" San then laid out her tempting conditions. "If you win, I'll back off. What's more, I'll tell you who issued the bounty." Hun flinched, as if a thought just struck him. But the hot-headed Henrik raised his sword. "I've heard enough. Your life is mine." Hun immediately stopped him. "Wait, Henrik." Ever the rational one, Hun needed to see this through. If the mastermind is 9-Star or the Tsar clan, we've been targets from the start. We need that information. Let's hear her out. Henrik was practically itching for a fight, but he reluctantly held back. Seeing Hun had given the green light, San confirmed, "Then we have a deal," he asked before sealing it. "What's the wager?" It seemed all San wanted was a real battle, a thrilling fight against powerful opponents. Dressed in armor and a hood, she looked surprisingly stylish as she said, "Let's have a match." Henrik, tired of her pointless chatter, shot back, "So we're still fighting in the end." But San had to be dramatic about it. "I have conditions. No matter who wins, all three of us must survive. I have to live so that you can get the information. And for the record, I have no ulterior motives." Hearing that bizarre condition, Henrik couldn't help but wonder. No killing? What is she after? Since it was a 2-on-1 fight, San set another rule. Because it's 2-on-1, Demon Face, you are forbidden from using your soul summons. Deal. As Hun agreed, he was already scheming. "Once I know your goal, I can make my real move." Henrik grinned like a psycho and declared the start. "Losing a few limbs is fine, as long as you're alive, right? Let's begin." San, with eyes filled with anticipation, was ready to unleash hell. She opened with an incredible move, converting her protective helmet into a drone with an Mk2 auto-targeting system. A massive cannon appeared in the sky, firing as Hun dodged every single shot. He had never backed down from a fight, so he brought out his own arsenal. "You think those toys can hurt me?" But San wasn't just relying on her cannon. She aimed her own pistol at him. "Did you forget about me?" But Hun's reflexes were faster, summoning his ultimate defense, Soul Shield. Henrik, a master of surprise attacks, moved to strike from behind. But it was a battle of equals. San calmly activated her skill, Initiate Blink. Her form began to fade before their eyes. What the? With San gone, the two men were left staring at each other. Henrik was already in mid-swing and couldn't stop. In a cruel twist of fate, their own attacks were now aimed directly at each other. But because it all happened, in an instant, Henrik failed to control his slash, accidentally deflecting it. And with a stroke of bad luck, the unexpected occurred. The attack went wide, devastating the landscape. Seeing them both scrambling, San looked down from above with utter disdain. "What is this? You two have zero coordination. Are you just a pair of solo fighters?" And then, things got even worse when the two of them began to argue fiercely. Hun exploded. "Can't you see you're in my way?" Henrik roared back like a beast uncaged. "You're the one in the way. I was about to attack." Then Hun pulled rank with his commanding voice. "You need to coordinate with me. This is an order. From your guildmaster." "Guildmaster, my foot," Henrik roared back, refusing to yield. "Use your head. If you just left this fight to me, we would have already won." While they were at each other's throats, San decided to chime in. "Hey now, are you two fighting? I know you both have strong personalities, but ignoring me is just rude." To steal back the spotlight, San unleashed an even more devastating skill. She looked down and asked, "Ever heard of a death ray? Holy hell." From the sky, a blinding beam of lightning descended with an immense and terrifying blast radius. Facing a light brighter than the sun, they both froze for 5 full seconds. The pitch-black night was suddenly swallowed by a wave of destructive light. Far away, the town's lights twinkled peacefully, oblivious to the chaos as a strange tear appeared mid-air right in the forest. It widened into a gaping portal, and from within, Henrik and Hun came tumbling out. They were fine, if you count a near-death experience as fine. After their short, chaotic trip, they landed hard in the forest below. Hun felt an extremely sore backside. Success really does take strange paths. Luckily, Hun's quick thinking saved them. "I barely activated the teleport in time. If that attack hit, we would have been in serious trouble. Luckily, I prepared for this." Henrik, despite nearly kicking the bucket, he was still spoiling for a fight. "We were in combat. Why did we just run away?" Hun quickly clapped a hand over his mouth. "Quiet, you dramatic fool." Hun glanced up, seeing San's drone cannon still patrolling. Her array of powerful gadgets piqued his curiosity. That automated drone? No, it was her helmet. Her weaponry was incredibly advanced. Just who was she? She was so strange, Hun suspected she was an alien. That woman, San, definitely wasn't from Earth. The universe is vast, making his theory plausible. After all, this tower connects to countless other dimensions. Maybe she came from another world. A tower climber from a far more advanced civilization. After some intense deduction, Hun spoke up. "Hey Henrik, if you want to win, follow my lead." He clearly had a plan. San was searching the forest desperately. They had to be somewhere nearby. Where were they hiding? Suddenly, A familiar figure appeared before her. It was Hun, stepping forward with an arrogant smirk, showing no fear. Her earlier advantage had made her overconfident. Showing yourself so openly? Have you finally given up? But San had seriously underestimated him. Sorry, he declared. I don't plan on dying yet. Soulbind. It was Hun's moment to shine as he summoned countless grotesque hands. But San remained unfazed and confident. What is this? I expected a better move. You think this simple binding spell can stop me? You know nothing. As she gloated, Henrik emerged from behind her. Aren't you ashamed to use such a petty trick? He seized the opening, lunging forward with a decisive slash. The surprise attack made her eyes widen in disbelief, but San reacted instantly, firing a beam of annihilation. Henrik's entire upper body was vaporized by the blast. She was baffled by his reckless, amateurish attack. He just charged in like that? No, something wasn't right. But it was all a feint. He was completely unharmed, a grin spreading across his face. I like this trick. The very spell she'd just mocked now left her stunned. What? A protective shield around his head? While San was frozen in shock, Henrik landed a direct hit, a clean slice right across her body. Even as crimson blood sprayed, San was completely unfazed. You think that little scratch can defeat me? Hun's hands were already forming a seal. Spells aren't a necromancer's only weapon. With my almighty trait, I can transfer all my buffs to Henrik. He clapped his hands, ready to teach her a lesson. Now, witness the true support of an almighty master. A massive burst of energy exploded from Hun. After transferring the power-enhancing aura, he yelled, "Go, Henrik!" San was stunned by the sudden transformation. His speed has increased dramatically. What kind of buff did that demon face give him? He has so many powerful tricks. She pulled out a hand cannon, firing relentlessly. Stay away! But her attacks were futile. With his newfound agility, Henrik dodged every shot perfectly. Trying to run away now? Don't even think about it. With a murderous look, he slashed again as she struggled to defend. But it wasn't over. San's eyes widened in shock at what she saw. A colossal dragon now loomed behind Henrik. Thunder Dragon! Henrik smirked as the tables finally turned. The terrifying beast began firing destructive beams from above. Completely stunned, San couldn't react as he dashed past, slashing her. But as he landed, Henrik stepped on something. To his confusion, she simply said, "You stepped on it." San was just as cunning, having set a trap. I led you here specifically for this gift. The trap Henrik had triggered was a miniature nuke. Hun never imagined they'd fall into such a trap. He screamed out in pure panic, "Henrik!" He rushed over as fast as he could, but he was too late. An immense flash of light vaporized everything around them. Smoke and fire billowed up from the crater. It seemed like San had won. Hun couldn't believe it. Damn it! What kind of world produces technology like this? As he was lost in thought, a shot pierced through his chest. Gun in hand, San slowly approached him. Checkmate. After that intense battle, she was still completely untouched. That dragon of yours is out of commission. Looks like you're the only one left unscathed, aren't you? Though badly wounded, Hun forced himself to stand. Oh, you really think so? He then revealed a shocking truth. I forgot to mention. A little explosion like that is nothing to him. From the shadows, another dragon emerged. That monstrous explosion was truly impressive. San flew up to evade it, forced to acknowledge their incredible power. The strongest in the tower is on another level. But even now, she seemed perfectly fine, still full of energy. But I haven't gotten serious yet, either. San summoned more drones, surrounding the dragon with overwhelming firepower. The resulting blast was a catastrophic burst of energy, as beams of light carved paths of pure destruction. But from within the dense black smoke, the dragon stood tall, completely unfazed. Facing her overkill tactics, it mused, all this, just to slay a single dragon? San froze, stunned by the dragon's incredible resilience. Seeing her fighting with such desperation, the dragon simply reminded her of one thing. You said we had an agreement not to kill each other, correct? So don't force me to break our pact. This joke isn't funny, and I'm losing my patience. It opened its massive jaws, gathering energy into a fireball, ready to blast Sane into oblivion. But she remained supremely confident in her own power. She scoffed, "You think I can't block that? Barrier, maximum output." At her command, a blue pentagonal shield materialized before her. The tension in the air became electric, neither would yield. The dragon's torrent of power slammed into her barrier, creating an overwhelming pressure. A moment later, the inevitable happened. A heaven-shattering explosion rocked the entire battlefield. While the battle raged outside, he was stuck healing. He'd used his divine power, but the recovery was too slow. Was I hit by some kind of special bullet? Henrik's transformation was affecting him greatly. After Henrik took his dragon form, all of his own buff and defense skills had vanished. Hun guessed that the dragon's very existence was disrupting the flow of magic in the area. Meanwhile, Sane was thoroughly enjoying her game with the dragon. Dragons truly are powerful creatures. First heavy weapons, now she's creating clones. She has plenty of tricks, but they're all useless. Sane and her duplicate spread out, trying to distract the dragon. Henrik had thought his dragon form could contain her power, but he was wrong. I should be the only one who can control the magic here. How? Sane was like a magician with an endless bag of tricks. She was like someone from the future, with so much advanced gear. This isn't magic, it's science. Holographic illusions. Even for a dragon, the ruler of all magic. There's nothing you can do. As she spoke, dozens of guns materialized, aimed at the dragon. These are all physical weapons, not magic. Sane's countless guns unleashed a relentless barrage. But even with its nigh impenetrable armor, the constant impacts were becoming a major nuisance. Shrugging off the attack, the dragon rose to its feet. It let out a mighty roar, asserting its dominance. You can fire those toys 1,000 times. It will be useless, if that's how you want to play. Sane drove a large pylon into the ground. Out of options, she brought out a massive assault rifle. The sight alone was enough to make one retreat. Seeing Sane's resolve to fight to the bitter end, the dragon recognized her unyielding determination. So, this is your answer? Sane had finally decided to play her trump card. That's right. This is my most destructive weapon. I was hoping to avoid this, but you've left me no choice. Seeing her resolve, the dragon decided to go all out, summoning a massive magic circle and a sphere of immense energy. Very well. I shall use my full power as well. The battle had now reached its absolute peak. Both sides now faced off with their ultimate attacks. The decisive moment had finally arrived. The dragon unleashed a colossal wave of energy. Its attack range was devastatingly wide and powerful. Sane fired in return, her bullet tearing through the air and shooting forward with blinding speed. The two attacks were about to collide. There could only be two outcomes now: utter defeat or a walk of glory. An explosion of unprecedented scale erupted. It unleashed immense heat and a burning shockwave. The world was painted in the crimson color of fire. The intense light from the blast momentarily blinded the dragon, but Sane merely observed, as if watching a show. Suddenly, space and time itself seemed to freeze. Everything came to a dead stop. But an instant later, a terrifying white light illuminated every corner of the town. Wherever the light touched, only destruction followed. After laying waste to everything in its path, the explosion left nothing but ash and black smoke. Even Sane was horrified by its awesome destructive power, and had to erect a barrier to protect herself. The blast was more than she'd bargained for. This damned antimatter bomb. This is why I never wanted to use it. But even Sane's advanced technological barrier was beginning to completely give way. The extreme heat was compromising the shield's integrity. Shield integrity failing. Normal functions cannot be maintained. After pushing it to its limit, she finally let it rest. You did well. Rest now. But sensing something was wrong, Sane snapped her head forward. No way. He's unbelievable. The dragon, after enduring such an ordeal, still stood tall, its head held high. Sane's jaw dropped at its horrifying resilience. What in the world? Is he still able to fight after taking a direct hit like that? But cracks began to spread across its armored exterior. And then, the dragon could no longer hold itself up. It lost its balance and came crashing down. With a heavy thud, it was finally out of the fight. After going through hell, a triumphant grin spread across Sane's face. So I've actually done it. I've defeated a dragon. But her celebration was cut short when a voice suddenly spoke from right behind her. How could she let her guard down? Sane forgot the final boss, Hun, was still lurking. 2 against 1. Had she forgotten? He held the mask, stepping forward slowly. I'm still here. But Sane, ever logical, refused to fall for his cool guy facade. You talk a lot for a man with a hole in his gut. Think that pretty face under your mask can save you now? Now, only 2 remained, facing each other down. This weapon is enough to kill you. Why don't you just surrender? Only the scared run home. Hun calmly retorted, it's not over yet. He held up a strange fragment and bit down. Sane watched his bizarre actions during this critical moment. Was he eating a scale? But seconds later, after devouring the dragon scale, his body began to transform, and a pair of wings erupted from his back. We desperately need your information. Hun was ready to risk it all against Sane. I absolutely must know the truth, even if it means I have to cross a line. A total reversal of his previous tough act. Just moments ago, San was confident. Now, she's terrified. Witnessing the immense aura boiling around Hun, a deep fear took hold. The power of the dragon tribe. After experiencing it himself, he knew the legends were true. This was why they were called Masters of Magic. He felt like he could command any spell. This was it. His time to shine had come. With demonic eyes, he summoned countless magic circles. The circles blazed with bizarre runes. Staring at the magic matrix above her, San was completely overwhelmed. Hun savored this long-awaited moment. Gungnir. Surprise. From the circles, innumerable sharp spears materialized. They were poised to turn her into a pincushion. Instantly, the spears rained down like a meteor shower. San was utterly trapped. Unable to fight back, her face twisted in rage. The screen exploded in red and black lightning, a pure display of destruction. In the chaos, San managed to slip away. Damn it, what was that? This magic was on the same level as the dragon tribes. She began to question Hun's identity. Is he a dragon too? No. His power surged after he ate Henrik's scale. Suddenly, a realization struck her. Could it be that he can use the power of whatever he absorbs? But by the time she figured it out, her fate was sealed. Hun charged from behind, sword raised. You realized it far too late. Seeing him closing in, San quickly drew her own light sword. Forced on the defensive, she parried Hun's powerful strike. He smirked, pleased to see her so hopelessly cornered. He taunted her. What's wrong? You were so arrogant before. Where's that famous bounty hunter now? His words hit home as she gritted her teeth. This won't be enough to defeat a half-dragon like you. Their swords clashed violently. She was done toying with him. It was time to get serious. Fine, we'll end this your way, demon face. San brought out her signature cannon once more. It launched a sphere of energy straight at him. Devastation cannon. Seeing her counterattack, Hun burst out laughing. Haha, perfect. Let's see who's stronger. She was shocked that he was not only unfazed but was unleashing his own ultimate move. That can't be. He can use Dragon's Breath too? A crimson orb formed behind him, then erupted into an incredible beam of light energy. The surrounding earth shattered. It was clear San was no match for Hun. She lost consciousness and plummeted to the ground. Her landing was anything but soft, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. But on Hun's side, while he was standing, the powerful move had taken a serious toll on him as well. He coughed up blood, and along with it came the scale he had swallowed. As a first-timer, he couldn't yet handle the overwhelming power of the dragon tribe. I'll have to get used to it later. He looked ahead, his face beaded with sweat and etched with worry, but as he gazed at San's unconscious form in the crater, he froze. Damn it. What am I supposed to do now? Thinking she was done for, San slowly fluttered her eyes open. She groaned, massaging the aches that shot through her entire body. Her whole body ached. Upon waking, she saw Henrik had been waiting. You're finally awake. Both of them had been there watching over her. We were wondering when you would finally come to. But San was focused on Henrik. Huh, you woke up even sooner than me? But looking around, she was completely baffled. Huh, where the hell are we? A magical dome surrounded them. Hun, ever so thoughtful, explained. It's a magic barrier. You two were unconscious and the area was destroyed, so I couldn't just leave you. San saw the utter ruin they had caused and scratched her head with a weak laugh. Haha, I guess we went a little overboard. But she still had to accept her loss. Still, I was completely defeated, and I really thought I had a chance to win. A monster that can absorb the power of the 4 great races. I guess I never stood a chance. Hun teased her back. Haha, it seems you really did look down on us. Henrik, still confused, asked, if you thought it through like that, then why did you make that bet with us? Being asked the perfect question, her face lit up. That's because. Holy crap. It turned out San's reason was incredibly simple. I really wanted to fight a dragon, so how could I miss this golden opportunity? Hun was dumbfounded. Huh? And Henrik was even more confused. We went through that life-or-death battle just for that reason of yours? San wanted to test her own strength against the rest of the world. My technology or this floor's dragon. I wanted to know who was stronger. Hearing that, Henrik was speechless. I don't even have a comeback for that. But at San's absurd reasoning, Hun finally snapped. Don't just say that. To maintain this magic barrier, I used up all the mana stones from that monster's corpse. Oh, the agony. But he quickly recalled their deal. Anyway, since you're awake, you have to keep your promise. This was the one thing Hun was most curious about. Who was it exactly? The one who sent a bounty hunter to kill us? San remained silent, not answering right away. Before getting to the point, she decided to hedge a bit. First of all, there is something I must say. I was not sent to kill by just one person. Time itself seemed to freeze the moment she spoke. The one that put the bounty on you is an association. Hearing this, Hun's face became as tense as a drawn bowstring. The beast within him had truly awakened. Don't tell me that it's really. Henrik remained calm, trying to get details. What is this association? San explained everything she knew. You know about the penalty, don't you? A high-floor tower climber will have their abilities restricted on the lower floors. So they dodged the penalties by sponsoring and taking over a low-rank guild. And that was the very system she described. Those guilds would then absorb even lower-tiered guilds, in a continuous chain of takeovers. This cascade effect was how they consolidated their power. A true guild union. Henrik began a process of elimination to pinpoint them. Only a select few in the tower wield that kind of authority. If we dig deeper, we can expose them. But Hun's face fell, as if the sky itself was crashing down. No, that's not necessary. There's only one person capable of wielding such power and pulling this off. His sharp mind had already pieced it together, and the person he thought of was someone all too familiar. The leader of the 9 Stars Holy Nation Guild, Kanebon. It had to be him. The one man Hun despised more than anyone in his life. Kanebon faced the window, not turning as he spoke. Thank you all for coming. Among those in the room, one man's voice cut through the silence. 9 stars? He is the 9 Stars Holy Sword, Donis Tayer. A mocking smile graced his face. I know why you've summoned us. I heard the beloved Holy Nation Union was attacked. The 9 Stars Archmage Marin added, It was Maskface, wasn't it? That powerful climber from the 50th floor. The 9 Stars Poison King, Jiang Raun, frowned. The 50th floor? You were hit by a low-level punk like that? A sudden footstep slammed onto the cold floor as a voice boomed, Hey, Kanebon. An immense pressure radiated from him, his voice filled with burning rage. Have you said enough? Donis Tayer was unfazed, his hand moving to draw his sword. Oh, you want to fight? Kanebon stood between the two hotheads, speaking slowly. Can you guarantee your union won't be the next target, Donis? Donis Tayer faltered at his words, frowning, unable to form a reply. Kane stepped closer to the group as he spoke. I've confirmed that Maskface is a growing disaster. He bowed his head in thought, then looked up with a chillingly inhuman smile. I propose we crush this threat before it can bloom. Donis retracted his killing intent, looking at Kane with a raised eyebrow. How do you plan to eliminate him? Will we go down there ourselves? Kane gave a faint smile and shook his head. No, the penalty would be too severe. His crimson eyes then blazed with pure killing intent. We will have to borrow a mercenary, of course. He thought of the tower, now desolate and in ruins. Kane revealed his plan, and I have already found the right person for the job. None other than Sa Ne. You have survived a grueling battle. Now cornered by 2 men, she showed no fear, smirking instead. We are all 300 floor climbers, and yet, the skill gap is still this vast. She eyed the 2 unscathed men, unable to hold back a word of praise. King-level climbers are truly on another plane of existence. Hun spoke coolly. You failed, and you even gave those bastards information. Basu, beside him, chimed in. The trail for Maskface's team went cold after they contacted you. He then stroked the snake on his shoulder with a wicked smile. Dinner has arrived, Basio roared. Kamen. The tiny snake instantly became colossal, lunging to wrap itself tightly around Sane's body. Her body was being crushed, she couldn't breathe, and blood vessels popped in her eyes. The snake opened its massive jaw, with 4 sharp fangs, and lunged for Sane. In another dimension, surrounded by absolute darkness, a trembling voice echoed, Save me. Hadu was floating in the black void. The plea for help kept ringing in her ears. Save me, please save me, help me. The cries grew louder, jolting Hadu from her sleep with a scream. Hadu sat bolt upright. The young man beside her asked, You're awake? Hadu looked up and saw Hun, along with little Miho. She whispered, Opani. Hadu looked around. Where's that woman? Henrik isn't here either. Hun replied. He left ahead to gather intelligence. He thought of his brother Henrik, carefully scouting their surroundings, and continued, The people hunting us are quite serious. It seems he'll be scouting for a while, even with the information Sane gave. Hun looked at her and asked, You seem okay. Shall we go? Hadu was confused. Huh? Where are we going? He smirked. Did you forget? Our next destination is the 51st floor's commercial district. The black market was bustling with people coming and going. Little Miho pointed excitedly at a cotton candy stall. Brother, can I have one of those? Hun agreed at once. Of course. We have a while until the black market opens. Miho ran off happily. Awesome. Unlike their high spirits, Hadu was still haunted by the dream from before. What in the world was that dream? Hun noticed her worried expression and asked, "What's wrong? You're not going to eat?" Hadu shook it off with a smile. "Ah, sorry, I was just a little distracted." Miho returned, her eyes shining, holding a mountain of snacks. "Look, sis, let's eat together." Hadu gave a stiff nod and smiled. "Okay, let's eat together, Miho." As night fell, the market began to empty. Hun instructed the two. "Before the black market opens, Hadu, you'll stand out as an Oni." With a snap of his fingers, Hadu's outfit transformed into a magnificent white dress. She cheered with excitement. "Thank you, Opani." He turned to Miho. "Miho, change into your fox form and jump onto my shoulder." The little girl immediately obeyed, becoming a white fox and leaping toward him. At the black market entrance, 2 guards were checking customers. "Verified, you may enter." "I'll take the next person." The 3 of them approached, and Hun presented a black card. "Here." The guard's eyes widened when he saw it. A black card. The card that grants entry to every auction in the black market. You can't get one without a powerful sponsor. Hun saw him freeze and spoke. "Is there a problem?" The man stammered. "No." He stepped forward to lead the way for them. "I will guide you to the VIP seating area." The crowd began to whisper as they passed. "Enjoy your time here." He then stepped out, pulling the door shut. The click of the lock left the 3 of them alone. Once all the guests had arrived, the auction began. The host presented priceless items one by one. A fierce bidding war erupted below. The announcer continued. "Today, we have a summoning-type accessory. We acquired it for 350,000 gold." Hun watched for a moment, then sighed. "Nothing here is worth buying." Hadu nodded. "I agree. There are too many people," he said from behind his mask. Though his face was hidden, he thought, "Something isn't right." He scanned the packed floor below. "This crowd means a major item is on its way." The host presented the next item. He boomed. "And now, for our next piece." Hadu's eyes flew open in utter shock. Without saying a word, she leaped from their balcony. Hun was caught completely off guard by her action. "Hadu!" he yelled, stunned by her recklessness. "Where are you going?" When the item appeared, a voice cried out in her mind. "I'm here." Hadu charged the stage, following the desperate plea. "Save me, save me." The voice grew louder with every step. "Please, save me." Hadu reached for the veil. "Just wait. I'm coming." The guards were stunned but remained alert, weapons drawn and ready. She flew directly toward the artifact's glowing light. Drawing her sword, she commanded, "Get out of my way." Her spirit was fierce, but her strength was lacking. Her sword was instantly knocked aside, her resistance futile. She was beaten down brutally, collapsing to the floor. She was too humiliated to even lift her head. An old man in the crowd saw his chance and sneered. "How dare you touch the prize I've already claimed?" The man was corpulent and leaned heavily on a cane. With a single milky eye, he was the picture of greed, and his words were just as foul. He sneered at Hadu, "Such an arrogant little girl." Just then, Hun appeared, descending like a deity. "You're the one who needs to move. Who do you think you just touched?" The guard and the old man froze, shocked into a stammering silence. "The demon face? Him?" The one-eyed man asked again in disbelief. "It's the demon face, isn't it?" But Hun only focused on Hadu, gently helping her to her feet. He asked gently, "Hadu, are you all right?" "What happened?" She pointed at the item, stammering. I heard a voice coming from it." She was terrified he wouldn't believe her. Just then, the auctioneer intervened, diffusing the tension. He laughed loudly, expertly taking control of the scene. "Well, we seem to have some commotion. When a brilliant piece is revealed, guests can get overly excited." His energy was electric, as if he were on a high. He gestured wildly with his hands. "All right, let's channel this energy into our next reveal." As he spoke, the veil over the item was slowly drawn back. "This piece will surely spark a bidding war." Hadu stared, her jaw dropping in disbelief. That's it." The item was painfully familiar. An image of a young girl with that pin in her hair flashed through her mind. The item was announced. A flower hairpin of the fallen Ani tribe. Hearing this, Hadu's blood boiled. She gritted her teeth in pure rage. "How dare you sell a relic of my people in this wretched auction?" Understanding her pain, Hun placed a hand on her shoulder. With a calm confidence, he simply said, "Trust me." The auctioneer boomed. "Shall we begin the bidding?" "The starting price is 100,000 gold." The room instantly erupted with bids from all sides. 150,000, 200, 250. The bids climbed ferociously. no one backing down. Then, the one-eyed man raised his paddle. 1 million. The auctioneer raised his gavel. 1 million. Do I hear any other bids? Seeing no challenger, the old man smirked, victory in his grasp. With this, I'll add another species to my collection. A shame I couldn't get an Ani corpse, but this will have to do. Hadu trembled with rage, her hand on her sword. I cannot let that monster have it, she thought. But before she could move, Hun's hand gently stopped her. The auctioneer declared, going once at 1 million, but a new voice cut through the air. 3 million. The staggering sum left the entire hall in stunned silence. The one-eyed man thought he'd misheard. 3 million? Hun stepped forward with a confident smirk. 3 million. If you can't afford it, then disappear. The entire auction house went completely still. Everyone was frozen in shock. The nervous announcer finally stammered, sold, for 3 million gold. The final word was punctuated by the gavel's sharp crack. The deal was done. Murmurs spread through the crowd. I never knew the demon face was that wealthy. The one-eyed man seethed, cursing under his breath. That bastard. Meanwhile, Hun started to worry. Damn, he thought. I've drawn too much attention. Buying it at such a high price. I should leave now. He turned to the announcer on stage. I'll take the item now. Have it wrapped immediately. The announcer quickly agreed. Ah, of course. Night had fallen, the moon casting a serene glow. Hadu clutched the hairpin to her chest like a sacred relic. She walked beside Hun under the moonlight. Thank you, Orabioni. That must have cost a fortune. He explained honestly. It's not my money, so don't worry. You can thank Go LCK later. Suddenly, the hairpin began to glow brightly. Hadu felt a spectral embrace from behind as a voice whispered, Thank you, Hadu. And with that, the spirit vanished, leaving an ache in her heart. She silently vowed, For my people, I will have vengeance. Hun watched her quietly from behind. So that's why she was so desperate, Hun realized. The hairpin holds the soul of a fallen Ani. Suddenly, an ambush erupted from the shadows. A blade swung directly for Hun's head. Sensing the danger, he spun and drew his sword to parry the blow. Ha! Du screamed in terror. Orabioni! Hun threw his attacker back and demanded, Who are you? He already knew. You're from the auction, sent by that fat pig. The one-eyed old man emerged from the darkness. Standing behind his minion, the old man chuckled. How impolite. Did I not graciously let you have that little trinket? But Hun was not about to back down. If you truly wanted it, you should have paid the price. Let me be clear, you are not getting this. And I don't need your money. Leave before you get hurt. The old man let out a hideous laugh. The hairpin? His target shifted, pointing a greedy finger toward Hadu. I'm no longer interested in that. Because now, then I'll have a true Oni specimen. The old man's words enraged Hadu, and she charged into battle. Go on. He taunted his prey. He swung his massive hammer down, but she dodged nimbly. Panicked, Hun shouted a warning. Hadu, don't lose your cool. The old man's lackey seized the opening for a sneak attack. In a flash, his blade nearly took Hun's eye, but he dodged in time. He declared confidently, I will be your opponent. Hun sized him up. He was on Henrik's level. No, perhaps stronger. Meanwhile, Hadu calmly planned her attack. Then, battle sight. He's strong, but so slow. I can win if I predict his moves. Using battle sight, now's my chance. She raised her sword, charging the old man. The one-eyed geezer grinned, tightening his grip on the hammer as he unleashed a cloud of moss-green gas. Caught off guard, Hadu quickly covered her nose. Poison! I have to hold my breath. The toxic gas completely foiled her attack. Panicked, she was enveloped in the toxic cloud. It's poison. I must hold my breath. The old man viciously seized his chance. His hand shot out, wrapping around her throat. He squeezed until her face paled, lecturing her smugly. Remember, little Oni, once you reach floor 50, you'll find every climber has an ace up their sleeve. With no pity for her, he slammed her to the ground, continuing his lecture. This is a paralytic poison from those wretched goblins. I improved it into a gas. You won't be able to move a single finger for a while. Despite the danger, Hadu remained defiant, her will unbroken. I won't die from some pathetic poison. As the last Oni, I must have my revenge. He pulled out a dagger, threatening her coldly. I don't care about your vengeance, so spare me the anger. Your life isn't over, just starting anew. To ensure your obedience, I'll sever a few tendons. He raised the dagger, ready to plunge it down. His eyes gleamed with a ferocious light, as you live on as a prize in my collection. Despair hit Hadu. Is this how it ends? Just then, Hun. A blinding flash of light. He sliced off the dagger-wielding arm, then kicked the old man away. Surprised I can still move, aren't you? Unfortunately, poison has no effect on me. Hun glared coldly. You're so worthless and ugly, you don't deserve my attention. I'll just kill you. The old man clutched his severed arm, screaming in agony, my arm. Unable to move, Hadu weakly called out. Orabioni. Hun closed in on him, ready to end it. Stop the dramatics. I only took one arm. Hun's killing intent flared as he declared, I'm taking the other one. The one-eyed old man never expected that the hunter had become the prey. At death's door, his subordinate intervened. Hun activated a magic circle, taunting. You're pretty quick. Any slower and it would have been tragic. The subordinate sensed trouble. He was certain of his attack, but something had blocked it. Magic? Hun unleashed his five-finger spirit bullet. The man leaped away, narrowly dodging the fatal blow. He analyzed the situation. He braced himself. Sword and magic. He's a master of both. A hidden class? This pressure felt like facing a veteran tower climber. He changed his plan. Against such a powerful foe, retreat was the best option. He dashed behind the old man, whispering urgently. The situation has changed. We must retreat and treat your wound. The old man exploded with fury. What? Are you joking? A living Oni is right here. How can I leave? The subordinate's loyalty vanished. He pressed his blade to the old man's face. Have you forgotten the terms of our contract? In exchange for your protection. In his weakened state, the old man had no choice but to recite the terms. While you fight, I must not interfere. The subordinate scowled. Get lost. But the stubborn old man refused to yield. He scrambled to his feet, running for the hairpin. If I can't have the Oni, this is mine. Miho tried to shield the hairpin box with her own body, but it was futile. With everyone distracted, the greedy old man threw a single punch, sending the girl flying. Miho slammed hard against the ground. Clutching the hairpin box, he fled. I'll add this to my collection. Just then, the poison wore off. Hadu leaped up and gave chase. I won't let you escape. The subordinate was shocked. An Oni? The poison wore off that quickly? He moved to intercept her. I won't let you pass. Before his blade could touch a single hair, Hun intercepted the attack. He taunted him. Where do you think you're going? Once you start a fight, you should finish it, right? The towering skyscrapers stood silent. Suddenly, brilliant flashes lit up the sky. It was the signal for a world-shaking battle. In a single instant, an entire building was sliced to pieces, collapsing to the ground. This was the aftermath of Hun's battle with the subordinate. Their fierce clash continued, perfectly matched. The man brought his sword down with all his might, locking them in a struggle. Slowly, Hun broke the silence. No matter how I look at this, you're far too talented to be wasted in a place this filthy. But he disagreed, his tone defiant. It's in filthy places like this I meet the truly strong. Hun looked shocked, then replied with scorn. Huh? What was that? You're just a coward who fled the tower climb. His pride wounded. He furiously shoved Hun away, refusing to accept it. The truth stung. He raged. What do you know? With all his might, he swung his sword again and again, shattering the ground around them. But strangely, Hun was completely unharmed. He declared calmly, You're too weak to face me. The henchman stood frozen, stunned by his speed. Before he could react, a sword pierced his chest. A fatal blow. Blood poured from the wound in his mouth. In that moment, he saw everything clearly. The journey he had endured. Reaching the 431st floor, he had seen the tower's true form, a place built on deceit and lies. Betrayal. Every vile form of human nature. After his comrades turned on him, he lost his eyes there. The truly hurt always want to hurt others. He was living proof of that saying. Everything boiled over. In his despair, he cried, This filthy place. He then unleashed his demonic energy. He fought back with his remaining strength. At least these humans don't hide their own filth. Pathetic. But his blade didn't even graze Hun. The sheer force of the swing shattered the earth around them. Hun understood his powerlessness. I know that feeling. Of betrayal and death. He never imagined someone like Hun would feel the same. What? Hun continued. Your mind is far too weak. If you're truly strong, then rise higher. Hun leaped, fist raised. And kill those who betrayed you. His resolve was clear, as he sent the man flying with a single punch. Taking the full force of Hun's devastating blow, he crashed into the ground, shattering it on impact. He plummeted into the crater amidst the debris. Seeing his pathetic state, Hun declared coldly, I don't run away like you do. To prove his point, Hun summoned his spirit soldiers. Because I will crush those wretched traitors. The goblin shrieked, his face contorted in fear. While his companion was getting thrashed, the goblin made a break for it. Tch, that bastard Ma Dian. Just you wait. I'll take down both you and that other fool. After scrambling through the alley, he finally saw an exit to the main street. If he could reach the crowd, he'd be safe. The goblin's face lit up with relief. Almost there, but surprise. The green goblin's eyes flew wide open. Hadu was there, wasn't she magnificent? Quick as lightning, she flashed past him, slicing him in two instantly. Hadu had just logged the goblin out of existence. Farewell, you won't be collecting anything down there. But then, something on the ground caught her eye. Hadu saw a glowing gold card, his item. Meanwhile, the man lay motionless in the rubble. He couldn't understand why Hun hesitated. Why aren't you killing me? Despite his overwhelming killing intent, Hun spared him. You still have something you need to do, don't you? Those bastards did that to your eye. Annihilate every last one of them. As a man driven by his own revenge, Hun demanded it. Hearing this, the man lowered his head and smirked. When I'm finished, I'll come for you. And you'll regret not killing me today. Bring it on, I'm not afraid. Hun just smirked, eagerly awaiting that day. With their business finished, the group prepared to leave. But seeing Hun's cold expression, Vokan couldn't help but taunt him. So cool, even sparing your enemy. Do you pity him because you both seek revenge? Hun gave him the cold shoulder. Shut your mouth. Just then, Hadu returned. Hun turned his head. Hadu, you're back. Seeing her safe return, Vokan asked, what about the fat one? What happened? Hadu answered bluntly, I killed him. Hadu then presented the gold card she had found. This was one of his assets. Vokan recognized it instantly. A card? It looks a lot like yours. Hun examined the card in his hand. It seemed connected to the auction house, but not for regular trading. An item like this? Looking at the gleaming card, an idea struck him. It's a key. He couldn't believe his luck, finding something so valuable. A key to a high ranker's exclusive auction. I can get my hands on a truly rare item. But suddenly, Hadu's expression darkened. Orabioni. Her face was filled with remorse as she blamed herself. I'm sorry. My anger put everyone in danger. But to her surprise, Hun simply patted her head. It's all right. He didn't blame her at all. I know how much that hairpin meant to you. Besides, I could handle it. Still, Hun had to warn her. But remember this, there are times when you must put revenge aside. Hadu's spirit seemed to lift. She nodded gently. Wasting no time, Hun went straight to the auction house, presenting the card. Is this a secret key? The man was stunned, but Hun spoke calmly. I trust this auction's quality will match this card's standard. He quickly ushered them inside. Yes, right this way, please. Looking down from above, Vokan noted the small crowd. There aren't many people here. It turned out they were now VIPs. This is a secret key, Hun explained. Very few people possess one. Finally, the long-awaited moment arrived as the spotlight hit the auctioneer. All right, everyone. This is the final item of the day. He gave a mysterious, intrigued smile. Are you all ready to behold our main event? Down below, the bazaar patrons grew excited, their eyes gleaming. It's finally here. I will definitely win it this time. Hun silently observed from the sidelines. The entire hall was buzzing with a strange excitement. Let's see what's about to happen. Come on, show us. As the crowd roared, a cage draped in red cloth was slowly lowered. Hadu was shocked by the strange item. A cage? Hun guessed it was a mythical creature or a divine beast. The auctioneer, brimming with energy, announced excitedly, Here it is, a special finale prepared just for you. The final item of the auction. The red veil was slowly lifted, revealing the hazy silhouette of a young woman inside. Hun was disgusted by this inhuman act. What in the hell are these insane bastards selling? The one caged for your amusement is Ellen, a dark elf slave we secretly captured. Her eyes were a haunting mix of despair and emptiness. Even from a distance, he could feel her aura. Such incredible killing intent. But was that all? I'm sure she doesn't have good intentions. And yet, it wasn't that simple. Hun sensed something contradictory. Strange. Besides the dark elf's evil energy, I can also sense the pure mana of a high elf. This was impossible, as dark elves were a corrupted offshoot of the original race. Pure mana is a high elf variance trait, the opposite of dark FP. They cannot coexist. But Vulcan saw this. It's not entirely impossible. If a high elf is forced into contact with demonic energy. Hun disagreed with him. What? A high elf wouldn't be corrupted so easily. But looking at Elwan, a thought struck him. Did they create the 4 royal families? Below, the dogs in the crowd howled their bids for her. 1.5 million, 1.5 to 5 million, 1.6 million, damn it, 2 million. Suddenly, a mind-shattering price was named, one that couldn't be topped. 5.5 million. The auctioneer's eyes slowly focused on a figure. A girl. And the one who cast down these pure feathers was none other than the angel of eternity, Hamiel. Fearing he didn't hear clearly, she repeated, 5.5 million gold. Elwyn gripped the iron bars like a dying chicken, screaming, Hamiel, how dare you? She was faced with Hamiel's bid. She protested violently. Never. I will never sell to you, Hamiel. Though she looked like an angel, she was a cunning fox. Seeing her devious smile was unbearable. Elwan wanted to lunge and tear her apart. Never. If I escape, you're the first I'll rip to shreds. To pieces. Enraged, Elwan gripped the bars tightly, reaching out one hand and screaming, Never. I will never sell myself to you. Hamiel was amused by her reaction, a twisted smile on her face. Elwan screamed one last time, Never. If I get out of here, I'll tear you to pieces first. Hamiel calmly said from below, Don't be so angry. Just think, princess. In the audience, grotesque creatures, neither human nor beast, stared at Elwan with hungry eyes. Hamiel spoke slowly. Instead of being a toy for those old fiends, I have a proposal. Why don't you become my pet? Elwan gritted her teeth, groaning in fury. Just then, the auctioneer spoke up. All right, if there are no more bids, I will close the auction. 5.5 million. Hamiel winked, smiling with satisfaction. Amid the calls of 5.5 million, Elwan could only shut her eyes and wait. Damned fate. Is this the end? The voice still echoed loudly. 5.5 million. The hammer was about to fall, closing the bid at 5.5. A new number was instantly called out. Elwyn's eyes flew open. Another 4.5 million. Hilly couldn't believe it, whipping around to gasp. 10 million. That much money is like throwing it out the window. It was none other than Hun on the upper floor, looking down like someone at the top of society gazing at the bottom. Oh, even a pigeon can cause such a big surprise. The auctioneer was stunned by the sum, stammering, T10 million gold. The shouts began to echo as everyone grew excited. 10 million gold, the largest bid ever made on the 5th floor. Oh my god, that's impressive. Elwyn looked up, wondering. Someone. Who is that? Hilly gritted her teeth in anger. Demon face. She cursed inwardly. How dare he? She immediately used her magic. A pair of eyes filled with resentment appeared. Hun raised his hands in surrender. Oh my. Is she using her power to force me to withdraw? Is that even legal? Hilly glared at him, her lips curling slightly. I should be the one saying that. Stop changing the subject. How can you possibly afford that amount? Hun didn't answer. The killing intent radiating from him was the only response she needed. She frowned, wondering. What should I do now? Hilly finally had no choice but to sigh. She raised her hand, signaling, Fine, I will match the bid of 10 million gold. But Hun showed no mercy. A new number made her eyes bulge with fury. 20 million gold. Vuan and Hazu, watching nearby, gasped in shock. 20 million. Are you insane, Obioni? If you're scared, go home. He leaned on the railing nonchalantly. If you're that scared, just kill yourself. Hilly seethed. That bastard. He isn't trying to manipulate things. He really wants to buy the elf. Hun looked down coldly. Why are you staring at me like that, pigeon? It just makes me want to gouge out your eyes. Behind him stood Vuan and Hazu. He continued his thought. One day I'll kill the 4 royal families. But we're not strong enough yet. At that thought, Hun smirked with excitement. But when it comes to money, I can beat you. For now, this was satisfying enough. Hilly flinched, sweating as she frowned. Damn it, 20 million. How do you have that much money in your account? The auctioneer's voice made her turn back with a start. 20 million, ladies and gentlemen, 20 million. If there are no other bids, the wooden hammer finally fell, announcing the item was sold. This dark elf will be sold for 20 million gold. Later, in the hallway, the auctioneer told Hun, Please wait here a moment. We will prepare your merchandise immediately. They handed him a key. And this is a magic key. The shackles will unlock when you approach the cage. The man put on a fawning expression, asking sweetly, May I ask when you might grace us with your next visit? Hun was losing patience. Get lost, and bring me my item. Hazu tugged his sleeve from behind. Obioni. She looked at him with worried eyes, asking meekly, Are you really going to use that dark elf as a slave? Hun turned, confused. Huh? I'm not crazy enough to do that. Vuan made a scary face and asked, "What about me?" Hun crossed his arms, helpless. "You're a spirit, not a person." He glared and muttered, "Damn bastard, always teasing me." Hun leaned down to Hazu. "What is it, Hazu? Do you think I'm that kind of person?" She gave a nervous smile. "No. Of course not. It's just." Hazu's cheeks turned red as she lowered her eyes. "That elf really is beautiful." Just then, Hilly appeared, interrupting. "Oh my. I'm glad you're still here." She placed a hand on her chest with a friendly smile. "A pleasure to meet you. I am Hilly." Hun's guard went up. "Ah, if you're here to steal my property, then get lost. Someone tried that before, and now they're pushing up daisies." Hilly denied it, closing her eyes. "Of course not. I was just, if you don't mind." She looked at him thoughtfully. "Could you tell me why you brought her here?" Hun faced Hilly and answered bluntly, "If you think it's rude, why ask? Even if you are one of the 4 royal families, don't expect everyone to treat you kindly." She frowned. Hilly smiled and walked past him. "Then I can't help it. I just wanted to take some time to get to know you better." She lingered, giving Hun a dangerous look. "But a report about you has already reached the higher-ups." The atmosphere instantly shifted. Hun turned to look back at her. Without hesitation, he drew his sword, moving so fast Hilly had no time to react. She never expected such a fierce response, gritting her teeth in rage. With one clean strike, Hun severed her wings. He looked down coldly, realizing it was all in his head. Hilly had already walked past him. "No, I can't die yet. I could kill that dove, but the penalties are immense." He hesitated. He imagined angels like Hilly hunting him endlessly. But the consequences were clear. Stronger angels would surely come for him. If he stayed this weak, he'd never face them head-on. Hun clenched his fist, veins bulging. For now, he had to wait. Passing Hazu, Hilly suddenly spoke. "Ah, that hairpin is beautiful. A pity I'll never see it again," she whispered in Hazu's ear. "Because I burned it all." "That's right." The girl's eyes widened in shock. Hun was furious. This damned dove. Her target wasn't me. It was to provoke Hazu. He feared something would happen to her, calling out anxiously, "Hazu!" Though she tried to stay calm, her face darkened. "I'm fine, I know, Obioni." Despite her words, rage surged within her. Killing intent flared in her crimson eyes. Hazu gritted her teeth. Now is the time to become emotionless. Hilly, walking ahead, saw Hazu's reaction and her eyes narrowed dangerously. After a moment, she left, saying, "I feel we'll meet again very soon." Before vanishing, Hilly smiled back at the group. "I'll be waiting on the 10th floor." Seeing her leave, Hun rushed forward. "Wait, how much do you know?" But before he could ask, Hilly took flight, leaving a shower of feathers behind. Watching her go, Hun mused. "All right, I don't know what you're plotting, but just you wait. I'm coming for your head." Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the 15th floor, Vuan commanded his soldiers, spirit soldiers, "Hold them back. Let no one near the master." Then, an iron cage slammed onto the ground. Vuan gave a final command. "No one is permitted to hear this conversation." The female elf, trapped inside, agreed without hesitation. "Yes. What do you plan to do with me?" Hun appeared before her cage, reassuring her. "Don't worry. If I meant you harm, I wouldn't have brought them." At his words, Elwang looked down, dejected. "Everyone's the same, aren't they? How are you any different?" Seeing this, Hun didn't try to persuade her, instead changing the subject. "Believe what you want. What's your name?" Knowing her disadvantage, she answered readily. "Elwan. Elwan von Yggdrasil." Hearing that surname, he couldn't help repeating it in his mind. Von Yggdrasil. Hun then began to recall information on this family. The royal house of Yggdrasil originated from the name of the World Tree Elf tribe. At that, a bold thought entered his mind. She's a noble elf. Meanwhile, in the forest, a figure leaped through the trees. While on the move, a girl in the group asked, "Are you sure it's in this forest?" Split up and search. A true noble elf. Back with Hun, he stood before the cage, silently assessing her. She's a high-ranking elf. Moreover, as a noble, she still has room to grow. The dark energy she'd absorb as a dark elf would become even stronger. Lost in thought, Hun suddenly remembered something. Speaking of which, Hamili. Her enraged expression made him suspect she holds a deep grudge against the 4 royal families. Returning to reality, he stared at a defiant Elwan. She's perfect for the heaven-defying plan. Being watched so intently made Elwan uneasy. She quietly schemed. "How do I escape?" A new idea sparked, and she looked down at her chains. "These shackles are suppressing my power. No, even if freed, I won't be able to use my powers for a while. Meanwhile, Elwan was still lost deep in thought. She didn't notice a key appearing, tapping lightly against the cage. The moment it touched, the cage imprisoning her shattered instantly. Not a single piece remained. The scene left Elwan in utter disbelief. With the cage gone, Hun held up the key and commanded, "Get up. We need to talk." Instead of talking, Elwan acted. She lunged for the key, but Hun easily sidestepped. His dodge sent her sprawling to the ground. Leaving Elwan on the ground, Hun slowly advised, "Give it up. An elf's strength is in mana and spirit, not physical power." At his words, she clicked her tongue in frustration. Finally, Elwan scrambled up, glaring, "You bought me for 20 million. What do you want?" Then she sat up, smiling slyly. "Ah, this place is perfect. No one will know what you do to a powerless dark elf." After speaking, she pointed to herself confidently. "Like those bastards who wanted me, you plan to use me for your own lust, right?" These words made Hadu blush and cover Miho. "What are you saying in front of a child? Our master isn't that kind of person." Notifications immediately flooded in. "The Supreme Demon is lecturing you, saying it's too early for such things. The Nine-Tailed Fox is explaining its sex ed plan. McQuay says as a hero, you must have many wives." Reading this, he exploded with rage. "It's not what you think. Get lost." Just then, a huge explosion echoed from the forest. Hadu rushed to his side to ask, "What was that explosion?" Hun's face turned serious as he ordered Vu, "Report." On the other side, a group was attacking his undead soldiers. "Break through. Repel these spirits. A millionaire has already bought all the auction items," Vu reported while fighting back. "I think our position was discovered by a recent tower climber. There are too many of them," Hun realized. Could she be Hamili? Shaking off the thought, he commanded, "Hadu, Miho, assist Vu. Let none escape." Miho was thrilled by the command, while Hadu looked utterly bored. Still, she complied. Before leaving, Hadu turned back to ask, "That wasn't true, was it?" Her question infuriated him. "I said it wasn't." As they departed, he helplessly tried again. "What are you thinking? Want to talk?" At this, she finally accepted. "Do you have any wine?" Meanwhile, after Miho and Hadu arrived, their enemies were cut down one by one. Vu then appeared. "You've bought me enough time. Hadu, Miho." With a roar, he declared, "I'll finish them all at once. Chaos strike." The moment he spoke, a massive explosion erupted. Back with Hun, Elwan drank, remarking, "Your comrades are powerful, and as their master, you are even stronger." She then looked at him with curiosity. "With that kind of power, why did you spare the angel at the auction house? Someone like you could have killed him, especially while weakened by the tower's penalty." To her question, he calmly replied, "Fighting then would have gained me nothing." His answer made everything clear to Elwan. She took a long drink from the bottle and spoke, "You restrain your emotions for a greater purpose. You're different from me." Her eyes then blazed with hatred as she asked, "Have you ever had to gut your own kin?" The question startled Hun. "What?" A bloody memory flooded her mind. Though impaled, the person urged her on. Again. Harder. Into the chest. Elwan raised the dagger, gritting her teeth as she drove it down. Blood sprayed across her face. She looked down in agony, but the victim smiled with pride. "Well done, my daughter. Only my death can be your final lesson." He then gave her a glowing golden orb. "I entrust you with the Yggdrasil seed and your future." Tears streamed down Elwan's face as she stared at the orb. In a flashback, a pursuer hunted her down. Seize Elwan. He was also an elf, but his face was twisted with malice. As he rode, he taunted, "Your father is wounded. He couldn't have gotten far." The memory of that face filled her with an incredible rage. "My brother, Elat, the one who sold our clan to the 4 royal families for power." Hearing his voice, a younger Elwan turned back in terror. "He's catching up." Seeing him close in, her father commanded, "Elwan, eat it now." Just then, an arrow flew from the distance. It pierced straight through his neck. As her father fell, Elwan screamed, "Father!" At that same moment, a sudden attack shattered the gem in her hand. The one behind it was Hamili, who held a strange cage. "Hamili!" Young Elwan looked up, screaming her name in a furious rage. "Hamili!" Before she could ask why, a blast of energy struck her chest. Hamili landed, approaching with the cage. "I've thought long and hard about how I should punish you." The noble elf princess, who refused to join us. With a cruel smile, she raised the cage, presenting it. "This is pure mana, a gift from my friend. A single drop can corrupt a high elf." She then looked at Elwan, her smile turning sinister. "The so-called honor of a noble high elf. I'm about to trample all over it. An image of a skeleton then seared itself into Elwan's mind, making her scream in agony as Hamili's voice echoed, I will slowly drag you into despair. Finishing her tale, Elwan added one last thing. After that, I was sold into the slave market, where I met you. Back in the present, Hun understood it all. I see. So the 4 royal families eliminated the elves, too. He began to analyze it. But the elves on the 300th floor were too strong to kill. Their mana and summoning magic were things the 4 royal families couldn't handle. As he thought, a familiar face came to mind. In that case, the most effective method is a traitor from within. Finishing her tale, Elwan hugged herself. That is my story. I have lived this long just to help someone. Seeing she was done speaking, he asked, Is that the end? When she remained silent, Hun stood up and stared at her. The bastards who enslaved you and took your kingdom are still alive. Fearing she misunderstood, he clarified, Your story isn't over yet, not until one of you is dead. With that, he made a direct offer. Join the heaven-defying schemer. I will help you kill your enemies. His words left Elwan stunned. On the other side, Hazu collapsed from exhaustion after defeating the intruders. Panting, she thought, Hun and that dark elf, are they okay alone? An image then flashed through her mind of the two getting along. What if she captures his heart? Hazu was horrified by her own thought. She shook her head, turning to leave. No, I have to go. But a shadow emerged behind her, and by the time she noticed, it was too late. A red orc. Did it follow the noise? Hazu stood frozen, unable to fight back as she braced for the hit. From the distance, a figure rushed in, landing a powerful kick on the monster. Recognizing her savior, Hazu cried out, Hun! It was him. He pinned the monster and walked over. Are you all right, Hazu? Instead of answering, she asked back, What about the dark elf? Though he didn't understand her question, he replied, If you mean Elwan, she's gone. Hazu couldn't believe her ears. What? Moments before, after making his offer, he had broken Elwan's chains. Freed, she whispered. Revenge? Elwan rubbed her wrists, her voice full of doubt. Are you telling me to kill my own siblings? Holding the key, Hun stated firmly. After what your siblings did, I'm sure they could do far worse. Their gazes met, a silent agreement to ensure her vengeance would be absolutely perfect, making them pay 10, no, 100 times over. He looked up, his gaze sharp, because that's what I would do. He then asked Elwan, Who do you want revenge on? She stared back, stunned. Before she could answer, he spoke first, the 9 stars and the 4 royal families. Hearing this, Elwan gave a bitter laugh. My story must sound like I'm just whining, huh? With that said, Elwan vanished. Hun looked up at the sky and asked again, Does this mean you won't join the heaven-defying schemer? No, Elwan's voice echoed from above. Floating in the air, she explained, I am leaving so I can reach your level. Once I'm confident in my own power, I will return. Behind his mask, Hun smiled with satisfaction. But before she disappeared, she remembered something and asked, Can you tell me your name? Your real name, not the one you use now. This time, he answered honestly, It's Hun Zijing. Hun. The name sent a shock through her. The necromancer, Hun. There were many rumors that he wasn't really dead, I see. So it's true. But she kept that promise to herself, offering another idea. If I die, my soul and body are yours to use. And with that, she vanished. Back in reality, Vulcan reappeared. If you're finished, we need to move. Climbers will swarm this place once the rumors get out. Hearing this, he immediately agreed. Right, staying on one floor too long is always a risk. Let's head to our stronghold on the 60th floor. Then, he remembered. Gis said he was heading to the 60th floor too. The man they spoke of was in a brutal fight. He threw coins at his attackers, roaring, Golden strike! The attack dropped them, but Gosek's fight wasn't over. Soon, he stood alone in a room of fallen bodies. He gritted his teeth, seeing the chaos outside. Damn it, I've been ambushed. I can't believe they brought an army. Meanwhile, on the 60th floor, screams erupted. Hold the line. Don't let them through. There are too many. The front line had utterly collapsed. At Gis's shop, soldiers charged a puppet, crying, For the holy nation. Though battered and bruised, the puppet stood its ground. This shop was created to support the heaven-defying schemer. If the 9 stars discovered the link between Gik's shop and the traitors, it would all be over. His resolve hardened. He couldn't drag Gik into this. He had to protect this place. With his mind made up, he summoned countless puppets, tearing through his attackers. Just then, a figure wielding a mace descended from above. You're mine! The ground shattered upon impact. However, his puppet shielded him, allowing a swift escape. The attacker was surprised to see him unscathed. "Oh? You dodged?" He even offered a compliment. "For a puppeteer, you're not half bad." This was none other than Guildmaster Hossein, the giant hippo. The puppet's expression turned grim. A guildmaster? Were they really planning to burn this place down? A curse rang out in the air. "You fool." Two spears materialized from nowhere, shattering the faces of the puppets supporting him. He could only watch in horror, thinking, "My last puppets." Guildmaster B. Holy of the White Goose Guild taunted Josanne as he controlled the spears. "If you want to destroy the puppets, you must aim for the puppeteer." He chided him, like a master scolding his student. "Don't act so mighty if you haven't mastered the basics." Josanne couldn't take it and shot back. "What? Who says I didn't know that? Whoever contributes more to the kill gets the bonus points. My White Goose Guild already had him cornered. Are you trying to steal my glory?" B. Holy questioned him, not forgetting to curse. "You fat pig." "Fat pig? I'm a hippo." Josanne's face turned purple with rage as he yelled back. "A hippo? Besides, who caused this mess? If your men on floor 1 weren't so stupid and hadn't leaked our position." Seeing the two guildmasters arguing, the puppet saw his opening. "Now, they're distracted. This is my chance." He cast his strings toward them. "Become my puppets." Instantly bound by the strings, the guildmasters could only curse. Damn it. Unwilling to let the prey escape, May lunged forward, unleashing a powerful strike. The blow landed squarely on his side. He screamed in pain before collapsing, unconscious. May, guildmaster of the gorillas, feigned innocence. "Oh, my apologies. It seems I caught him while you two were arguing," she said nonchalantly, looking up. "I have captured the puppeteer. Record it just like that, as Ham." She was speaking to a blond man hovering mid-air. As Ham, guildmaster of God's Road, descended with a sneer. "You allowed Demon Face's attack and have disgraced the holy nation. Yet you come here and behave so shamefully." B. Holy retorted. "As Ham, I don't need a lecture from you." Josine added his own warning. "Don't think your petty tricks give you the right to cause trouble." "What's this? You think you speak for Can now?" May, however, was indifferent. "I don't care, as long as I get my cut." At that moment, the puppet staggered to his feet from the devastating blow. He steeled himself. "I cannot let them take this place, even if it means dying here." He cast aside his cloak. Then, he unleashed all his power, using a forbidden self-puppetry technique. Witnessing this, May's eyes widened in shock. What is happening? Josine was equally stunned. Is he using the puppetry art on himself? The puppet focused his will. "My target is Gik, my dream, and so much more." He took a familiar stance, readying a blast aimed at the guildmasters. "None of you will ever climb the tower again." A massive torrent of energy shot towards them. B. Holy frantically analyzed the attack. He's turned himself into a puppet to use power beyond his limits. He screamed to the others, "Everyone, run!" Suddenly, a giant serpent lunged toward the blast. A massive explosion shook the very earth. The puppet frowned in disbelief. "What? Something just blocked my attack?" Staring at the massive serpent charging at him. A snake? It swatted him away with its tail like he was nothing more than a toy. Another explosion rocked the area. As Ham turned to the newcomers, "You're late, Snake King Basu, Corpse King Tun." B. Holy stared, his jaw hanging open. "King-level climbers who've reached floor 300? Josine chimed in. "What are you two doing here?" As Ham calmly explained. "They are mercenaries, hired to lead this operation." B. Holy immediately protested. "As Ham, we will not accept this." Josine agreed with him. "Why should we follow orders from a pair of lowly mercenaries?" As Ham countered. "These are Lord Can's orders. Are you trying to defy the will of the 9 stars?" As Ham threatened. Ignoring him, the 3 guildmasters turned to leave in protest. "Do as you please. We're out of here. This is a complete waste of our time." As he spoke, the serpent lunged, biting off the giant hippo's head. He was now just a headless corpse. B. Holy and May turned back, frozen in shock. In the next instant, May also lost her head. B. Holy reacted just in time, flying up and losing only his left leg. He gritted his teeth in fury. "My leg," as Ham merely clenched his fist. "Not only are you incompetent, but you dare defy the great 9 stars? The holy nation has no need for you." Flames erupted from his hand, engulfing B. Holy. "This is the will of Lord Can," he declared. As Tun controlled his power, he spoke. "In life, you were disloyal soldiers, but that is about to change. You will now serve the guild. Forever." Under Tun's command, the mangled corpses of the three guildmasters began to reform, as Ham praised him, satisfied, raising the Holy Nation's guild masters as undead. You truly are the Corpse King. Tun was unmoved by the compliment and simply asked, "But where is Demon Face?" As Ham replied, "He is not here. He hasn't even reached floor 60 yet." Tun was incredulous. "What?" As Ham explained, "This place is believed to be his main source of funding. Once we secure it, we'll handle Demon Face on his way here." As he spoke, a blade was pressed to his throat. Holy Skeletal Corpse, now controlled by Tun, held the knife. As Ham was stunned. "What is the meaning of this?" Tun replied. "If Demon Face isn't here, then I'm leaving." As Ham shot back, "So you'll defy the 9 stars as well?" Tun simply promised, "Don't worry, I will take responsibility and bring you his head." He thought to himself, "Yes. There's only one reason I took this mission. To kill you myself, Demon Face. Just you wait, Necromancer." Meanwhile, the one they called Demon Face Hun was frozen, stunned by the scene before him. Henrik was pummeling someone, then turned to his group and asked, "Are you new here?" Hun could only think, "And there's a bandit too." Henrik casually complained, "You're later than I thought. Did you find anything good?" Glancing at the chaos, he explained helplessly, "It's a long story." A white dove suddenly broke the barrier and flew toward them. Hadu was shocked. He gasped. "What is that?" Hun quickly explained. "An emergency god league. A messenger that travels between floors. Hun, get to the next floor now. To the 60th floor. The schemer's base is under attack." Godleague's grim voice echoed. Hun then asked everyone if the shop on. The 60th floor was really under attack. A white bird appeared from nowhere, saying, "Hurry. Without help, they won't last much longer. Everyone, please buy some time." Henrik and Hun just stared, bewildered, as the bird flew off. Vulcan, however, was getting a bit aggressive. "What the hell is going on?" Hadu, equally shocked, added, "The 60th floor. That's our allies' base." And then, suddenly, a thought struck Hun. Godleague runs multiple shops under different names. He's in incredible danger by controlling all the business inside the tower. He clutched his head in panic. "Damn it, they found us," Henrik suddenly interjected. "Wait a minute," he then continued, "Isn't Godleague famous as the strongest climber to reach the 300th floor? No matter how many men they send, they can't possibly beat him." Hearing this, Hun questioned him gently. "What did you just say? If he were truly that strong, he wouldn't need to borrow names to run his shops." Hun pressed on. By showing up on the front lines, he basically declared to everyone that his shop sides with the heaven-defying schemer, and if that happens, this won't end with just an attack like this one. He stated the grim reason. The 4 royal families will grind Godleague shops to dust. Hadu listened, his face pale with worry. Hun continued, "This solidifies our objective. We're going to the 60th floor and destroying the Holy Nations Alliance." Vulcan swooped in from behind and ordered, "Everyone, gather up. We're teleporting to the next floor's entrance." But just as he spoke, an unseen force slammed into his shoulder. Hun was caught in the blast, crying out. From the shadows in a distant corner, 2 figures and a massive serpent appeared. A voice echoed, "Sorry, but none of you will be reaching the 60th floor." It was Basyu and Tun. Basyu declared arrogantly, "Because you are all going to die right here." As he spoke, the serpent behind him unleashed a wave of devastating power. Seeing this, Hun yelled to the others, "Everyone, move!" It was a blast of pure energy, of absolute destruction. They all managed to dodge the attack. The serpent's single strike had already carved a deep crater into the earth. Henrik raged, "Damn it! What the hell was that?" Hun replied grimly, "It's clear the enemy has found us." He also stressed that they must be more assassins sent by Cain. Suddenly, a grotesque creature appeared behind them and hissed. "That's right." Hun shot a look at the creature. It lunged, striking at the group, but Hun was faster, pulling Hadu and Miho out of harm's way. A thought raced through his mind. Immortal? He's a necromancer. And the gloomy one beside him is a serpent master? Provoked, Henrik charged. Straight forward, roaring, "I'll slice you in two." But his foe wasn't fazed. The giant serpent opened its massive jaws, threatening him. Henrik expertly dodged the creature's vicious bite. He gasped in awe, "You're a real dragon." Basyu sat upon its back, and arrogantly asked Henrik, "Want to be my pet, too?" He looked up, stunned. "A pet?" His foe replied, "Yes, if you wish it, I will grant you the highest rank." He mused aloud, "I wonder what color your scales are." Hearing these words, Henrik's fury ignited. He swung his sword, screaming, "I refuse, you disgusting freak." Elsewhere, Toon landed on the ground before Hun, and taunted, "That dragon can't save you now." Hun remained silent, his mind racing, a memory stirring within him. At a glance, he's at least at the 300th floor. No, he's even stronger than Zen. A small smirk formed on Hun's lips. Let's see how strong a necromancer from this era really is. He then gave his orders. "Hadu, Miho, go help Henrik. Get to the 60th floor as soon as you can and deal with the enemies there." Receiving their orders, Hadu and Miho departed at once, calling back, "Right, leave it to us." Hun then faced Tun directly. "As for me, I will handle you." A smirk grew on Tun's face. "That's exactly what I was hoping for." In an instant, they clashed, their battle erupting between them. It seemed Hun had the upper hand in the initial exchange. Tun lunged forward, but Hun calmly parried the incoming blow. The fight had just begun. Hun and Tun faced off, their gazes locked in thought. Tun mused internally. "A normal summoner would have feared my bone soldiers. On sight. He's exactly as the rumors described." Toon then broke the silence. "Your title is Necromancer, correct?" Hun shot back. "So what if it is?" Tun's brow furrowed with resolve. "You are unworthy of that title. Surrender your power to me." But Hun was no pushover, replying, "And what if I refuse? This arrogant upstart." Tun's fists clenched in fury as he declared, "Then I will take it by force." Meanwhile, Hadu and Miho were still, heading to the 60th floor. Suddenly, Hadu sensed something was terribly wrong. They both stopped, watching as the ground began to crack beneath them. Hadu and Miho glanced at each other, horrified. The ground, utter terror, was etched on their faces. Hun also noticed the dire situation unfolding. It was turning for the worse. He immediately shouted, "Hadu, Miho." Toon used the moment to taunt him, "If you don't surrender it, your companions will die a miserable death." Fury erupted from Hun. "Shut up, let them go, you bastard." Just then, countless soldiers were engulfed in a sea of flames, screaming in terror. One of them was struck down. A fearsome warrior brandished his weapon, attacking the soldiers. With a ferocious roar, he yelled, "Die!" The moment he spoke, something struck his head. A nearby soldier asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Clutching his head in pain, he groaned, "Damn it, someone threw a rock at me." Then he picked up the object, his face suddenly lighting up. A wide grin spread across his face. "Gold. It's gold. He threw a gold coin. I managed to find gold in all this chaos? How could I be this lucky?" But the scene was utter chaos, filled with cruelty and despair. Soldiers scrambled to escape the spreading flames. The inferno raged on. "Run! Get out of here!" Asim appeared then, but remained silent. He merely observed with a calm demeanor, then began to think. The vanguard keeps using the same formation to block the enemy. At this rate, infiltrating the tower will be difficult. Is there a powerful mage among them? Just then, Godric appeared on the scene. His expression was far from pleased. Gritting his teeth, he thought, "Now for this side." He glanced over, thinking, "Golden bullet curtain." The moment the thought formed, the battlefield erupted into greater chaos. The terrified screams grew louder. Godric, drenched in sweat, realized this strategy wouldn't hold. "They're going to figure out who I am. I have to hurry." Cutting back to the entrance, Hun watched a monstrous creature emerge from the earth. The moment it appeared, he charged, his hands ready for battle. He roared out a command, "Release Hadu and Miho now." Toon heard him and declared with resolve, "I will not let you save them." He continued, "I am Tun, the Corpse King. I will seize your necromancer powers and become the true heir of the Dark Necromancer." Hun was stunned by his words. He thought, "What was that?" Just then, Miho's eyes fluttered open as she regained consciousness. Hadu quickly asked, "Miho, are you awake?" Miho looked around, dazed. Where are we?" Hadu scanned their surroundings, seeing only a horrifying carpet of skeletal remains. Meanwhile, the massive creature grew more ferocious. Henrik was nearby, observing its movements. "This is underground. Is it trying to escape after devouring those kids?" Henrik then roared, "I won't give you the chance to escape. Those children are my line in the sand." The words barely left him before the serpent lunged. It opened its jaws wide, threatening to devour Henrik. He struggled to hold it back. "Ugh, it's too strong." Just then, another creature emerged from its mouth. It slowly slithered out from within. Henrik was taken aback, his brow furrowing in disbelief. Another serpent? Emerging from its mouth? The new snake immediately lunged, sinking its fangs into Henrik's neck. The venomous bite sent agonizing pain through him as he quickly retaliated. Henrik flung the snake off with his sword, yelling, "Get off!" The massive white serpent was thrown back as well. Clutching his face, Henrik felt a strange sensation. He wondered, "Huh? Is it poison?" No, it was his eyes. Henrik looked toward the sky, witnessing a sight he despised. Filling his vision were dragons soaring through the sky. He gritted his teeth, wondering, "Am I seeing things?" Memories flooded back of the day dragons destroyed his home, the source of his undying rage. Noticing Henrik's expression, Basu approached him. "You truly despise dragons, don't you?" He added with a sneer, "A dragon hating dragons. How peculiar." Henrik roared in anger. "What?" He then demanded, "You know? How?" Henrik's mind raced back to the snakebite. It can't be. That moment. He then asked, "Was that the serpent's power?" Basu chuckled and replied, "Indeed." He continued, "This little one's bite can amplify the most painful memories from your past. But that's not all. It also transfers those memories directly to me." Basu then asked Henrik, "But I fail to understand how you can despise such a beautiful sight." Henrik scoffed in response. "Beautiful, you say?" He continued his taunt. "And now, you've become a dragon yourself. Isn't it wonderful?" Henrik couldn't tolerate his mocking tone. He demanded, "What could you possibly know to say that?" His voice boomed with rage. "The very enemy that destroyed my homeland. My hatred at being reborn as one of them. It prevents me from ever taking my revenge." Henrik roared, filled with resentment. "If you can't understand that, then just shut your mouth." Basu merely laughed. "Is that so? You're enraged over something so trivial?" Henrik shot back, his voice dripping with disbelief. "Trivial?" Basu continued to pour salt on the wound. "I simply cannot comprehend it. Shouldn't you have shed that hatred the moment you became a dragon?" He then revealed, "Do you have any idea how many I've killed to gather these giant serpents, all to pursue this beauty? I consider such hurdles to be trivial." Those words only fueled Henrik's rage. Before him stood Basu, poised before the majestic serpent. He smirked, then slowly said, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Basu, the Serpent King. I adore all scaled creatures in this world. If you follow me, you can learn to love your true form." Henrik gritted his teeth and replied, "Then allow me to introduce myself as well. I am Henrik, the soul of the Dragon Slayer. I will slaughter every last scaled creature in this world." Hearing this, Basu got straight to the point. "Then we have no choice but to fight." Henrik charged, taunting Basu. "Let's see how long that trash talk lasts." The serpent lunged, jaws wide open, to strike at Henrik. With a single slash, he cleaved the snake in two. Exhausted, he glanced at the sky. Damn it, is this endless? Above, a horde of countless serpents descended upon him. Henrik yelled in fury, "Bring it on! You think these things can keep up with me?" Just then, a colossal serpent plunged down from above, dwarfing the others. He was stunned. Damn, that's a big one. The others were just bait. In that moment of distraction, he was ambushed. "I'm surrounded." The serpent instantly coiled around him, tightening its grip. Henrik cried out in agony. He thought, "At this rate, it'll crush me to death. I have to get out of this." As he tried to teleport away, Basu swooped down, grabbing his face. "Got you," he snarled. "You were too careless, Henrik. You're still not worthy of being my rival. Just come with me peacefully." Behind him, motes of light appeared as his face darkened. He unleashed his signature skill, Serpent Seal. Specks of light shimmered in Henrik's eyes. Basilio watched, his lips curling into a victorious smirk. "That's right. You will become my personal servant, Henrik." He paced towards Henrik, thinking, "There's only one way out of this for you. Turn into a dragon and flee. But I know you all too well, Henrik. But you can't, can you? Your hatred for dragonkind is all-consuming. Yet you are a dragon yourself, Henrik. Have you truly accepted what you are?" He then roared, "You don't want to become the very thing you despise. Now, be my pet, Henrik." He placed a hand on Henrik's head. A current of energy surged through him, forcing a cry of agony. Henrik squeezed his eyes shut, screaming, "I refuse!" Suddenly, Hun's voice echoed in his mind, startling him. "What the hell are you talking about? You'd waste that power because you won't become the enemy? Then let me ask you this. Who are you?" Henrik replied, "I am Henrik, the spirit of the Dragon Slayer." Hun pointed at him, shouting, "No, you're wrong." A rookie from the 50th floor. Trying to fight a veteran of the 300th floor. "We aren't strong enough yet. We have to use every single asset we have." A realization struck Henrik. He powered up, transforming into a dragon and shattering the snake's bindings. Basilio was stunned. Impossible. From the memories I saw, how can this be? Henrik spread his wings, soaring into the sky and looking down on Basilio. Because I'm not strong enough. I must fight with everything I have. I must use every last bit of my power. As he spoke, an immense pressure radiated from his body, leaving Basilio speechless. How beautiful. But then he burst into crazed laughter, thrilled that Henrik had transformed to fight him. Excellent, Henrik. I will have you, no matter what it takes. Meanwhile, the battle between Hun and Tun raged on, but Hun seemed to be at a disadvantage. He and his summoned soldiers were being pushed back relentlessly. He thought, this fighting style, it's 2 tins. He's using skills from my past life. I need to save the children. I have to get to Gills. But his thoughts shifted in an instant. If he defeated this man, all his problems would be solved. The two clashed in a battle of equals. Did you learn that fighting style from Tutin? So what? Tun replied coldly. I assume you did as well. Hun smirked mockingly. Then you'll never be able to defeat me, because I will become even stronger than Tutin. At his words, power erupted from his body. One hand blazed with red fire, the other with black. Tun's face twisted in anger. How dare you claim to be better than him? Ridiculous. While Tun was talking, Hun vanished with terrifying speed, surprising him. But as he attacked, his opponent used a skeleton to block the blow. Tun laughed maniacally. Haha, what a fool, running straight to your death. Then, he commanded hundreds of skeletons to surround Hun, but our hero remained fearless. He combined the red and black flames in his palm, causing a massive explosion. His foe was shocked. Divine and demonic power? You possess both sources of energy? You now possess both demonic and holy power, forces that should be incompatible with your body. This is an unprecedented achievement. Your name will be recorded in the Tower of Accomplishments. Jin Hun's body began to radiate both powerful energies. A new notification appeared. A half-god, half-demon body has been created. His eyes shifted to 2 colors, gold and purple. Jin Hun wondered, what must I do to defeat Tu Tin? Seeing this immense power, he felt a flicker of worry. My opponent's forces are stronger, but I will crush them at any cost. Just like with the others, I'll use a special method to bypass his summons and go for the main body. My appearance has changed, but my methods haven't. This way is a bit disgusting, but it's effective. Jin Hun stood calmly and said, Hey, kid, do you really call yourself a descendant of Tu Tin? As his opponent landed, Jin Hun pressed his advantage, taunting. If you're this weak, then Tu Tin couldn't have been that strong, right? Did he die because of holy power? Those words struck a nerve with Tun. He gritted his teeth, gathering energy in his palms. I will not let you insult him any longer. At his word, grotesque minions clawed their way out of the ground. Jin Hun readied his dual swords. Bring it on. Right. It would be boring if this ended too quickly. His eyes sharpened as he locked onto his prey, lunging forward at the speed of light. With both holy and demonic power, his summons won't be at their full strength. I'll cut you in half. Jin Hun swung his blade, and sparks flew. But behind the attack, Tun stood completely still, watching him. Jin Hun's eyes widened in disbelief. Too shallow. This sword is imbued with holy power, so why didn't he die? Tun's voice echoed. Yes, that's exactly how he died. Did you think I wouldn't be prepared? He commanded a massive, headless warrior as his own eyes glinted coldly. You will die here for blaspheming his name. Under Tun's control, the headless being swung an 8-meter-long blade at Jin Hun. He struggled to block the attack. The immense force sent Jin Hun flying backward. He thought, a magic shield? But holy power should be able to block demonic energy. Before he could finish his thought, his arm was suddenly sliced open, gushing blood. He thought grimly, this monster is strong. The surprise attack came from a pristine white skeleton. At the same time, another enemy struck from above. Jin Hun knew he was at a disadvantage. I can't win with simple attacks. I'll have to focus both holy and demonic power into one hand. Immediately, Jin Hun poured all his power into a single sword. A red warning flashed. Holy and demonic power are opposing forces. They cannot be combined. The situation was desperate. He lost his cool and screamed at the system, Shut up and do as I say. This is the only way. The 2 streams of gold and purple energy merged and separated repeatedly. Jin Hun swore, Damn it, I can't combine them. A madness took over, his eyes wild as he laughed and roared, Enough! Just take this. He defied everything, forcing the 2 powers together. The energies teetered on the brink. I don't care if you resist. You will belong to me either way. Fuse. The 2 opposing powers were finally forced into one by their maniacal master. The twin lights of purple and gold swirled and became a single entity. The shield Tun was so proud of, capable of blocking any power, suddenly cracked and shattered. His magic puppet never expected such a gruesome end. The two remaining puppets now knew fear. Tun stared, whispering, "How? I created that shield to block the power of the four royal families. Does that mean his power surpasses even the four royals?" Jinhun's eyes had now turned silver, and the sword in his hand radiated a strange, silver energy. What is this power? It's neither demonic nor holy. A system window appeared. Congratulations. You have acquired the trait, Fusion, an explosive power born from combining holy and demonic energy. Jinhun was ecstatic. He whispered to himself, "Fusion. Is that what this is?" Beneath his mask, a twisted grin formed. "Now this, I like." He gripped his sword and charged Tun's men. Panicking, Tun used his allies as a shield. "Hossein be holy, defend me!" Obeying the command, the two stood before their master. In a single slash, Jinhun effortlessly sent them flying. He then turned to Tun, his eyes cold as he swung his blade. Paralyzed with fear, Tun stumbled backward, his eyes wide with terror. As the blade fell, he blocked it with his staff. The resulting shockwave created a devastating explosion. As the dust settled, it was clear Jinhun held back against Tun. His mask had shattered, revealing a stunned expression beneath. Before he could even twitch, Jinhun's blade was at his neck. Jinhun looked down at him. "Your name is Tun, correct? Why are you so obsessed with amethyst?" After a moment of silence, Tun spoke slowly. "His Grace. Back when I was a boy, his expression filled with admiration. He was the one most worthy of ruling the tower. As a boy, he was saved by Amethyst from a mob of attackers. The look in his savior's eyes was something Tun could never forget. Hearing his story, Jinhun pressed on. But he died a traitor to humanity. You still revere him? Tun roared, "You're wrong. His Grace was framed by those wretched 9 stars. Jinhun was stunned. He couldn't believe it. How? How could he possibly know the truth? He thought. Tun screamed in desperation. It wasn't him. He looked up, insisting. His Grace was framed by the 9 stars. Jinhun was shocked. He knows the truth? He hesitated, sword in hand, recalling the truth behind his own death. He stared at the defeated Tun, thinking, I never imagined someone else would discover the truth. Tun then asked, Can't you feel anything at all? He looked up, his voice firm. Even after inheriting Amethyst's title, Necromancer, did you never once question the story of his death? Tun recalled, he was the strongest necromancer who fell against the 9 stars. Empen was bribed. He declared fiercely, his grace was framed. Jinhun scoffed. Who knows? Perhaps his hunger for power made him foolish, but inside he thought, so, there is still someone in this tower who remembers and believes in me. Tun glared up in rage. How dare you insult his grace? He put on his hood. I admit you are strong, but you are not worthy of being Amethyst's successor. Raising his staff to the sky, Tun declared, he was more than my savior. His power shone brighter than all of the 9 stars combined. His voice filled with hope. He is my pride and my ultimate goal. Enraged, a blue aura erupted around him. I will defeat you and become his true successor. Jinhun smirked. So this is what having a follower feels like. A smug thought crossed his mind. I will make him my subordinate. He then said to Tun, then prove your worth to me. He then began to cast his spell. A vortex of blue and white energy formed before his chest. Tun thought, it's incomplete, but it is the fruit of all my research. He roared, his pupils vanishing into a sea of blue light. You who hold Amethyst's title yet dare to insult him, I will never let you keep it. The 100 Knights ghost manifested, flying towards Jinhun. Seeing it, he wondered. A soul armament? Not to be outdone, he summoned his own spirit, Vukan. He commanded it to attack. The soul frowned, thinking, is this truly Vukan? He assessed it. This isn't a soul armament, it's weaker. But it resembles the very first one I ever created. Did he become a necromancer all by himself? Tun declared with resolve. I won't stop until I have avenged him and restored his honor. Jinhun observed his aura and thought, talent, stability. Had I not returned, he might have become the next Amethyst. He then stepped forward, thinking, in that case, I should fight him with everything I have. He commanded Vukan, handle the summon. Then he charged at Tun. Their powers collided in a massive explosion. They clashed fiercely, Tun with his staff against Jinhun's bare hands. Touching the ground, he summoned something to strike at Tun. He yelled, snap out of it! Blood trickled from Tun's head. Suddenly, Caught off guard, Tun could only look back in shock. He saw Jinhoon's attack but had no time to defend. Fortunately, the blade was intercepted by one of Tun's own summons. It caught the blade in its jaws, stopping the fatal blow to Tun's chest. Jinhun thought, "Damn it. His summon blocked my attack." Forced to leap back, he took a defensive stance and analyzed the situation. That incomplete soul armament. He's using its instability to turn it into a bomb. I need a counter. Suddenly, Jinhoon looked up, startled. Then, Tun's ultimate skill caught him by surprise. Tun declared, "This is the final step to becoming like him." With a grim expression, he unleashed, "Descent of 100,000 souls." A torrent of souls poured from Tun's body, rushing to attack him. Jinhun thought in disbelief. "Wait, that's one of my skills." The wave of souls crashed into him, an overwhelming force that felt like it could swallow the world. But Jinhoon unleashed his own power, smirking. "This alone isn't enough to devour my soul." A smug grin spread across Jinhun's face as he swept his arm in an arc, unleashing a wave of power. Tun stared in disbelief. Impossible. It wasn't even perfected, yet he blocked the necromancer's ultimate skill? Did this mean his spiritual power couldn't even touch his soul? Jinhoon laughed, thrilled, magnificent. "It's like seeing my past self. I shall repay you with a true 10,000 soul descent." With that, he unleashed his technique for Tun to witness. Tun was stunned, completely powerless. His eyes could only watch as the ultimate attack descended upon him, the souls swarming and engulfing him completely. Tun realized. "So, you were here all along." A figure leaped forward, driving a weapon straight through Tun's body. Blood sprayed. Jinhoon simply smiled. "A pleasure to meet you, Tun." Recognition dawned. Weakly, he spoke. "A pleasure to meet you, Zijing." As his eyes closed, he struggled to say, "Soon. I will." The figure replied, "Yes, we will meet again soon." And just like that, he had eliminated an admirer and claimed his soul. But then, Jinhoon sensed something amiss. "Ah, still alive. Just as I'd hoped. You haven't disappointed me." Tun's power began to surge back, a blue aura flaring to life around him. With his eyes still closed, Tun's voice rang out. He opened them. Jinhun watched and grinned. "Welcome." He rose and walked toward Jinhun, declaring, "Soul armament, assemble," then placed his palm on the ground. A current of power flared up, and Tun immediately knelt in submission. "Please forgive my insolence," he pleaded. Kneeling before him, Tun continued, "I failed to recognize my own master. I wasn't even loyal to my comrades." Before he could continue, the ground began to tremble violently as a massive monster erupted before them. Hun broke into a cold sweat. "What is that thing?" Tun answered. "That is a summon I created." After a massive roar, Tun added, "It has lost its master and is now on a rampage. I will take care of it." Tun summoned power to his hands. But Jinhun suddenly shouted, "Tun, wait!" He had noticed something strange inside the creature. He stopped Tun again. "Hold on, aim for its eyes." Just then, a beautiful girl emerged from the beast's mouth. It was Hazu. She cried out, "Tun, we're finally out!" Hun exclaimed with joy. "Hazu, Miho, you're safe!" He grinned, overcome with relief. "I'm so glad you both made it out alive." Hazu explained. "Miho managed to charm the summon so we could escape." Miho chimed in proudly. "I protected her when things got dangerous." Tun stared at his massive creature, thinking, that kid charmed a powerful undead with her necromancy, and the other one dealt with the threats from the inside. Suddenly, a crimson beam of energy pierced the sky. Everyone looked up, stunned. Hun just smirked confidently. "That's Henrik's breath. That means the battle over there is already decided." Just then, a figure appeared, plummeting from the sky and crashing violently into the ground below. It landed right before their eyes. Tun recoiled in shock, coughing from the dust cloud. It was Ba Yu, one arm completely gone, collapsed on the ground. Henrik appeared with a taunting smirk. "I never thought Ba Yu could be defeated so easily." He then shifted from his dragon form back into a man. He boasted to Hun, "A decisive victory for me. The four kings are tough, but..." He leveled his sword at Ba Yu's face, his voice turning cold. "This is the end for you. You're out of dangerous snakes to command." Ba Yu could only glare back, helpless. Henrik continued, "Except for that little pet of yours." Defeated, Ba Yu used his last strength to look at his serpent. "It seems this is the end for us, Sula. I'm sorry." Then, Ba Yu opened his jaws wide in a grotesque display and devoured his own serpent whole. Everyone stared in horror. Hun yelled, "He's completely insane." He's eating his own familiar. Henrik raised his weapon. A desperate move like that won't help you. A brilliant light flashed as he struck at Boss Yu, but Boss Yu just laughed madly. So obedient. And so delicious. My Siu-la. His severed arm erupted into a serpent's head. Now, we can be together forever, can't we? The monstrous Boss Yu flicked his tongue and grinned. Now, the real final battle begins, he declared. Together, let's bring down that dragon, Siu-la. Henrik just smirked. How utterly pathetic. You bragged about loving your snake, yet you used it like a disposable tool, and now you've devoured it. The grotesque creature licked its lips. What could you possibly know of our love? There is no purer love than becoming one. Even Henrik felt a chill run down his spine. He swung his blade without hesitation. You disgusting fiend! Hazu and Miho surged forward to help. Hun rushed in as well, ordering, support Henrik now. But Henrik roared, stay back, you fools. No one is to interfere. His eyes blazed with resolve. This kill is mine alone. The serpent head lunged, jaws wide, to strike Henrik. But he was faster, charging forward and piercing its flesh as blood erupted from the wound. But the snake's tongue snared his weapon. Startled, Henrik was caught off guard as it bit his arm. Boss Yu cackled. Now your sword arm is useless. Boss Yu gloated, unleashing an attack. It's over. But a crimson aura flared around Henrik's draconic leg. Unfazed, Henrik continued his assault. Boss Yu was stunned, completely unable to defend. Henrik slashed him with his talons. As he collapsed, Boss Yu muttered, neither dragon, nor human. Don't you think you're a monster yourself? Henrik gritted his teeth but said nothing. He rose into the air and declared, I've learned something from our fight. For that, I thank you, one of the four kings. He then proclaimed, I am the dragon's end. I am Henrik. Nothing can change that truth. Having completely annihilated Boss Yu, Henrik dragged Boss Yu's body like garbage. He strode majestically toward Hun's group, holding him by the hair, then slammed the body onto the ground before them. Toon was speechless. He thought, to defeat Siu-la, the Serpent King's strongest familiar? Then he exclaimed, impressive. No, to have an ally this powerful. Hun smirked proudly at his companions. That's right. This time, I'll climb the tower with allies I can trust. He turned to Tun. And you, of course, are coming with us, Soul Armament. Tun looked up in surprise, a bead of sweat on his brow, completely bewildered. Lowering his head, he said quietly, thank you, my lord. Just then, Henrik dusted off his hands. I'd love to ask what happened here, but we don't have the time for it now. Hazu immediately agreed. He's right. We're almost at the 60th floor, Hazu continued, and things are getting extremely dangerous up ahead. Hun nodded. Right. This battle is far from over. To the 60th floor, but Toon suddenly dropped to one knee, blocking Hun's path. No, my lord, he said urgently. You cannot go. The one leading the forces on the 60th floor is Asum, master of the Divine Lord Guild. He commands the Holy Kingdom's lower floors. Hun probed, exactly how powerful is he? Tun replied, he's on my level. A holy knight from the 300th floor. Henrik added his thoughts. A tough foe, but you and the Serpent King were beaten. Maybe we have an opening? Tun bowed his head. That is not the true problem. He then began to reveal Asum's history. After being rescued by the Bond brothers, he swore an oath of absolute loyalty to our cause. We can stall the soldiers outside with this method. In exchange, Asum is the one and only master. Just then, a blinding light descended from the heavens. Down below, the fallen soldiers began to stir. They took up their arms and rose again. He was using divine power. He had resurrected his entire dead army. In other words, his power rivals a god from the 300th floor. Asum's grim, fearsome face materialized. He roared, entire army, attack! Ha-Du was in disbelief. That's impossible. Hun faced Hun. So we can't fight back? Do we just wait for the guild to be annihilated? Then what should we do? Toon bowed his head. No, there is still one path. A way for you, my lord, to balance the scales of this war. Tun held out his hand as a purple, flame-like energy swirled above it. You must absorb my power, here and now. Sweat formed on Hun's brow. What? Tun explained. I have a theory about your true ability. A power that can absorb all things and make them yours, even from a corpse. So we're one and the same, aren't we? Tun gazed at Hun, the vision of his lord appearing behind him. He continued. If my instinct is right, all the power I've cultivated will become yours. Henrik then added, furthermore, King X and his serpent squad are also quite strong. If you absorb them, you'll gain immense power. Hun asked once more, "Are you certain about this? Is no one waiting for your bodies?" Tun bowed his head. "There is no one. Even if there were, it wouldn't matter. I serve you." Tun knelt at Hun's feet respectfully. "If I can offer my meager power to you, it would be my greatest honor." With eyes full of hope and anticipation, Tun looked at Hun. He declared firmly, "Please, accept my power, my lord." Hun closed his eyes in thought for a moment, then replied, "I understand." He raised his hands, lifting Basio and Tun. "I will take your power." His eyes flashed purple as he clenched his fist and yelled, "Absorb!" Basio's red and Tun's blue energy surged into Hun. Meanwhile, elsewhere, chaos erupted in a massive battle. They stormed the castle, dragging out the mages. Looking down, Gottlieb saw the fortress about to be overrun. He sweated helplessly, thinking, "Oh God, this is a disaster. The fallen soldiers have been resurrected. At this rate, they'll breach the walls." He worriedly noted their casualties were mounting. "I have to find a way to buy some time." He tossed a coin and calculated. First, create chaos to scatter their forces. Then, we switch to guerrilla tactics. Suddenly, Gottlieb froze. A terrifying power blasted directly into the fortress, right at his position. It shot through every wall with such force, creating a massive explosion. It tore a clean hole through the castle, revealing the sky like a lens. Luckily, Gottlieb managed to defend himself and was unharmed, but he muttered in despair, "Good heavens, my position has been exposed." Looking at the aftermath, he thought, "Was that attack divine power?" A voice echoed, "I finally found you, you riot starter. The mysterious merchant who aided the masked man. I have come to eliminate you." The speaker was none other than Asum. He sneered, "For a spirit, your methods are quite crude." Gottlieb sweated, trying to appear calm. "The army below serves the interests of the Holy Kingdom, right?" Asum replied, "Lord Kan gave me only 2 orders. 1. Deal with the incompetent leaders. 2. Completely annihilate the masked man and his followers." Asum stated with chilling resolve. To Gottlieb's horror, Asum's voice boomed. "The Lord's command is absolute. It is the word of a god, and no other condition matters." Gottlieb retorted, "Things won't go as you think, you fanatic." The battle raged on, with flames erupting everywhere. Elsewhere in the fortress, massive explosions continued to rock the foundations. A tense and dramatic battle was unfolding. Asum was chasing Gottlieb, taunting him as he ran. "How long do you plan to run?" Gottlieb fled, sweating with anxiety. He thought, "Gods above, help me. If they discover I'm Gottlieb, the situation will become much worse." He glanced back while running, anxiously thinking, "I must fight without revealing my identity. But can I face that monster while hiding my true strength?" Asum, in pursuit, sensed something was off. He thought, "Strange, he's not using his full power anymore. Compared to the flashy moves he showed before, now he's just running. What is he hiding?" If so, Asum decided to press his attack on Gottlieb. He declared, "I will make you lose everything. I must know what you're concealing. Can you protect your comrades by hiding your power like this?" Gottlieb turned to see Asum preparing to strike. Before he could react, a massive claw swooped in, saving his life. It was Henshu in his dragon form. The guards pointed up in shock, shouting, "A dragon! A dragon has broken into the building. Where did it come from? Sir Asum. Is Sir Asum all right?" Asum saw this and thought, "A dragon?" They said there was a dragon among the masked man's accomplices. Asum frowned, sweating as he guessed. Did they really climb to the 60th floor in one night and defeat Tun and Basio, who went ahead? Just then, Hun spoke up. "Hey, are you Asum? Where do we need to go to take that bastard's head?" A massive explosion of light erupted from the holy temple. At that moment, Hun's group was flying high above. Hadu asked, "Is it okay to let him fight alone?" Henshu replied, "Don't worry, he has that thing with him." Suddenly, something flew up, attacking Henshu. What was that? They're attacking from below. It was Asum's soldiers. They yelled, "It's the masked man's accomplices. Shoot them down," Gottlieb said. "We have to deal with those soldiers first. That Asum guy can even revive fallen soldiers." Miho exclaimed in shock. "What? That's totally cheating." Hearing this, Henshu declared, "Then I'll just burn them all. That way, there will be nothing left to resurrect." Meanwhile, Hun was dueling Asum. They clashed fiercely in an intense one-on-one battle. Hun raised 2 fingers, unleashing a technique. He fired a flaming projectile at Asum, hitting his arm. Then, Asum's holy power enveloped him, and his arm regenerated in an instant. Hun watched the wound heal immediately. What? He sized up his opponent. Impressive regeneration. To beat him, I'll need a single strike he can't recover from. It has to be an overwhelmingly powerful attack. I must aim for an opening and use my ultimate skill to land the final blow. Hun taunted. Is this the power you gained from those Bond brothers? You must have really sucked up to those maniacs. Asam's face twisted with fury. Those men? You dare insult them? With a roar, Asam unleashed his power. A massive orb formed in his hand. Do you not fear divine punishment? He then launched the attack at Hun. Seeing this, Hun also made his move. He touched his chest and commanded, "Come forth, King Kan." The king appeared. Asam stared in shock. Blocking divine punishment with a summon? His undead should be weak against holy power. King Kan grinned smugly. What's the matter? Curious about what happened. This is what happened. A truly useful skill. Asam roared in fury. You traitor, Tun. How dare you betray me and side with him? Tun replied. I never sided with anyone. I was simply searching for where I truly belong. Hun heard this and smirked. Is that so? How impressive. Asam seethed. Traitor, I will erase your filthy soul. Then Hun pointed a finger at him and ordered. This is my command. Subdue him and bring him to me. The two figures advanced, replying in unison. As you command. King Kan shot out a chain while Tun lunged at Asam. Asam braced himself, thinking, he's been resurrected and has grown stronger. He's also received the masked man's power. At that moment, Hun attacked Asam from behind. Unseen, claws burst from Hun's hand, raking across Acer's back. Blood sprayed as the blow sent him crashing down, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Acer somehow managed to stand, demon face. To think you could push me this far. Then he smirked. But you can never truly defeat me. I possess the infinite recovery blessing from the Great One. You are destined to lose. But in his arrogance, a serpent coiled around Acer, binding him tightly. He roared in shock. Since when? Vukan raised his hand, as did Tun. Together, they charged forward. It was Basui restraining Acer, who cried out, You too, Basui? Have you fallen to the demon face? He screamed the name in despair as Basui delivered the final blow. Hun's demonic power instantly ensnared him. A mere flick of the wrist inflicted devastating damage. His head was sent flying, but just as he seemed finished, a new one grew back. He was now brimming with even more vitality. This isn't enough to stop me, Vukan marveled. He regenerated even after being decapitated. Tun added, As long as you have holy power, your regeneration is truly infinite. I'll have to end you in a single strike. But despite his recovery, Acer's condition hadn't actually improved. His limbs were still bound tight. Even with holy power, these bonds won't disappear? Is this the power of Tun? He was known for his resilience. Even cornered, his defiance never wavered. With just this, you still can't defeat me. Glancing at the two figures and the giant, he thought, I expected you to use the four kings' souls. Too bad that plan failed. But Tun shattered his smug thoughts, declaring, We never intended to eliminate you in the first place. Vukan now revealed a knowing smirk. The order we received wasn't to kill you. As he spoke, a dark circle ignited in the sky. It was to offer you as a sacrifice to our master. Hun appeared, a blindingly powerful energy glowing in his hand. He aimed his hand forward, unleashing a torrent of spiritual power. Asam's arrogant expression finally vanished, replaced by pure dread as he gritted his teeth. Is that holy power? No, it's different. A system window appeared. Characteristic, unified element utilization. Holy power and demonic power have merged into a unified element. His eyes widened in shock, watching the terrifying power in Hun's palm. A powerful beam of energy shot towards him, causing the very ground to crack. Engulfed in the terrifying aura, Asam could only let out a scream of agony. The blast was comparable to a nuclear explosion, devastating all structures in the vicinity. The attack left a deep crater scarred into the earth. Asam had been utterly incinerated by Hun's own hands. The three of them looked down coldly from above. Tun immediately bowed his head respectfully to Hun. This is our first victory. It is truly my honor. Vukan, however, was beaming, leaving Hun to wonder what he was thinking. Has a worthy opponent finally appeared? Why are you so happy? He is my successor, after all. Suddenly, a voice called out, grabbing Hun's attention. It was the hidden demon, Henrik. We've taken care of things down here. He surveyed the ruins and remarked, To restore this, you'll need to summon a god, or a demon. Even though their victory was clear, Hadu couldn't help but ask her question. So, does that mean we stopped it? She insisted. We must pull the root out completely, Hun replied. Yes, this is our first victory. Glancing at Henrik's sly grin, Hun continued. My previous losses could be blamed on ambushes, but today was a total failure. After they got the first strike on me. Over here, the puppet is damaged. It needs Glick's help. If this news spreads, the two girls listened, their eyes sparkling. The heavens will be thrown into chaos. Glick understood, chuckling softly. So you're giving me the green light to spread the word? Of course. Why else did I bring you? Then, within a burst of flame, he and his puppet vanished. Then I'll head out. There's a mountain of work to clean up today's mess. Hun looked at the remaining two with a serious gaze. All right, I'm counting on you. And with that, they both vanished. At that moment, a system alert appeared. The Lord of 10,000 Demons says their judgment of character is sharp. The text continued. The Lord of 10,000 Demons asks, what has happened? Is something coming? Suddenly, Miho's ears twitched. She whirled around to see. Streaks of energy like lightning tore across the sky, leaving them all bewildered. The environment began to shift unnaturally. An earthquake? No. Space itself is warping. Miho stared upward, her expression one of pure shock. The phenomenon shattered, and a strange beam of light erupted from above, slamming into the ground. The sky! It's cracking open! What is this light? A figure stepped forward, marveling. Just as I predicted, they are all gods. His body began to glow with holy power as he spoke. They didn't abandon me. They saved me. His eyes began to glow a brilliant gold. He turned to Hun. Now, it's time to punish the rebels, those who defy the gods. Elsewhere, a teacup shattered on the floor. Cain Bellin stared in shock, stammering, "Calm men." He watched her as she scowled at her own glowing hand. The seal on her palm was radiating light. She met his gaze with a sinister smile. She explained, Awesome reached the 60th floor? It seems he's been captured. Hearing this, he gritted his teeth, thinking, demon face. She looked at him calmly, but don't worry, Asum is a very special toy, after all. He replied with suspicion, Special? She gave him a wicked grin. He's my insurance. I secretly implanted something inside him that shares my holy power. If Asum is ever defeated, he will be reborn as an avatar to wield my power. As she spoke, she raised her arm, revealing the glowing seal. It was identical to the mark on Aho's forehead. Then she continued, The demon mask is preparing for a direct confrontation. Just then, the man called Azham approached the group, his face twisted with rage as he demanded, Is that divine power from calm men? Henchik also roared in fury, The 9 stars. Hadu thought in terror, He's one of the people my brother killed. Hearing the question, the man smirked. Ah, so you recognize the warm, sacred power of calm men? Hearing this, the main character's expression darkened as he replied, How could I ever forget? His eyes blazed with pure rage and hatred. He glared at him and continued, That disgusting feeling of sacred power. Seeing this intense hatred, the man wondered, What is this animosity? Has this person been climbing the tower for less than a year? Why does he hate Lord Calm Men so much? He stared at him and asked, Who are you, you fiend? Just then, Vuan and Toon appeared behind him, ready to strike. He suddenly sensed the imminent danger, and a massive explosion erupted. He emerged from the smoke, a twisted smile on his face. Ah, that's right. You all can't achieve enlightenment, can you? He said, his hands around Vuan and Toon's necks. He then taunted him cheerfully. But with this power gap, not being enlightened is far more painful. His grip tightened, causing Vuan and Toon to cry out. Suddenly, a shadow descended. Henchik, now in dragon form, swooped down with a deafening crash. But he was stunned when the man blocked his claw with a single hand. The man spoke calmly, A powerful dragon, but I now wield the might of the 9 stars. With that, he leaped up, slamming Henchik's entire body into the ground. He laughed again, mocking them. The power of a high ranker's bloodline is nothing compared to the high rankers themselves. You will all pay the price for your defiance, and will die here. Suddenly, floating hearts appeared around him. He stared at his trembling body, confused. Is my body restrained? He looked around. Who did this? He then saw Miho casting her charm magic on him. He thought to himself, That child, this chaotic power, is she the offspring of a spirit beast? The main character was already behind him, his blade pulsing with immense energy. His eyes filled with resolve as he roared, Begone, puppet of calm men! He brought his blade down, cleaving the man's body in two. But suddenly, his body began to regenerate. Seeing this, he erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha! The main character was stunned, thinking, That was my strongest attack. Yet he can still recover from it? The man turned, answering his unspoken thought, Now, no attack can possibly kill me. He raised a hand, that twisted smile returning. So, I suppose it's my turn now, isn't it? A ring of light formed in his hand, then suddenly expanded to a colossal size as he roared. The main character sensed it immediately. This felt different. He whirled around and screamed, "Everyone, run now!" Miho looked back, her face filled with worry as she cried out, "Big brother!" Hadu was already carrying her, trying to escape. A beam of light erupted from the massive circle, obliterating everything in its path. When he came to, his body screamed in pain. "Damn it, I can't even move." Seeing him awake, the man said, "Ah, you're finally awake." The main character looked up in shock. The man was holding Miho by the throat, lifting her into the air as she struggled. The man spoke casually, "You woke up just in time." Seeing the horrific sight before him, the main character screamed in terror. Then he saw his defeated comrades on the ground. Henchik and Hadu. They were all defeated? Seeing his despair, the man gave a wicked grin. "Your little rebellion has failed, Demon Mask. The moment you betrayed the 9 stars, your fate was sealed." Hearing his words, he thought blankly, "It's over." He stared at the man. To lose in a place like this, to a mere pawn of calm men, without even landing a true final blow. No, I refuse to lose to them again. His face darkened as a sense of complete helplessness washed over him. He glanced at Miho, tightening his grip. The little girl cried out in pain. "You're first," he sneered, "you insolent spirit beast." Fear filled her face as tears streamed down, the light fading from her eyes. She cried out in terror, "Brother, I can't breathe." Seeing this, he roared in desperation. "Stop it!" A system window suddenly appeared. A voice echoed, "How dare you?" Miho, still being choked, spoke with a cold face. "How dare you touch another's child?" Her face became glacially cold as she stared him down, her voice dripping with rage. As Ham choked the 9-tailed fox, she showed no fear, only issuing a chilling threat. "How dare you touch another's child?" Her voice was indifferent, yet absolutely cold. In the next instant, the 9-tailed fox held back no longer. An overwhelming power exploded from her entire being, as Ham's jaw dropped at the sudden turn of events. "What is this?" He leaped back, preparing for a devastating counterattack from the 9-tailed fox. That relaxed posture. Could she be a transcendent being of the tower? Don't mistake my kindness for weakness. In the next moment, she showed Ham his place. The 9-tailed fox retaliated, sending him flying with a massive wave of power. Even Hun was frozen in awe at the brilliant light. Suddenly, an explosion of energy radiated from their position, engulfing the entire space. The 70th floor, the Black Forest, was a desolate place, shrouded in gray with no signs of life. Into that silent space, a pink light descended from above. Now, all they could see were immense, pure white foxtails. The 9-tailed fox appeared before them in a completely new form, with enormous, magnificent tails. Hadu was mesmerized by her divine presence. "Miho? No, you're the 9-tailed fox, aren't you?" She gave a radiant smile and replied, "Hello. Is this the first time you've truly seen me?" Hun, dazed and clutching his shoulder, asked, "Where am I?" The 9-tailed fox calmly answered, "The 70th floor, the Black Forest." The girl was completely stunned by the news. The 70th floor? But how did we get up this high? She then revealed a secret known only to a select few in the tower. Climbing isn't the only way to ascend the tower. There are shortcuts to the upper floors, but you won't gain the same stats as you would from a normal climb. Therefore, you must return to the floors that match your current level. Taking this chance, she asked Hadu a question. "You've never climbed to the 100th floor, but you were born and raised there, weren't you?" Model. The girl hesitated for a moment. Despite their assurances, Henrik still refused to believe they were on the 70th floor. Wait, is this really the Black Forest? The place was completely desolate, without a single soul in sight, confusing him deeply. This was uncharted land. It was a barren wasteland, crawling with dark creatures. Why bring us to a place where we could easily get lost? You guys are rookies. Hun immediately shot back at him. No, that's precisely why this place is safe. The fox spirit praised Hun. Just as I thought. You learn fast. But something felt off. The 9-tailed fox's fingers were trembling uncontrollably. It seemed that even all-powerful beings had their weaknesses, and she was no exception. I'm reaching my limit. I am an entity that cannot directly interfere in the world of tower climbers. I can only help you escape through this child, but this is temporary. They will find you again and come to kill you. Her words left them frozen in shock. Before leaving, the 9-tailed fox offered Hun some grave advice. At your current pace, you stand no chance against them. You must become stronger, much faster. Tired of the riddles, Hun demanded a straight answer. Then what are we supposed to do? You said there's a way to get stronger quickly here, so just tell me. But it seemed the powerful enjoy taking their time. After stoking his curiosity, she said nothing more. Apologies, my time is up. From now on, you'll get the rest of the answer from him. Then, the nine-tailed fox flashed a brilliant smile and said goodbye. We'll meet again. But Hun still needed answers and reached out, shouting, Wait, hold on, too late. The nine-tailed fox reverted to a small cub. With sleepy eyes, it drifted gently downward. Hadu stepped forward, catching the tiny cub in her arms. I've got you, she smiled, gazing at the small fox. Hun couldn't understand the Gumiho's final words. Who was she talking about, Gumiho? But as he was lost in thought, an arrow flew at him from behind. Thankfully, his luck hadn't run out yet, and he dodged the two deadly projectiles. From the trees above, mysterious hooded archers challenged them. Who are you? Who dares enter our black forest? A girl with a fierce gaze drew her bow threateningly. Outsiders, leave now, or else. But she stopped mid-sentence, as if she had just noticed something. True to his nature, Hun refused to back down and prepared to use his magic. That won't be necessary. We need to find something here, Hun explained. It really is a small world. The girl slowly removed her hood, revealing her face. I never thought we would meet again like this. Seeing who she was, Hun and Hazu were completely floored. Huh? You're Elwan? Who could have guessed they'd reunite under such bizarre circumstances? Long time no see, Demon Face Elwan. She then explained her attack. Sorry, we're cautious with outsiders. To Hun, it was no big deal, so he let it go. It's fine, but have you formed your own army? In response to Hun's question, she answered with humility. It's hardly what you'd call a force. Elwan then explained her work. We're just a few dark elves. All we can do is stand guard in this forest. Even so, she and her comrades' spirits were far from broken. But we still have our faith. Suddenly, Hun's eyes widened as he shouted, That's Yggdrasil! Before them was a massive, ancient tree, glowing with a mystical blue light as she introduced it. That's the New World Tree. It's what gives us our power. Witnessing such a miracle of life thriving in this dead land, Henrik and Hazu were in absolute awe. Unbelievable. In the next second, Elwan dropped an even bigger bombshell. And this is nothing. The real Yggdrasil is much larger. Feeling she'd talked enough about her own story, she turned back to Hun. Now it's your turn. Why are you in this state? And how did you get here? Faced with Elwan's direct question, Hun was at a loss for words. A moment later, after he had explained everything, Elwan asked, So one of the 9 holy stars interfered? And they have subordinates who can wield that power directly. Henrik also joined the conversation. We only made it here thanks to the Gumiho. She told us to find a way to defeat them here. Hearing this, a cold sweat ran down Elwan's back. This was no simple matter. So, it must be that power? Hazu then made a desperate plea. I know this is a shameless request, but please, we're begging you, will you fight with us? Hazu looked Elwan straight in the eye with a serious expression. Meanwhile, Hun stood silently in a corner, deep in thought. In a situation this dire, he couldn't find any peace of mind. Looking back on everything, he felt insecure about his own strength. I was helpless before the power that was given to Carmen. If it weren't for the Gumiho, I would have died. He remembered Asmon's smug, punchable face. You have failed, Demon Face. Just thinking about it ignited Hun's top-tier determination. Damn it, I need more power. Suddenly, as he was lost in his internal struggle, a voice echoed in his mind. I sense an unfamiliar energy. Were you sent by Baal and the Gumiho? Hun was startled. He immediately spun around. Facing the ancient tree, Hun replied with a brave front. I don't know who you are, but you seem awfully familiar for a first meeting. But the ancient tree revealed a mind-blowing truth. The first time? We met a very long time ago. What are you talking about? Hun asked, confused. Then, it slowly introduced itself to him. My name is Yggdrasil, and I am the brand new power that you seek. Hun's expression was one of pure shock. What in the world was happening? Elwan stood up, her head bowed. An all-out war with the 9 stars. Finally, she smiled brightly. Of course we'll join. The Dark Elves will side with those who defy the heavens. Hazu jumped up in surprise. Really? Henrik crossed his arms in concern. Is that wise? It's not our place to say, but this is incredibly dangerous. Elwan was confident. I know. However, the reason I can still stand and fight is thanks to Demon Face. No, it's thanks to him, Hun. Besides, she added, we share a common enemy. So why wouldn't we join forces? Hazu was overjoyed. Thank you. My brother will be so happy. Suddenly, another voice cut through, calling out from afar. Where did Hun go? A call echoed from the great ancient tree. You came quickly. Hun approached it and replied, After what you said, how could I have been slow? He looked at it. Why did you call me here? The tree's voice rumbled. I find you interesting. Hun gave a bitter laugh. The last people in this tower who found me interesting weren't good people. A normal person? The system window flashed Lord of 10,000 Demons, asking if I had just invoked his name. The message continued. The Lord of 10,000 Demons is on your side. Hun was doubtful. On my side? Then, the tree trunk began to glow. A branch extended toward Hun. He wondered, is this the core? A blinding light revealed the fruit of the black tree. The ancient tree's voice echoed, I will bestow this upon you. He thought, the fruit of the world tree? That's reserved for high elf royalty. He examined it cautiously, but this was the black tree. The dark elves were a race born from demonic power. He stared at the orb, a crystal of pure demonic energy. Eating it would grant immense power. He grinned darkly. I could finally defeat Asham, but he restrained his greed. Why give this to me? Aren't you the elves' god? This should be for Elwan. It ignored his question. Do you know of the time before the tower? Hun was confused. The tree began its story. Geas. My true self was shaped by a god who predates the tower. I am the fruit for his creations, the elves. Hun wondered. The father of the divine tree is the elves' god. It projected an image of a goddess being worshipped. She poured all her love and effort into the elves, a deity of absolute, perfect beauty. They could speak to spirits and lived for ages, even rivaling the four great races. Then it asked, what is the greatest flaw of a perfect being? Hun answered, arrogance. His response was perfect. Exactly. They became obsessed with their own beauty, isolating themselves from all other races. It continued, content with what they had. They felt no need to climb the tower. So after thousands of years, the number of elves to conquer it was 0. Hun was stunned. What? The tree then asked, why do gods create life, only to make them climb a tower? He glanced at the system window. To become gods themselves and bolster their creator's power, like this one. A message appeared. Are you complaining? The tree asked again. If a paid servant fails his master's command, what is to be done? Hun clenched his fist, his voice cold. You eliminate them, of course, and replace them with someone more obedient. As he spoke, the tree's true meaning hit him. No way. The tree confirmed it. Correct. The creator placed new hope in me, and in the dark elves, in Elwan. The other elves are too corrupt. They're colluding with the four great races to destroy the tower's order, with Hamel and Lat as prime examples. Hun gritted his teeth in fury. At the heart of it all are the 9 stars, the strongest humans, and your ultimate enemies. The ancient tree offered the orb once more. Unfortunately, Elwan is not yet ready for my power, so I entrust it to you, the one who defies heaven. A blue system window appeared. The father of the divine tree proposes a contract. Unify the dark elves, and the black tree's fruit is yours. Hun gave a slight smile. He snatched the orb instantly. How could I possibly refuse? The proposal was accepted. A warning message flashed. The black tree's fruit contains immense demonic power. Absorb with extreme caution. Hun froze, staring at the item. He was right. If I'm careless, this power will destroy my body. Another message appeared. The father of the divine tree offers his aid. Instantly, branches shot out and enveloped him. He understood the tree's plan. I see. If these branches absorb it first, they can filter the demonic energy. He pushed the orb into a branch and summoned vacant Hun. They appeared instantly. I'm about to absorb its energy with my full power, he commanded. Protect me until I have complete control, or until this is finished. They bowed. As you command. He focused, beginning the absorption. Meanwhile, the other 3 were searching for him. Hadu called out, Brother! Elwan muttered. Where did he wander off to? Suddenly, Henrik yelled, Look over there. All eyes turned in that direction. Such intense demonic energy. It started right after he went inside. Hadu panicked. This aura is unmistakable. As she called out, a light erupted